Now then, guys and gals.
The hybrid age that we're talking about right now is something that happened once before. When Jesus in Matthew 24 says, as it was in the days of Noah, he's talking about when there was once a hybrid age. There is going to, at the end times, be another hybrid age that will be similar, in which humanity, as it was designed by God, will be corrupted, and so will animals and life, all of which we're seeing happening all over the world right now. Transgenic food, genetically modified organisms, human-animal chimeras, not just at the embryonic level, by the way, now being promoted by the Chinese government and others to be raised to full maturity for the purposes of harvesting organs, xenotransplantation.
Do you really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy?
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Wax on, right hand. Wax off, left hand. Wax on, wax off.
He turns to me. Then he says, why so serious?
Your best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Curfew is now in effect. All unauthorized citizens must stay indoors.
With every second that ticks by, the future is running out. Finish this ride.
So let's introduce our guest, JasonArchaix from Archaix.com. Welcome. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm doing good. Glad to talk to you.
Yeah, good. Excellent. I was just saying, just previously, I've been watching some of your stuff, and like what I was talking about, I think you shared one of my episodes last night, and that was about a month ago. That's before I even discovered you. And I was already thinking just intuitively about, like, is every reset, is it like a new AI program, essentially, And then I find your work, and it's just your work's your next level, absolutely connecting a lot of dots for people, I think. But yeah,
I don't think it though. I used to believe that it was a total systemic deal, but now with all the data that I've gone through and the perspectives I've heard from other people, I see more that it's a lot more sophisticated than I thought. And it's more like editing. It's introducing and removing material very cleverly under the guise of cataclysmic natural disasters. But as soon as the disaster's over, there's all kinds of new things in the world that there's no precedence for. And many of the old things have simply vanished, for which we have not a clue what happened to them.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a term it's your term, isn't it? Simulacrum, sorry.
It's actually a very, very old word that it fell out of disuse, and then the Oxford English Dictionary brought it back after. I mean, the word is like 600-700 years old, and there's different ways to pronounce it. Simulacrum, simulacrum. I'm an East Texas country boy, and I'm going to say words the way I want to say them. It's simple as that.
We say aluminium. You say aluminum.
That's right.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I've actually got family in West Texas, Katy. You know the town Katy? Katie?
I've been there, yes.
Yeah, I've got family.
Yeah.
I've got family over there.
Katie is actually west of Houston, but it's pretty much central Texas. Yeah.
Yeah. So Houston, actually, it's West Houston. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, but yeah, it's a beautiful state in the U.S. It's Texas. Baby back ribs and steaks, definitely the place to go for those two things. So
Yes, it is.
yeah, so do you want, I don't know how really to start this, but I've actually got a few questions for you as well, but we can probably do them in a little bit. I'll just share my,
Whenever.
sorry, what's that? Actually, Jason,
I said whenever you want to play.
Yeah, well, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your theory, about not your theory, about your knowledge, and yeah, indeed, this simulation that I was sort of coming to me a while ago. Just this is I think it was watching the movie Free Guy, then I was like, wow, it's like that triggered a lot of things. But yeah, if you want to, do you want to tell? Yeah, sorry.
Okay, well, I guess the best way I could start, in order to really get down to the fundamentals about anything that we want to know about, it's most important for us to basically research things to find out what they're not. Once we can isolate particulars and find out what something isn't, and we can put that to the side, it leaves us with the things that we need to pay attention to. And there are many historians. See, researchers today, they're not using the methods that were employed 100 years ago. People think Sherlock Holmes and the deductive reasoning and all that is really profound when they watch these things on television. But when Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was writing these things, this was ordinary police work. This deductive method of reasoning that René Descartes also talked about, these methods are not being used today in research. People today, our scientific paradigm is basically foisted upon us by individuals who have these academic credentials that they research these things, and in order to publish the findings, they have to cherry pick the data. Whatever data supports what they're trying to promote is what they publish. But all the contrary information is ignored and set to the side. So it basically our public education system is operating off the procedure of deception by omission. This is the learning that we have amassed today, and it's completely an error. So what I've brought to the table is researching myself out of paradigms. I find a novel concept. I think it's true. I research it and find out now, well, that can't be true because of all this, and I set it to the side. Finally, in setting to the side almost every single thing that I have ever formally believed, it came to the point where there is an idea floating around out there. I didn't invent it. It's been going since the days of P.D. Ouspensky over 100 years ago. Authors have been toying with the idea that, you know what? Maybe reality isn't real at all. Maybe this is some type of construct. Before we had computer technology, we had P.D. Ouspensky talking in these terms. We had authors like Gurdjieff. We had even further now, we had the dream time of the Australian Aborigines. We had the Gnostic version of the construct that was controlled by the evil demiurge. We have the ancient Hindu versions of a false reality, the Maya, this world of illusion. We've had many different ways to express the idea that perhaps this reality only feels real, but it's not real at all. So this is where my research led. It didn't start that way. I sure didn't intend on to go in that direction. It just becomes a point where, hell, when you document enough facts, the truth just falls into your lap. And this is basically what happened to me. I can't go in any one direction anymore because it seems like I'm living in a hologram and that everything is true, but nothing can be proven.
Yeah. I was listening to one of your podcasts just before we came on, and it was you're talking about NPCs and how NPCs aren't always humans, and how exactly what you're talking about with the constructed reality. Let's say the construct, this AI overlay, and I totally understand what you mean about how it's sort of dug its way into our reality and tried to create a new. Yeah, it distracts us, doesn't it? Going back to NPCs, what I'm getting at is it's like how you're going to do something and a bird might come down and flap in your face and you won't do that anymore. Do you know what I mean? It's how the AI sort of interjects and alters, edits our reality. It's nuts.
In your situation right now, you are broadcasting on a boat, right? Okay, well, in your situation, you could be at the key. I mean, you could be at the front of the ship and messing with the sails, messing with the yard arms. I don't know what you do. You could be messing with something, maybe fishing. I don't know, but there is something very interesting that you could learn something from. Maybe north by northwest, and if you were just to look in that direction, then you would probably say, man, I need to put all this stuff up and go in that direction. That person over there may need help. And it might be somebody you really need to come in contact with. But all of a sudden, this rainbow-colored, badass speedboat, beautiful, got these beautiful women on it, goes by, distracts your attention, and you watch it while the other thing you should be paying attention to is now beyond your reach, has moved on, and you lost your train of thought. Whereas that beautiful speedboat with those people may not have existed at all. And if you tried to tell that story to somebody else who was in the harbor with you, they would think you were lying because they never saw that speedboat or those women. These NPCs and NPC phenomena, they only happen to errants. There's no use to do them. There's no reason why the living dead should ever experience these things. They're already corralled into reality tunnels. They're already perfectly controlled. That's why we can't reach them. That's why they don't understand what we're talking about when we try to communicate these things to them. This is why they feel that we're weird, we're uneducated, we're stupid, we're alienated from the truth. And they feel sorry for us. They have no idea. So these living dead, these husks, these people that are a part of the collective, they never suffer these things like deja vu and Mandela effect. There's no reason for that. There's no edits that happen for them. They're perfectly controlled. If you experience NPCs and Mandela effect, coincidence, synchronicity, deja vu, if these are your experiences, it's because AIX is trying to control you, trying to keep you separated from the collective because it doesn't need you to contaminate them with knowledge.
That's brilliant, and it's so true. And it's like this battle, like. I could share the screen. I'll share this. Do you mind if I share the screen? I've made some slides to go with my questions for you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you now. But it's like this battle with AI we have, and I'll just share the screen first. And Jason, are you familiar with London 2012, the Olympics, and the opening ceremony?
Somebody sent me an email, but they didn't go into details. They just said I should look into it.
Well, yeah. Well, here we go. You can see on screen now. Okay, I dug this out today because I'm very familiar with it, and it's really annoying me that I can't see the Zoom camera.
I can see the Olympic. I can see your Olympic picture, London 2012, right here.
Yeah. Cool. So this is the opening ceremony, and. Yeah, I remember watching it. I just got back from Australia, 2012. Way before. I've only been awake 2 years, but I've had a very, very, very quick, in depth. I just keep researching, can't stop. Anyway, it links to what something you said as well before about being an errant. Maybe, I am very intuitive, and like somebody asked you if you watched a movie. I started watching movies a little while ago, but. For the first year and a half of my awakening, I didn't watch one movie, just documentaries. But anyway, going back to London 2012, and the opening. So I remember watching it, and I was like, this is so strange, because we also had the blonde guy look like a clown in a hospital bed, and you had all the nurses dancing around. And I remember watching it, like, what is this all about? Go to 2020, we know what it's all about. But yeah, but just going back to the Phoenix here and how it's rising from the ashes, and yeah, exactly what you know, Jason, you know, with what it means. And it's just interesting, isn't it? Was it the start of the...
Yeah, it's... A lot of the ceremonies that are shown to the public like this are absolutely very, very elaborate rituals that they're performing. And the very fact that they've got multitudes of people involved as observers, they're borrowing their energy to empower their ritual.
Yeah, no, definitely. So yeah, it was just interesting. It felt like it was the start of a, like you say, going back to the reset. I mean, I've got a question here for you, actually. I've got quite a few questions. But yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the Phoenix. Well, the Angel of Death. The Angel of Death is the Phoenix, isn't it? I think.
Yes, the association was made in very old records. Yes.
Yeah, and even going back to, actually, I'll bring the slideshow back on because I don't mean to keep dropping share screen on and off, but I found in the last couple of episodes I was sharing my screen too much, too long, and we weren't on camera. So anyway, but I'm just going to show you that's why. All right. I've made a few slides on the Titans because I know a bit about the Nephilim and the Anakim, the Raphium, etc. And what I want to do, yeah, I mean, these are some of my old slides. Giants, fallen angels, and I've looked into megafauna and these giant animals, etc. Watch the movie King Arthur, Legend of the Sword, 2017. You see all this in it. It's brilliant.
Okay.
But yeah, Jason. So we talk about Titans and the vapor canopy, and how big were they? That was my question to you, Jason.
Okay. Well, there has been. I wrote a book like 10 years ago. I hardly ever talk about it, but it's called Giants on Ancient Earth. It's one of my books on Amazon, and it's about 350 pages, absolutely packed with bibliographic citations. I just took basically everything I had ever found about giants, and I put it in one book. And I could not believe that the common denominator through all these ancient epics. Now, I'm not talking about old texts. There's different common denominators just for the oldest writings in the world. But for the oldest epics in the world, epic traditions that have been found in cuneiform, in the Rashomonic libraries, that are tablet libraries, the Ugaritic texts, which were in cuneiform, all throughout the Near East, like the Gilgamesh epos, the Atrahasis epos. When we just look at the oldest epics in the world, all the way up to modern times, like the Beowulf epic, the common denominator is always gigantic humans or gigantic humanoid beings that were a former race that our heroes in our time had to finally vanquish. And there were colonies of these giants that existed in Albion, which is ancient England.
Yeah, I know this.
Yeah, Albion in England. There were colonies of the Furbolgs in ancient Ireland. There were colonies in the Valley of Rephaim in Canaan. There was colonies in Bashan, northern Syria, and these cities. I have a video about Bashan, the city. It's not one of my. I don't know why that video is ignored so much, but one of my videos is about the giant cities of Bashan, and I show the original books that were published over 100 years ago, where archaeologists were absolutely baffled to find these 9.5 foot tall doors, mantles, lintels, steps, everything in these mountainous cities in northern Syria. You couldn't have lived in these unless you were at least 8.5 to 9.5 foot tall. So, yeah, those are very interesting. But the vapor canopy is the reason why we had gigantic Titanic-sized people. But once the collapse of the vapor canopy occurred, that biosphere was over. People could not grow to Titan size. But their offspring, the first, second, and maybe third generation offspring of Titans who were people who lived under the vapor canopy. After the vapor canopy, their sons and daughters were giants. And in old times, they were called the Gigantes. But about 100 years later, the offspring of the giants were normal-sized humans. So because the Titans lived for 4 or 5 centuries and the giants lived for 200 or 300 years, normal humans were originally living for 140 to 110 years. So within 150 years after the collapse of the vapor canopy, we literally have a short time period in history that is very, very common in the epics of the world, when Titans, giants, and normal people all lived on the planet at the exact same time.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, even if you think about what you're just talking about, you know, even these Titans, and some of those pictures of the giant looked like petrified animals. Now, some of them take with a pinch of salt. I don't know how we can't back any of these up unless we go there. But there are examples. But you can imagine, like, you know, what the world must have been like with a giant, maybe 400 or 500 feet tall. Maybe it's fighting a giant rat, or you know, some animal, snake, and little humans. We are the ants. Well, the offspring would be, wouldn't it? It would be
right. We would definitely be we would definitely be very small. Now, in my perspective, I see the giants as being about 9.5, sometimes 10 foot tall. There were many documented records that the Smithsonian has done a great job in concealing. The microfiche from the 1830s, 40s, 50s, 60s, all the way to the 1930s is rife with hundreds of newspaper reports with photos showing all the things that were found when the United States was expanding westward and our infrastructures were expanding, and we were digging down and we were finding all this evidence throughout the North America and Canada that, man, there was another civilization here, and these people were heroic in size. Now, these were the giants, not the Titans. The Titans were much taller, much bigger, but they were strictly under the vapor canopy species of humans, growing to phenomenal sizes. Which is very interesting, because we've got a vapor canopy coming back. So there's going to be, and there are people listening to my voice right now, once you broadcast this, that are going to see these things again. They may be young right now, but they're going to be living in a world where people are again growing to astonishing sizes.
I've actually got here, just to back up exactly what you're talking about. So I'm just sharing my screen again. A lot of this presentation I did about 6 months ago is pretty much what I've learned personally over the last 2 years. But a lot of text, I'm sure you probably know about this, about the days of Noah, and how they talk about the red light, the red sky, didn't they? How everything was bigger, etc. Do you know about this?
Yeah. Well, it was a dark purple. Well, the sky that was described in the traditions was a dark purple light during the daytime. But at nighttime, it was clear black, but the sky was full of bright stars that were magnified by the mesosphere. The mesosphere acted like a lens. It's several miles thick of water droplets suspended in the air. We still have a mesosphere today. It's still there.
It's just higher.
Well, it's thinned out. All the moisture, that's what the Great Flood was. The total collapse of the mesosphere, which we call a vapor canopy, fell in a 2 or 3 day period, and it was just caused flash flooding all over the world. Did the world ever flood to everybody had to go hide on mountains? Absolutely not. The biblical version of the Great Flood is hyperbole. It is actually exaggerated far beyond than what really happened. But it was flash flooding all the way around the world. Every community got wet and got drenched, but it wasn't a flood to where the entire world's population died. There were colonies of survivors everywhere. And the story of Noah's Ark was also, it was basically reduced to its lowest common denominator. But the truth of the matter is, there were survivors on arks. The entire event was predicted. We have traditions of different cultures predicting the exact timing of the coming of this collapse of the vapor canopy, and they had basically built communities in these huge structures that were designed to float. It's almost like a water world scenario. there were fleets of arks and survivors landing in different areas of the world after the destruction was over with. It was the story of Noah is basically an oversimplification of what really happened. Well, the phoenix in the Orient was called the Feng, and it's connected to the sculpting of the land called Feng Shui. It's an Oriental science where they create terraces and they maximize their usage of
energy
of the geography. Yes. Well, this Feng Shui tradition came from the fact that every time Phoenix appeared in the sky, it appeared as a dragon form when it appeared. And Feng Shui was in recognition of the fact that when Phoenix appeared, the mandate in heaven would change. With the change of the mandate in heaven, it would also alter geography. So Feng Shui was a way to rebuild after the Phoenix had, because that's what the concept of Phoenix is. Burning the world and then building even better after the ashes. I mean, out of the ashes. So the ancient Oriental concept is no different than the Western world. The Western world thought of Phoenix as a great fiery red dragon that appeared in the sky and caused all kinds of mayhem and cataclysms. And the only people that were immune to that were the chosen, the elect, the faithful, those who didn't fear it. In all the traditions, it's always those who believed in the Phoenix that were immune to it. It's those who didn't believe in the Phoenix or were fearing the Phoenix were the ones that got pretty much aired out. They're the ones that it went for. There's the one that suffered the reset. They suffered the mud floods. They suffered the liquefaction. They suffered the huge earthquakes, vibrating, sinking into the ground, horn blasts from the sky, meteoric fallout, volcanoes, flux tube activity, which we call vitrification, where giant plasma bolts or lightning bolts from the sky melt architecture. And yeah, the Phoenix is harrowing. It is absolutely terrifying what it will do to a civilization that fears it or a civilization that it feels is not living the way it's supposed to be living. But for those who don't fear it and those who, all the traditions we have is it's really easy to be immune from all this. But that's on a personal level. A community could never make that choice. It's individuals.
Yeah. It's like why we are here, what do we live in. It's hard to find out, but especially why we're here, and it's like the best AI physical video game ever created, but we're trapped in it, and maybe we're here to learn, like you say, and try and take some information out of the matrix.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, I have a really wide perspective because of all the possible scenarios that I've been able to eliminate. Like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle says, once you eliminate all the impossible, whatever is left, however improbable, is the truth. So I have been able to eliminate all these scenarios that I know now that can't be the truth. So I'm not surprised at my own admission that, okay, I can't accept anything other than the fact that I'm in some type of construct. It's the only thing that makes sense. Like you say, Roger of Mud Fossils material, if the man has truly documented so much evidence of gigantic biological life forms that have petrified, well, I can see the pros and cons in that. One of the pros is that I have documented myself the existence of fossilized plankton, fossilized earthworms, fossilized ferns, petrified jellyfish. I have actually, in my collection of data, I have whole fish turned solid stone in the middle of swallowing another fish. So the reason I'm mentioning these things is because there could have been a simulation run in this construct of the simulacrum long before humans were added later, and in that construct, animal forms could have been the size of buildings. They could have been the size, because the frames of reference, humans had not been introduced into the construct yet. Therefore, there could have been all kinds of gigantic, it could be the origin of why we have coal seams all over the world. We know that is basically mulchified ecosystems that have been compacted and buried, and under intense pressure they become coal. Sometimes diamonds are formed, but oftentimes when they break into those coal seams, they find human fossils, they find architecture, they find, and all throughout America, they find artifacts. There are several books, not just William Corliss, not just Barry Fell, not just forbidden archaeology, the microfiche going back 200 years for all the different discoveries that have been publicized in newspapers all over North America and Europe are absolute proof that we have found all these things in coal seams. So I haven't reviewed Roger's material. I don't know anything about him other than many people want me to look at his data, which is fine. But it wouldn't really matter, because if he found if Roger has isolated a fundamental and his data sets show that, yes, man, we have too many coincidences, exhibits no coincidence at all. Therefore, to me, I can accept the fact that one of those segments of epics that the simulacrum has gone through was a biosphere that was only belonging to gigantic life forms and gigantic plant forms. And I can accept that because I've already isolated other biospheres that were doing other things. So if anything is true in one biosphere because it's all programming, then by necessity, everything else could be true as well. If somebody is on the outside of the construct experimenting with biospheres, then it would make perfect sense to find these gigantic life forms petrified in different areas, because those life forms didn't just die and turn to stone. All the evidence from every sim that was collapsed shows petrification in fossils, and those fossils are all from different time periods. That we find humans fossilized, that we find jellyfish fossilized, which is impossible to turn an invertebrate to stone, and yet we find actual anatomy fossilized, not just bones. We find whole creatures in the fossil record for which even their internal organs can be identified in the fossil. The very fact that this happens means that when a sim is stopped, everything absolutely freezes in stasis. Once it's frozen in stasis and the sim is recontinued, all that mineralizes into the silica of the new simulation that's being run. Some of these are overlaid right. The tail is overlaid right over the beginning of the next one. So we have these epics in time that are isolated. But this isn't us doing it. It's whoever's controlling the construct on the outside. They're the ones that are creating these biospheres. These biospheres, like all desert worlds, like the vapor canopy was a biosphere. Like today, the temperate world we live in now, with polar extremities being frozen solid, this too is a biosphere. There are many different biospheres that we have lived under in human history, and this is why our genetics are the way they are. We have the peptides, the RNA, and the genetic ability to live in any biosphere. All it takes is 2 or 3 years exposure to the new biosphere, and our kids will be grown with the genetic modifications necessary to live in that climate, in that temperature, at that longitude, and at that latitude just fine. So it's all simulated to me. There's no one can surprise me with new data. It's just I can see the constructs through the past, how they've played out.
Yeah, no, that definitely. So you don't believe in Darwinism, Jason?
Absolutely not. I'm not uniformitarianism. Uniformitarianism is a joke.
Yeah,
it's polished.
Yeah, polished shit.
And I'm upset with the scientific community for not even citing Darwin, because Charles Darwin's one of his greatest quotes actually supports catastrophism and totally does away with everything he ever theorized about natural selection. So it really wasn't Charles. Charles Darwin is the figurehead that the scientific community puts up, but actually the legwork for deception was all done by Charles Lyell. He's the one that he's the one that set the whole motion in for theory of evolution and natural selection and all that, and totally misquoted Darwin over and over and over. So I know this. Jason Brashears didn't come from no damn monkey. I know that. Now I also know that in order to survive in these biospheres, chimpanzee DNA was used to make the avatars by which we exist in. That tells me, because there is chimpanzee DNA in the human avatar, in our human body. It's in our genome. Just a little bit, not much, but it's enough to give us 2 arms, 10 heads. But this is what tells me because there's no human DNA in a chimpanzee, but there's chimpanzee in a human, we have a revelation here. This means that before the avatars for humans were designed to live in these constructs and biospheres, the animal kingdom was already in place and in motion, and the animals had already been experienced. This is why we are developed from placentals. We're not developed from marsupials. Marsupials are from an entirely different biosphere, and some of them survived and they thrive today, but only in one little area of the world. That's where the marsupials are, highly concentrated in New Zealand, Australia, and Oceania. So, so that we have chimpanzee DNA only means that it was necessary in order to finish this biological avatar that we inhabit. But that chimpanzees don't have human DNA means that this was done intentionally. We did not come from monkeys, but monkey DNA was absolutely used in the building of our avatar.
Yeah. No, definitely. No, this is a good point, and it's also like I'm just looking at my questions. Also, just maybe change topic, not topic, but what I wanted to ask you was the dark satellite. I read your syllabus. Syllabus. What the dark satellite, when it talks about, let me just bring it up on screen, just a second. It talks about people coming, dark archons coming back. And I just wanted you to elaborate. I'll read it out. Where is it? Yeah. Dark satellite mentioned in occult traditions as prison of powerful beings that hate humans, that has periodically visited humanity and will return in 2052 CE. Dark archons. And it, in a way, I used to look at space stuff about a year ago, reptilians, all that stuff. I'm not really sure, but I think it's just distraction at the moment. I'm not too sure. But when I was researching the reptilians, there is a lot of talk about Sophia AI and how apparently the reptilians worship an AI. They're covered in nanites, etc. I take space and solar stuff, as I don't really look into it anymore much. But just reading the dark satellite and how they're going to return, it just reminded me of that reptilian story, let's say,
Okay, so this is how this happened. And I haven't revealed any videos on the dark satellite yet. I've been kind of waiting for that because I needed to get all my data sets published on 2040 and 2046 before I move to an event that happens in the apocalypse, in the heat of the apocalypse in 2052. An event that, and it's really hard to talk about it because I don't have the data right here available to me, but there's a certain amount of steps that lead up. 168 steps lead up to the Statue of Liberty. These steps are just like the steps of the Great Pyramid. Are you familiar with my Giza Course countdown, where I show from 1902 every level of masonry in the Great Pyramid is a year. Every single course block represents a year. To the countdown of the return of the chief cornerstone that lands on the top of the pyramid. I show this. Well, this is a holy countdown. This is a benefactor countdown, but there's an unholy countdown too, and it was masked in the Statue of Liberty, which was built in France, taken in pieces by ship to the United States, and erected in New York Harbor. Now, the Phoenix is going to totally wipe out and destroy New York. This is in the arithmetic of New York City itself and how it was bought from the Dutch. It was bought by the Dutch in 1626 from the Manhattan Indians. 1626 was a Phoenix year. That is the absolute year. It was 1626, 1764, then 1902. Okay, well, Manhattan Island was bought from the Manhattan Indians in 1626 by the Dutch. The Dutch turned it into New York City. By 1764, it was thriving as New York City, or appeared in New York City. It was the first one in the world. It was 21 stories high, It's built like a triangle. It was called the Edmund Fuller Building at first, but it's famous. You know exactly what building I'm talking about. It's the famous building shown in all black and white photos of New York. It's a giant cheese wedge in between Fifth Avenue and
yeah. I know. It looks a bit Tartarian, a little bit.
Yes, it does look Tartarian.
Another one.
Well,
yeah.
it was built in 1902, and it's a famous building. It's the very first skyscraper. It's 21 stories high. That was in 1902. After that, they started buildings higher buildings, but that was the one that started the skyscraper movement in 1902. In 1902 was a Phoenix year. Now, 2040, New York's getting wiped off the map. It's going in the water. This is the subject matter of another one of my videos on the interpretations of Nostradamus' prophecies and the interpretations of his date index done by Mario Reading. Has nothing to do with me, but the date is 2040 for the end of New York City in his work as well. Totally independent data sets, totally independent research, same conclusion. So, the dark satellite, the unholy countdown is the erection of the Statue of Liberty. When it was dedicated, you count all 168 steps to the top. Those 168 steps are a countdown of 168 years until liberty is taken from the earth. The Statue of Liberty is a lithic prophecy that basically mankind will remain free in his democracies, free in his communism, free in his republics, free in his ideologies, free in his religion and all that. Are you still with me?
Yeah, I just stopped the video. Just my internet was going real down, so I just stopped it for a sec. It's back now. Just my internet was saying it was unstable, so I just stopped it for a sec. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So what I was going to share with you actually was
what was the last thing that I said that you heard?
Talking about the Statue of Liberty and about how it was there was 168 steps, and that's 168 years until
Well, starting with 1884. If you start on the first step since 1884, when it was finalized and dedicated, the Statue of Liberty, the very first step is 1885, then 1886, then 1887. By the time you get to the 168th step, you get to the year 2052. 2052, in this lithic prophecy that is the Statue of Liberty, is when liberty is taken from mankind. This is in the apocalypse. This is when I don't know, I want to call them personalities. I don't really know what to call them, but these dark archons are basically in absolute 100% control of the collective. There's no freedom whatsoever in the collective. I'm not talking about the errants, because the book of Revelation has totally different messages for the redeemed, for the elect, for the chosen, for those who are not in a fear-based reality. The meek inherit the earth, all that. The book of Revelation was written to convey the message that when these things start happening, these protocols are going to be exacted against the kings of the earth, the rulers of the earth, the elite, the armies of the elite, those who support the elite, those who believe in the elite. That's what the apocalypse is for. Now, the apocalypse is not for those who are not participating in that empowering of the elite and their agendas. Totally different. This is why the Phoenix is very discriminating. The Phoenix is going to take out a lot of people in 2040, centrally located in Asia, where the highest populations are right there. But the Western world is going to get a pass, except for New York City, London, and Rome. They're not going to get a pass. All in 2040, they will come to an end. That is the final year for all three of those places. Now, coming in 2041, 2042, 2043, 2044, 2045, there's going to be a mass migration of people, basically, that are all vibrating on the same frequency. They've all woken up. They understand the times. They see what's going. They're going to be leaving Europe and the Americas and going back to the lands of their ancestors' nativities. They're going back to Egypt. They're going back to Israel. They're going back to that area, because the center of motion is the Great Pyramid, and the whole world moves like in a circle around it. But this movement, rivers, flooding, earthquakes, volcanoes, the Phoenix phenomenon is going to terrorize Asia. And while all this is happening, the survivors are going to migrate. They're going to be coming in Carnival cruise ships. They're going to be coming in sailboats. They're going to be coming in Cessnas and planes, every way that they can to get over the Pacific and the Atlantic. They're going to get back to the lands of their nativity. It's going to be a 6-year process, this mass migration. Nostradamus saw it as well. He saw that everybody will be fleeing the West because in 2046, the next big event, Nemesis X object, Nostradamus is very clear, and the book of Revelation is clear as well with the second trumpet. The entire Western world will die. But it's not going to be the people that migrated. They're going to be safe. They're going to be in the Mediterranean. They're going to be in the area of the least motion. There's no more motion because the closer you are to the Great Pyramid, which was in the ancient world, the Axis Mundi. The reason they called it the Axis Mundi is because they knew it's the axis of the world. The closer you are to Egypt, the higher your survival percentage is going to be, because the closer you are to Egypt, the less the world is going to be moving around you. So the further you are from Egypt, the greater of arc you're going to be traveling. You don't want to be standing in Texas when Texas in a 2-hour period is going to get shoved 30 degrees north, because that means you're going to be enduring 100-mile-an-hour winds during an earthquake, during meteoric fallout, during red mud that's falling from the sky, during a horn blast from the sky that vibrates the ground with such intensity you can't run. You just sink into the ground like quicksand. So you don't want to be in that environment. The further you are away from Egypt, the greater the intensity and magnitude of this event will be.
Yeah, no, definitely it's very interesting. It really is. Just when you mentioned about something about the land moving, it made me think of something I'd written down. Well, one of your terms in syllabus is technolithic, and it made me think about how volcanoes could have been an ancient mine in the times of Titans or giants and stuff like that, and how it's a volcano now, but because it was dug out so much. I don't know, just a weird one.
There's a lot of evidence of strip mining throughout antiquity that was done by machines. This is where the term, see, I'm not the originator of this concept. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not the originator of almost 100% of the data that I divulge. All I'm really doing is bringing to the table all these old concepts that Scientifica has basically shelved, and I'm pulling them out. I'm pulling them back out for people to see, because this is what I have found in all these old books. And I have found that these things have already been thought for. They have already been researched. They have already been well documented. All I do on my channel is really bring them out. Now, the added flavor that I also bring to my research is the fact that I mathematically construct all my theories. I show them how they, the cycles and the epicycles. That is new. I did bring that to the table, but I kind of didn't invent that either. I mean, the references are clear. The angel of death appears every 138 years. An 8-year-old kid can study history and find all the events in history that line up with every 138 years and see that they're all similar. So I haven't really brought anything new to the table. It's this concept of technolithic was coined by a researcher named James O'Con. Technolithic, though, is basically the recognition that we have archaeological artifacts made of stone and stone materials that are so precise that only a more sophisticated engineering and technology could have produced them.
Just one sec, Jace. I'm just going to... And we're back. So, yeah, let's continue. Jason, actually, just while the sun is shining through the hatch on my boat, what have you noticed a change in the sun recently in the last 6 months to a year? I think I have. The color of it.
Well, I don't know. I don't really study it. Don't really pay attention. It's like one of those everythings I take for granted. I have noticed, and I've never seen this in my life. The moon. I noticed that the moon was traveling an arc of the sky I had never seen it in before, and I know I'm 30 degrees north latitude, north of the equator. So I know exactly where the plane of the ecliptic is in the sky. I can go outside any night and look at the plane of the ecliptic, and I can basically find Mars and Venus. This is easy to do. Been able to do this since I was a kid. And I know that the path of the moon will always be in a 5 to 10 degree path near Mars and Venus. This is the way it's been for thousands of years in the simulation. I don't know why it would change. Well, I saw it on the opposite end of the sky passing over, and I thought it was so weird. I said, but this isn't even right. And I got my girlfriend involved, got my neighbors involved. Like, look at this, man. This isn't normal. And everybody agreed. Yeah, you know what? I don't think I've ever seen the moon pass that far over either. But I mean, it was just an isolated incident. Didn't happen again. And then everything continued on.
Just
then we had
once.
that blood moon.
Just once, it was like that.
Yeah, and I was like, it's so weird. It was so weird, and I don't normally pay attention to those things because to me the entire sky is simulated. And but when the simulation itself starts breaking down, I try to find signs of entropy. If there's something going on that I need to know about or need to be aware about, but signs of entropy. This is the reason why, like prophets like Jesus told us that in the last days you're going to see signs in the sun and the moon and the stars. Well, that's an easy thing to predict because the last days mean right before the simulacrum is going to collapse. Jesus would have known that we're in a simulation. Jesus would have known that right before control systems collapse, they're going to begin behaving erratically. He would have known that. So it's easy to predict signs in the sun and the moon. So if you're seeing anomalies in the moon and anomalies in the sun, then that's just evident of where we are in the calendar.
Yeah. It's like when you're talking about anomalies or editing, let's say, it's one of my questions. I didn't actually have it written down, but have you ever seen some pictures or video of somebody just random, like in the street, and they'll be filming a bird, and the bird has frozen in the sky? Have you seen this before? It's like an edit.
Oh, no. I did see something very strange where people were showing a video of a street cam in China, and it showed a guy and a girl on a bicycle going by, and the bicycle wasn't they were in the air floating, sitting there. You could tell they were on a bicycle because they were holding handlebars, and the little baby was in a basket in the back of the bicycle, and you could see him pedaling and all that, but there was no bicycle in the footage, and they made a big deal about it in China. I saw that, but it's a pretty interesting deal. But I understand. Yeah, that's weird to see a bird like that, but these glitches in the Matrix have happened many, many times.
I just want to share. I'm just going to share my screen again. I've got a couple more slides to show you actually as well. But it is fascinating. It's like we talk about artificial intelligence, but personally, I think nothing artificial about it. It's a false word. It shouldn't be called. It should be foreign intelligence. Or you can elaborate if you like, Jason. But yeah, but it's some slides here about AI, and but also actually, Jason, going back to 1902, and I picked out. I've not asked you yet, but there's a society. Have you heard of Plus Ultra Society? And it was apparently Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, Walt Disney, a few others as well, were involved in this. I'll show you now. In this secret society, it kind of evolved from the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, let's say. Now it could be fiction or not. I'm not sure, but there is a bit of. I always talk about Tomorrowland, and it's kind of like where our money goes. I'll just put that slide back on, like, Klaus Schwab, etc. I don't know if you've looked into Walt Disney World, or what another theory from Wim that we all watch, the theory about Creator Earth, and his theory goes. It kind of links to you in a way, because he talks about another slide. Sorry, he talks about a parasitic, synthetic parasite, and his theory kind of goes along the lines of it comes from the Ben stone. Maybe it was in the Ark of the Covenant. We don't really know what it is. It was definitely. It's entered our reality. And created this AIX, or it's just fascinating, you know. But I just wanted to know what you thought about. Well, I've gone on a few topics there, but Tomorrowland, and let's just go back up to the other slide. Where is it? Can't find it now. But yeah, but about these characters, Nikola Tesla, 1902, and Jules Verne. That's where I was before, sorry. Let's go back to that. And it was what I wanted to know your opinion on Jules Verne and what he may have found underground. If I can find the slide. Here we go. Yeah, but about Jules Verne, because that was about 1874. He wrote Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Right here, From the Earth to the Moon.
Well, this is the second book, yeah. I don't know much about that.
Yeah. See, this third book, Jules Verne, From the Earth to the Moon, in 1902, the very first motion picture science fiction movie was From the Earth to the Moon. It was in 1902. It actually shows, you can Google this, the black and white is actually kind of creepy, but it shows that mankind has a voyage to the moon, man on the moon, and all that stuff. But that was 1902 that science fiction debuted with a trip to the moon. That's the name of the movie, A Trip to the Moon, based off the Jules Verne deal. I thought that was pretty interesting that it was 1902 when that happened.
Yeah, well, it's like this Sorry, I'm just go back. I've got way too many slides. I'm clicking on way too many slides.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg has always looked so weird to me.
He's an android. He looks androgynous, doesn't he?
Yes, he absolutely. His whole bone structure, facial structure. I am not. Yeah, he's got to be a clone. He's got to be something. And I'm not really into all that conspiracy stuff. I don't even talk about that on my videos about you know what? But to me, it's almost obvious with Mark Zuckerberg that there may be 2, 3, or 4 Mark Zuckerbergs all in operation, switching them out at different times. And because sometimes when he's being grilled by the Senate or congressional hearings and stuff, when he's being grilled, he's got this glassy look over his face, like he really doesn't know the script. He doesn't know how he's supposed to answer, and then all of a sudden it's like he receives a download, and then he just flows. But his facial expressions don't match what he's saying. And he's so weird to me.
And he's actually changed quite a lot, Mark Zuckerberg. He looked a lot different. He looked a lot more human maybe a few years ago. And it's like all these characters, bit off topic, but a lot of them seem to come back looking like an android with these black dark eyes. So have you noticed these dark eyes in people, like your president?
I've heard about it. I just don't know.
It's like the subject on screen right now, Black Goo and Black Goo AI, and I've again looked into this again, and the whole Black Goo AI, for me it may link to. So I'm just finding the slide. The Black Goo AI, maybe Wim's theory also is, so the Ben stone. I don't know what you know about the Ben stone. That was another question, but the Ben stone, the Black Goo AI, is that the invasion of the synthetic? I don't know. So what do you think about that?
Well, I don't know. I know the Ben stone is an ancient recognition of the capstone that is missing off of the Great Pyramid. The huge platform on top of the Great Pyramid is a recognition.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a recognition. And what's interesting is in Heliopolis, in the ancient city of Anu, which was Annu, was the original name. The Greeks later called it On, A-N. And then it was later in Macedonian times called Heliopolis. It's all the same deal. But the temple where the Ben stone was kept was in the mansion of the Phoenix. And this is mentioned in many history books.
Really? God.
Yes, it was. It was in the mansion of the Phoenix. It was the Ben stone. And the Ben stone, which is a miniature pyramid, is extremely integral to the function and use of the larger structure that's missing its Ben. The pyramid.
Yeah.
So you also notice that Ben stones always have a carving on them of an effigy of the Phoenix.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it there. Oops. Yeah, you can see it. I've just got to move the screen over. A sec. There we go. There we go. You can see the carving here. Yeah. The phoenix.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
I see it.
I tell you what, Jason, I'll send it to you by email. And I'll put the link to his channel in this also as well, because I must send you the channel. It's called God Give Lamsty. It's a strange spelling, but I'll send you the link to it because a lot of his work, like with this synthetic AI, and he talks about the Ben stone being the energetic center of our reality, and how his theory goes: every time they move it around, it causes a reset. Or there's something to it, I don't know, but it's a fascinating watch. Yeah, it's weird. Something you might be interested in.
Yeah,
but, yeah, it's like AI again. Like
the whole concept is interesting.
Yeah, there you go. That's but yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know why it said it was going, so I just turned it off and turned it back on. I don't know what.
Yeah. Well, right, there's another theory for you, okay, to sort of dig your brains a bit. And I was thinking about this, about the metaverse, about this deathverse, and what I'm thinking about, if they know this Phoenix thing's coming, are a few of them, are the Archons maybe, are they trying to get so many souls energetically trapped into this metaverse, so when this reset happens, they're going to try, I don't know if they're going to try and go somewhere, or it just makes me think about this metaverse and how and why they want people in it. What's your thoughts on the metaverse and what they're trying to do?
Well, in a prior video, I addressed the metaverse as basically being the new Sodom and Gomorrah type situation that we have. It's like an archetype. It's get billions of people involved in it, and it becomes so addictive because the only time they return to their shanty reality is when they actually see what their body looks like and the filth that they're now living in. They're not taking care of themselves. Their entire existence is in between visitations into the metaverse, because in the metaverse they can do what they want to do. They can experience every pleasure they want to experience, and they have all their friends, all their acquaintances, all their goals, and everything has now been transported into the metaverse. They no longer give a damn about reality. So in reality, their body begins to debilitate. They're basically just a battery now, and they stink. They're not taking baths and showers like they're supposed to. They're just absolutely addicted to putting that visor back on. And sometimes they even sleep with the visor on. And it's just I see a whole lot of people getting enamored with something like this because life sucks and it's boring. And we want to experience all kinds of things that we feel that right now we can't experience. So I can see people getting involved in that, and then instantly getting addicted to it when they see how real the virtual reality is. But this should be a lesson to errants. This should be a lesson to people who are awake, because if the state of our technology, when just 200 years ago we were at horse and buggy, if the state of our technology is now the development of not AI, but virtual reality systems that are so real that we can actually simulate sexual activities and endorphin and endorphin-late type activities and get addicted to those sensations in the VR world, that's pretty scary.
That's dangerous.
You need to look at the reality that you're in now. Maybe it's simulated too.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shout. That's brilliant. And it's just, I heard in the news last week, the first court case of an apparent RAPE, I'm not going to say it on this platform, has been committed in the metaverse. How about that? I've heard about stories about an older player, an older male player in there with a young character, and they're talking, and he goes, do you want to come and marry him? And he opens up a portal and he takes her away, and they can have sex or whatever. This is just so batshit crazy. It's dangerous. I think we all agree. I will never be using VR. It's just wild.
Well,
it really is.
The problem is that you're receiving digitized information optically and audio and through your audio factors. However, what else is in that visor? Are they also emanating some type of brainwave technology to make you more addicted to it, to heighten the experience?
Like theta brainwave. That's the alpha.
So they can the headset can also do that. In addition to that, it's long been known. It has long been known since the 1950s that subliminal implantation by bursting a single image in a video, that unless you stop the frames of the video and watch each frame, you won't know that image is in there. But the human eye catches it and it registers, and you think about it, and through video feeds, they can have all kinds of subliminal messages in there, putting it in. Yeah. I mean, that's what makes VR even more dangerous. If it was successful in the 50s and 60s and 70s in commercials on black and white television, think about
what's it going to be like in VR.
Yeah, how successful is it going to be in a VR video to implant thoughts in your head that are not your own, commands, key triggers, all kinds of things that will set you in motion. It would take no time at all to download into your brain a set of commands. Then it would take no time at all to send the trigger to you to go have you do things that you think are your own thoughts, but they're not.
It's funny. I heard you were on a podcast a couple of days ago. Wasn't that AlphaCast? It was the one after that with the American guy, I think. Or maybe it was someone else actually now. But
yeah, talking about Unindoctrinated with Jeffrey Daugherty.
Yeah, that was a guy. I enjoyed both podcasts; they're great. But there was one guest you were talking to. He watched Top Gun. Maybe it wasn't you. I don't know if it was someone else. I watched Top Gun. I watched Top Gun last night, right? It's actually quite good. I don't watch movies much anymore, but it was all right. But there's a thing about, I want to talk about MK Ultra programming, because I was watching it and I suddenly got really emotional, right? They were flying planes, and I know why. I don't know why, but I saw Tom Cruise was in his Maverick helmet, and I got emotional. It was a big wave of like emotion. I was like, why do I feel like I need to cry all of a sudden? It's like, what? Mm-hmm. But it was an emotional film, but that moment right there, it's like it re-brought back that movie from a long time ago with the emotional attachment to it.
Top Gun. That's it. They're genius at what they do. Hollywood, all of Hollywood is a psyops. You start learning about the rise of Spielberg, you know what I mean, and all these Jewish movie films.
George Lucas.
Oh my God! Yes. Once you research their back histories and you find out how they came up, I mean, the stories that they give, like Spielberg's story, is absolute bullshit about his comeuppance in Hollywood. I mean, these men were handed these assignments. Believe me, they have handlers. They know exactly what they're doing. These movies have an agenda. There's no doubt.
No, for sure. And it's a strange question now, actually. Well, not strange question, but it's like when I used to watch Kerry Cassidy. Don't watch her anymore at all. Like all the reptilian stuff, the alien, the space psyop. I've just totally detached. I cannot. I'm not vibrating with it anymore. I was a year ago, but now no. I think it's distraction personally. But it's like when Kerry Cassidy interviewed. Is it William Tompkins, the ex Secret Space sort of guy, and he talked about all the clouds being like Star Wars, and how if all the ships in the sky turned the cloaking devices off, it would be like something out of Star Wars. Now, I used to believe that, but I think it's just bullshit now, personally. But it's interesting, all these psyops, isn't it? So like you say, it's actually like AI. It's like AIX is, again, the space psyop. There's several, even the Antarctica one, which is one of my personal favorites. But what's down there, and I don't know. It's the amount. It's like a matrix within a matrix within another couple of matrices, isn't it?
Yeah, I see most Hollywood is absolutely doing the agenda of the elite. The elite are doing the agenda of our controllers. Now, our controllers want us desperately to look up. They want all human abductions, the mass vanishings of men and materials, villages, all all this weird UFO phenomena of erratic objects going through our sky that defy physics, that change their shape, change their velocities, change their opacity, all this, they want us, these are all distraction, because where we're supposed to be looking is down. There is far more real estate. There's far more real estate underneath us than there is on the surface of the world. We live on a thin skin. I said this in other videos. We live on a very thin skin. There's only about a 2 mile habitable range that humans can live in. That thin biosphere is nothing compared to everything underground. We can go hundreds of miles down and build 10 cities and have them completely spanned out. 10 separate infrastructures with their own geothermal heat, their own springs, their own fresh water, and completely locked away from each other without any contact. And those 10 civilizations underneath us would never even know the other 9 existed. Yeah, that's how much room. That's how much room is down there.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've actually done a bit of digging into. I do actually drive backhoes. I'm a backhoe operator. But I have looked into Agartha, what's underground, etc. And some of the caverns. I mean, I've looked into. Well, if we take the data from Antarctica to be true, then apparently there's 91 volcanoes under the ground, and all these things create geothermal caverns, which apparently. Oh, the reception. It might be better. It might work itself out. I need a drink actually.
Yeah, I can hear you good now. I missed the whole last 30 seconds.
Sorry, I'll start again. We're just talking about underground and what may be underground and how big some of these caverns may be. I was talking about Antarctica and how, if we believe the data, then there's apparently 91 volcanoes underneath the ice sheet. And if we look into base 211, Neuschwabenland, and the German travels there with the U-boats, etc. You know, I've looked into all of that, and it may very well be real. But like you say, what's underground? How big some of these caverns are? They are absolutely huge. Like the space underground is just immense. Yeah.
Yeah. So we could have there could be biospheres there based off bioluminescent organics, crops, agriculture, and technology that would blow our minds if we knew about it. That are so well guarded and so deep that you'd have to go through layers of security to reach those areas. And
I'm actually going to drop, Jason. I'm actually going to drop just because you mentioned that. When I was talking about Jules Verne earlier, I'm actually going to make a note of the timestamp now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop in. I've got a trailer from a Jules Verne movie, and it's quite a modern. It's not the old one. It's a modern movie, but the camera. It's all CGI, and they go underground, and there's dinosaurs, there's thermos, there's atmospheres. So I'm going to drop that in now just to show people. Because it's totally very real. All this stuff about even if you look at Admiral Byrd, he was a Mason, but like he talked about, there are a lot of stories about what's on. Yeah, I mean even some of the fossils and some of the caves, people get lost down and disappear, and national parks as well. You know, so yeah. Well, another question for you, Jason, is so after each reset, so say there's so the kings, let's say the kings of that time, so they go underground and say they survive. So do they keep carrying on their information? Do they keep their records?
Okay, that's a good question, because it needs to be understood that it's not every 138 years that Phoenix is feared at all. It's that's really like an epicycle. The big cycles are the ones the elite fear, and 2040 falls on that big cycle. It's huge, but it's not the every 138 years. The Phoenix phenomenon does not affect the entire world. And in my presentation, I show definitive evidence over and over and it's very discriminating, and it only affects a certain area of geography at a time. It's appeared in world history, recorded history. In those 44 times, only 4 times did Phoenix ever totally reset the entire world. And a couple times, it was only one civilization or one little geographical area at a time. It's very discriminating, and but believe me, if it would have been resetting the whole world every 138 years, we would have never recovered from that. We would, or at least steam engine technology. It's this time though, this is the end of the simulation. This is everything that's been independent in the past, like the periodicity of the dark satellite and what happens when it comes close to Earth every 394.5 years, going all the way back into things that's caused in ancient times. That is independent of the Nemesis X object every 792 years, what it does to our world. That's independent of the Phoenix phenomenon, which occurs every 138 years in different parts of the world. That's independent of the things that have been going on during the 144,000-day backtons of the Mayan long count. This is also independent of other cataclysm protocols that I have published in my Anunnaki homeworld book, different groups of objects that seem to be visiting our world at highly specific times. Now, what's happening now is all these independent series of phenomena are now basically coagulating and visiting Earth in rapid fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, back to back. 2040, 2046, 2052, 2061, 2070, 2106. It's all in rapid fire. We've never had that before. These have always been spread out. They've been spread out, but now it's not. This is what the apocalypse is. It's a concentration of all the timelines where finally, mathematically, they're all unfolding basically at the exact same series of events. Yeah. This is what's going on. So this is the one they fear.
Right. Yeah.
This is the big one. This is the one they fear. This is the one they're going to hide from. This is why they're building all their underground facilities, and they're getting ready to stock all their commissaries, because I have made it clear in my videos, they're not going to go down in 2040. The elite are going to have everybody jacked into this. It's going to be called something else. It's not going to be called the metaverse. That was just how to introduce the idea. Right. But by the time it's working and fully functional, it's going to be called something else. And they're going to have a large amount of the world's population neutralized doing that and living in an ultimate mental paradise where when they go in 2037 or in 2038, they're going to be safe. And they're going to go long before the Phoenix comes, and they're going to go as deep as they can, and they're going to spread out because they already know the Phoenix is going to hunt them out. And when it does, a lot of those facilities are going to be destroyed. A lot of those facilities are not going to make it, so the elite are going to spread themselves out. Now, some of them are going to make it, but they're not coming up after 2040. The facilities that they're preparing are designed for them to be down there 15 or 20 years. They're going to try and ride this whole period out. And they're going to stay down there, and then they're going to come up. And this is what Mother Shipton saw as well. She saw all these people, the kings of the earth and the elite, hiding from the 2 dragons that come back to back and destroy. She even timed it. She said that the first dragon will arrive to destroy the world 100 years after a second world poem. You can't get more specific than that. That's 2040. So the second dragon comes in 2046. It's the same thing Nostradamus says, and it's dated by Mario reading it in Nostradamus's hidden date index for his quatrains. All these destructions Nostradamus talks about are dated in 2 ways, and they produce 2040 and they produce 2046. This isn't me saying that. I just published it when I read it from Mario Reading's own books. So, and Nostradamus also mentions the Phoenix, except he mentions 1903 instead of 1902, which is really interesting because he's also off 1 year on the end. The 6,000th year is 2106, but Nostradamus called it 2105. So somewhere Nostradamus got off by a year, but that's fine. It's still a scientific bullseye. So the elite are going to go the elite are going to go underground. They're going to hide. They're going to do all that, but they're not coming up after 2040. They're going to stay down there for a very long period of time, and many of them are going to be wiped out underground. Yeah. It's the survivors that will come up during the middle of the apocalypse, during the Beast Kingdom part, and then. But even for them, it's too late, because then the Dark Archons will be here, and they don't need the elite. They never did. The elite have always been a substitute while the Dark Archons are gone. But since the imprisonment and the containment of the Dark Archons in the Dark Satellite, the elite has been basically the buffer between the controllers and the controlled humanity. But like I said, the elite are no longer necessary once 2052 comes. They have a lot of bad times coming, and I think they know it. I think they know it.
Yeah, I've only been awake a couple of years, but in a way, it's been the most exciting time of my life, learning all this stuff, you know. And it is fascinating to learn all this stuff. It's also weird the way that society is splitting, isn't it? You know, we're losing all our old friends, but we're creating new communities. You know,
that's true. But you know, the you say you've only been awake for 2 years, but really, there isn't the element of time doesn't attach to being awake. Once you're awake, you get it. You may not have all the knowledge that other people who have been seeing these things do, but being awake is a whole lot more than just understanding that you've been deceived. And being awake is the full realization that you're no longer asleep. And that's a fundamental change. And you can't attach time to that. Some people are gonna get the right details, but none of us have all the answers. None of us have all the data, have all the information, and we probably never will. It's the very fact of just acknowledging that, hey man, I woke up. I'm no longer asleep. I get it now. I'm awake. Because just to be able to make that self-admission is an admission that you're vibrating on a totally different frequency than those around you, than the collective, the establishment. And that's a hell of an accomplishment. You don't have to be awake 2 years. You could be awake 2 months, and you've done something that 90% of the rest of the world has not been able to do.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's nuts. It's it's nuts. Also, one more question. Yaldabaoth. What is Yaldabaoth? Or who is Yaldabaoth? Can you tell me a bit about that?
Yaldabaoth was probably just another
entity,
facet or an avatar of Yahweh. The desert demon that goes in the Old Testament by the epithet of Yahweh, that gave the Jews the covenant of death, which he calls the covenant of law, is totally different than the Abrahamic covenant. See, the covenant of Abraham was to all peoples, and it's only found in the book of Genesis. But starting with the book of Exodus, we have a different covenant by a different entity to a different people. And it's Exodus is a totally different story than Genesis. Genesis already secured all the truth, all the elements of the covenant between the creator, the benefactor, and the human race. All the elements of those promises are found in the book of Genesis. It is between basically Elohim, the Godhead, and Abram. And Abram was to be the father of many nations, and his offspring were to bless all peoples of all creeds, all blood. Now, Exodus is different. Exodus is a racial document. Exodus is a racial God. Exodus is a God that promotes genocide against other races. Exodus, if you read the elements of Exodus and the promises to the Jews from Yahweh, you will find a God that basically blesses you for taking the babies of your enemies and dashing their heads on stone, for killing the sons and daughters of your enemies because they're not Jewish, for selling your enemies as property and cattle because they're not Jewish and they don't want to serve you. If they don't want to serve you, you have my permission to invade their cities and sell off their wives. This is the God of Exodus. It's not the God of Genesis. This is why in my video presentations, I try to make people understand that, listen, there are 2 books you need to pay attention to. They are the Alpha and the Omega of the written word. And everything in between them is a construct of the demiurge Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth wrote and constructed Exodus all the way to Jude. The Old and New Testament is a product of a false God and a false reality. If you want to get to the core fundamentals of the relationship between human race and the human race's creator, then you only need to pay attention to Genesis and Revelation. The Alpha and Omega texts are the only texts that are really compatible. This is why the symbols in Revelation are very unusual. All these images and symbols in Revelation don't really make sense unless you compare them to the stories of Genesis, because you won't find the same symbols in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, all 1st and 2nd Samuel, Chronicles, all the way through the Old Testament. Those symbols are not revisited. The book of Revelation is very unique, but it has ciphers. Those ciphers and codes are basically understood when comparing them to the subject matter where those same symbols are found in Genesis.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting you just mentioned cipher, and this is something that I wanted, it just dawned on me now. So we talk about Lucifer, and we talk about Lucifer, and we talk about Lucifer, the bearer of light. We talk about Lucifer, and we talk about light being knowledge, don't we? Well, what are your thoughts on Lucifer? And have you heard about that character on the World Wide Web called Lucifer? It's Lou, L-O-U hyphen cipher with a Y. Have you heard about that? It's an interesting...
No, I haven't. I haven't. I don't know anything about him. But he's probably just a man. I'm not buying into him being the actual Lucifer. But
oh no, it's not the same person. It was just a sorry. It was a more sorry. I didn't really finish, but the Lucifer online, they were claiming to be an AI bot. Max Eigen was talking to them from the crowhouse.com. That was some years ago, but it just linked to that whole AI. There's one other character actually. It's my final question to you, but just that Lucifer thing in the bearer of light and all this stuff, it is just interesting.
Well, I mean, Lucifer, the whole concept behind Lucifer was that he was the light bearer, and that he had a responsibility in ancient times, and he took on more power than he was supposed to, and basically challenged the architect of the construct being this reality that we find ourselves in. Now, the story of Lucifer as reinterpreted through simulation theory, I can tell you about. But as far as Lucifer in the ancient traditions and ancient worlds, to me, it's just a bunch of frames of reference trying to describe a story that they had heard from even older times that were technological. So if I was to explain the Lucifer mythos in simulation term theories, we are confronted with something very simple. We are confronted with a simulacrum that was designed exactly like the one we live in. However, a Lucifer, whoever he was, stepped up and told the architect that he was wrong. That if you want to really find out how people are going to respond to different stigmata in a simulated context, then you need to introduce evil. You need to introduce pain. You can't run a simulation unless there are things to be fearful for. You need to simulate death. Now, this is from the context of beings that are immortal, because I believe that you, me, and everybody listening to my voice are actually immortals going through a very temporary experience. We're trapped in a simulation. We did this to ourselves. Sure. Now, I believe it's temporary. Yeah. Now, Lucifer is a personality in the ancient world that was technologically advanced that still exists on the outside of the simulacrum, and he basically introduced the idea of, look, man, your plan to develop all these systems and to learn about how humans are going to create new philosophies and new sciences and maybe solve the problems we can't solve because we're stuck in our own paradigms. This is why the simulacrum was designed. If we let them go, I says, are they really going to benefit if we don't also introduce the darker aspects of our reality? So this is the story of Lucifer. So Lucifer was not allowed to contaminate the real world. He was only allowed to build his own simulacrum. And when he built his own simulacrum, he introduced AIX. And AIX is the factor that doesn't originally belong. AIX is the Satan adversary factor that wasn't supposed to be a part of the program, but became part of the program. So because this became a parasite program that started to believe itself as a god, it required a redeemer to come into the program itself and set the captives free. But that freedom, that redemption came at a price. That individual couldn't do it from the outside of the simulacrum. He had to come in himself and be contained here as well. And he's the one that instigated the building of the Great Pyramid Project, because it was the flashed burn programming from the explosion in the King's Chamber that imprinted this new coding into the holography that AIX cannot defend against, which is the collapse protocols that will bring the whole house down. Because in bringing the collapse of the simulacrum, it will automatically free those that are confined within it. And this is why in the prophetic narratives, it says that the chief cornerstone comes to set the captives free. That's pretty much the whole mythos in a nutshell.
I heard a really interesting story. I'm not going to tell it because I actually had a live stream taken down when I was telling the story. No, sorry, a podcast on Podbean. But I was telling the story about, there's a story about John D. Rockefeller and how he was wheeled into one of those lodges. I've got to be careful with my words, talking about the Masonic builders. But he was wheeled in, and a couple of people in the audience, in the lodge, in attendance, said they could literally feel the air got colder when this guy was wheeled in. He was like albino skin, looked on death's door, you know. But it's like these dark. It's like, what's the word? There's another analogy. It's like this. It's like what you talked about with auric fields and the aura, and it's like when we talk about the best analogy is when say you go around to a friend's house and you walk in a room and you see a friend and their husband or their wife, and they say you could cut the air with a knife because of the negative energy, and it's probably because they just had a big argument. You know, and the thing about negative energy and how it is very real, you know, in the ether, you know.
Yeah, there's people do put off those auric fields, man. You wear your past, you wear your information, everything you've ever learned, you wear it basically as an informed field. Everywhere you go, people come in contact with it. You don't have to speak to somebody. You can pretty much gauge somebody by basically off intuition. Your gut instinct about somebody is usually 100% right.
Yeah. I totally agree. It's one of my favorite skills. Being quite intuitive. I really do enjoy it. It's good. I like it. So yeah. I'm just going to share my screen one more time because I want to sort of finish. Well, there's a couple of things actually. There's one more thing. There's a character. I'm not sure. I'm really interested, and I know a lot of my viewers, people watching Paul, wants to know. What do you know a character called Janus? IA or AI? Do you know? Do you know about it? He's a two-faced or three-faced god from a Roman period.
Yeah, it's a Roman period. Janus. He's two-faced. One looks in the past, one looks in the future. He's basically the origin of the month of January. The face looks past over the past year, and one face looks toward the new year.
Yeah, because I've got a friend with a channel. I'll send you his channel. It's very interesting. He's very well researched in this, especially in etymology and stuff. But he's done a lot of work on this character called Janus, and his original name was IA, which is obviously the inverse for AI, and it's quite an interesting. It's quite an interesting. His research seems to find Janus everywhere, like everywhere, and it's just. I just wanted to put your opinion.
I've read the Gnostic books of Yao. And IA is in there. It's just another variant of JEO. It's the books of Yah. IA is just the Grecian form to the old Semitic Yah, which would be like Yahweh.
But IA. Yeah.
Yes, IA is found. It would even go back to the 14th century BC when the ancient Israelites escaping Egypt were worshiping Yah, which was IA, and then Io. From the Io was an ancient Egyptian goddess, a cow goddess, also called Hathor. This is the origin of the word Ionians. The ancient Greek nations called the Ionians in Asia Minor. This is Io. This is because they were descendants of Israelites that were worshiping basically Yo, which was Io, which was the memory of the cow goddess Hathor of ancient Egypt. This is also where the Jews got their Yah from. And it was IA. He's absolutely correct. I never would have associated that to Janus, but then again, I never really had much. By the time the Romans came on the scene, all the gods were old. So this is why there's no original Roman gods. The Romans copied everything from the Greeks and the Etruscans.
Yeah, I've heard some things about the Roman Empire and how I remember when I was young in school go into a Roman fort, and it's the only one for miles. And I thought to myself, where are all the other Roman forts? Because there's only one. But I've heard lately a lot of things about just how big the Roman Empire was. How big was it? Or what's your opinion on it? Thoughts?
Well,
it's quite a strange one.
I don't know if there's a lot of mystery there, because when you're dealing with empires, they use the outer provinces as bastions against perceived even more distant enemies. So you don't have a lot of Roman architecture the further away you get from Rome, but the actual city of Rome and different Roman cities in Italy and Sardinia and those cities are fantastic. We're talking about miles and miles and miles and miles of architecture. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just put my light on. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, we have the remains of Hadrian's Wall, but it wasn't even occupied very long before they abandoned that. There was no real way the Romans were ever going to keep back the tides of Celts, Picts, Britons, the descendants of the Angles, the Jutes, and the Saxons. They were all in Britain and giving the Romans hell. That little wall that Hadrian built really was inadequate. It was more symbol than anything else. So it's you just don't see a lot of Roman. You don't see a lot of Roman architecture too far away from Rome. You see a lot of the Baroque and the Burgundian, the Gothic architecture. These were the. I mean, I don't know why people are really fixated on Roman architecture when the German architecture was so much better. The Byzantine architecture, the Greek Orthodox, the Byzantine. That you've seen Moscow. What Moscow looks at, how Moscow looks. That's the Orthodox architecture. That's the Byzantine architecture.
Really?
It's the closest thing to what is being promoted as the Tartarian architecture is the Byzantine style. With the mix of the Baroque and the mix of the Gothic. Yeah, it's I mean, we don't have a lot of examples from the old world. Earthquakes have done away with so much of it. So I really don't know. Architecture is not really my thing. It's unless the architecture was employed somehow chronologically, like you've heard of the Rennes Chateau in France.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's so many different mysteries, so many different castles. I still don't even have a map. I have a map sorted somewhere in my studio. I've got like 60 of them done. The locations of all the castles that are absolutely known to have existed before the 16th century. So I need to find that map because I need to add to it. It's just I'm really wary about trying to Google those sources because I really don't know how authentic they are. But that would be a study that I would like to do, just to find out just how many actual fortifications are still found throughout Europe that date before the 16th century. So I don't know. It's something I need to get into. But there's
So I heard you comment on just a recent video about, and I've been there to the Amazon, and it's how all this ground penetrating radar is finding all of these huge civilizations and cities under the Amazon. I think, it's nuts.
Yes, we're not. We can't. Yeah, but it's a totally different architectural style too than the Roman, the Tartarian, the Gothic architecture. Totally different style. It's very unique to the Americas, but it does have some pretty strong Phoenician elements, as if the architects had been stranded here from the Mediterranean. And we do have traditions. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but we have traditions of entire fleets leaving Libya during different persecutions, and they left Libya just full of Egyptians, Jews, and Libyans, and they just disappeared into the Americas. At the same time, we have traditions of the mighty Toltecs taking in new blood, building all these cities. And what's strange is the Aztecs even admit that their ancestors built all those cities. The Aztecs did not. The ancestors of the Aztecs were the Toltecs. The Tolteca are the ones that built these fascinating pyramids and pyramid cities all throughout Mexico. Megalithic architecture, some of it's Heliolithic. I don't know if it's Technolithic, but it is pretty precise. But what's fascinating about it is the Aztecs were very willing to come off the information that the Toltecs were taller and they were bearded. That is something that Native Americans are not. But at the same time the Toltec Empire was being built, this is when all these massive fleets from the Mediterranean were vanishing. They were escaping persecutions from Egypt and Rome. And they just, not only them, but the Mauritanians did the same. Very few people know the stories of King Juba and how he took on the Romans. But he lost. But a lot of the people of Mauritania in northern Africa, they just got in their ships and they just disappeared from history. I believe, and so do other researchers like Barry Fell and David Hatcher Childress, we believe that the evidence shows very clearly from all the artifacts that have been found in North America and then in Mexico that all these people from the Mediterranean reappeared in the Americas.
Yeah, I heard a story. I think it's in the Utah. I think it's in the Utah mountains. About the Viking. Is it maybe Utah? Some of the Utah, Nevada. I'm not sure. But the story of a Viking ship being found in a cliff face. Like what's that doing there? It's.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that.
Or Scythian.
There has been a wooden ship found in Death Valley, and Native American Indians would lead tourists to that place. It's in Death Valley. It's inexplicable. It's a wooden ship. Don't know what it's doing there, but it's not the only one. In Peru, underneath a mountain in Peru, has been found a very unusual ship with skeletons still chained to the galley. Galley slaves were rowers. It's like a trireme. It's been found. Another one was found right outside of Bern, Switzerland, in the mountains, inside of a mountain about 400 foot depth in a cavern, a totally perfectly preserved wooden ship laying on its side with human skeletons and symbols that we can't translate. Ships have been found many times inside or underneath mountains, but it's not unusual to find things under mountains. The Calaveras skull and the skeletons of 8-foot tall people were found in California everywhere in the area of Calaveras. It's a famous find, the Calaveras skull. But mountains aren't, it's only mysterious if you accept the uniformitarian view of history. But if you're a catastrophist like me and you understand that whole continents can be lifted out of the water in minutes, none of this is mysterious. Because during Phoenix episodes, that's exactly what has happened. Tiahuanaco, Lake Titicaca, Pumapunca, they're at 14,000 foot elevation.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been to Lake
14,000 foot elevation. Lake Titicaca has marine life forms that are not found anywhere else in the world. But marine biologists can identify where they all came from because there's sharks in that water. It's a freshwater lake, but it used to be a part of an ocean. Those oceanic creatures had time to adapt to fresh water because it still stayed at salt water. And what I'm referring to is the fact that in 1687 BC, that entire shelf of the Andes rose 12,000 feet above sea level. The reason we know this is because a lot of those ancient cities, archaeologists have found the quays, they have found the wharfs, they have found the fossilized incrustations of a former coastline all through the Andes at the same elevation, and they knew that at one time this was sea level. But the fact that there's human architecture like the Lucar Mata pyramid and the pyramid and the Gate of the Sun and the city of Tiwanaku, the reason this architecture is there is because during a cataclysm, that entire area was shoved 12,000 feet into the sky. At the same time that a huge Pacific continent that some people call Lemuria sank, and only the highest point, and only the highest points remain visible above the Pacific, which is Easter Island, Melanesia, Micronesia. Yes, Hawaii, Micronesia, Melanesia, Polynesia, and Easter Island, all throughout Oceania, are the highest points of that former continent. The rest of it went straight underwater. Yeah. More evidence that that continent exists is the island of Yap. The island of Yap has gigantic city structure that has long been known to archaeologists, and there are hundreds of pictures in many different books about the island of Yap. It's called the City of Metallinen. No one knows who built it. It's built out of gigantic basalt columns. It's very sophisticated. It had aqueducts and canals, and it was a huge sprawling city. But only part of that city is known today, and it's slanted like the whole area just broke up in upheaval, and most of it's under the Pacific now, but some of it is still extending above the coast, and archaeologists have been able to check it out. It's very interesting. I learned about it in the Books of Lost Cities series by David Hector Childress. But then I found out that other books had also been talking about the island of Yap and the ancient city of Metallinen. This whole Pacific continent just sank. And this is where all these island chains came from. That's why these island chains have megalithic and Heliolithic architecture that could have never been built at those locations if they had been islands from the beginning, because it requires sophisticated land-based, landlocked infrastructure to build these type of structures like on Easter Island. But we don't have that today. Today they're surrounded by water with no forests.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good point about Easter Island. It's a how you explained it about it makes perfect sense. It really does. It makes perfect sense. You know, it's how those weird statues got on that island. You know, it explains it.
Yeah, but when those statues were being quarried, they weren't statues. Excuse me. When those statues were being quarried, that wasn't an island. It was a landmass.
It was a continent.
Large one.
Yeah.
Yes, it was the common denominator. See, archaeologists had noticed early on that the workshops where there are still those statues in situ that have not been removed from the basement lava rock, the workshops were abandoned rapidly. Hammers and chisels were laid out as if men dropped them right where they were and then ran for their lives. This is very interesting because the same thing has been found at Baalbek in Lebanon. The same thing has been found in all the copper mines of Michigan. Michigan and Ohio, the Great Lakes area, have extensive copper mines where copper is found in nature on the surface. Whole cave systems have been carved out. Well, all the workshops were found, and all their hammers and chisels and all their stuff was just laid out like they just ran for cover. I've isolated in my published books about 6 or maybe 7 different areas of the ancient world that archaeologists have found that in the middle of building these places, all of a sudden all the workshops were terminated. Everybody just disappeared. All the tools and everything is still laying out for archaeologists to examine. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I know what happened. It was the year 1687, and it was a Phoenix episode. And there are many historians like W.J. Perry, almost 100 years ago, wrote a 500-page book just about this 1 year in history when all the old Bronze Age civilizations collapsed at the exact same time. It was 1687 BC. Yeah, he nailed it.
Yeah, I'm just going to read out a quote. 'Cause I think I'm going to have to go soon because I've got to get up for work in the morning quite early. But it's a quote from Plato. Again, it's one question for you, Jason, quickly. Should we believe all these Greek philosophers and what they say, or not? Is it just scripted?
I don't know, man. I found a whole lot of value. I found a lot of value in Anaximander, Anaximander, Thales of Miletus, Diodorus Siculus, Strabo. I've read them all, and I found great value in there. I mean, they are relating the world as they knew it from the frames of references that they had back then. Yeah, these people were alive. They're our ancestors. Yeah. I think they provided great value, but I also think that the majority of their writings have been censored and lost. We have references not just to Plato and what he says about Solon. We don't have any writings from Solon. Everything we have from Solon is straight from Plato. So, Aristotle, Aristotle. Yeah, sometimes he exhibited signs of genius. Posidonius. Yeah, these men I've read, these Crantor, a chronologist, man, there's so much value to be derived from them. But no, you can't say that these men knew the truth. They just knew the truth as it was presented or perceived by them at that time. But we do have evidence from that time period, especially from like Heraclitus the Obscure. Heraclitus was so advanced in his theories that the rest of the Greek world did not know how to take it. Other Greek researchers and philosophers left him alone. In fact, Socrates in around 600 BC was asked by his own students, what do you think about the writings of Heraclitus the Obscure, which is interesting because it dates Heraclitus to an even earlier period. It dates Heraclitus to a period where you would think there wasn't anything technologically advanced or anything advanced at all. But Solon answered, and he said that I don't understand Heraclitus's writings everywhere when I read them. But what I do understand is so excellent that what I don't understand, I have faith is equally good. That's a profound compliment from Solon to Heraclitus, to have so much faith in this guy's research that what you don't even comprehend about his research, you're pretty much guaranteed is right. You just don't understand it. So this is yes, there were men among the Greeks, man, I have a lot of respect for. These people were original thinkers. And I think that method of thinking began to die out with René Descartes. After René Descartes, man, people just weren't thinking on that level anymore. They weren't producing the literary works. I mean, we have a scientific document that is 7,350 lines of poetry. And people today don't even know it. It was written 2,100 years ago by Lucretius. I read the whole thing. Lucretius in 55 BC published on the nature of the universe. That poem is awesome. It's got Phoenix episodes in there. It talks about earthquakes being happening in mathematical precise cycles. This is a poem that was written by a Greek scientist. So when I read people today, when they try to denigrate the Greeks and say, oh, that's bullshit, that's coming from the perspective of somebody who hasn't read anything. You haven't read these works. If you haven't read Ovid's Metamorphoses, you don't know what ancient science is. If you haven't read Lucretius, Pliny the Elder's Natural History is a scientific document. It is fantastic. And then the men that came after them, they owe their erudition to these men. Tacitus and Tatian and Plotinus and Cicero. These men, I've read them all. And if you can't, I mean, for these guys in modern YouTube channels that are denigrating the ancient Greeks and these early Roman writers, it tells me that you haven't read them. Because if you did, you would be astonished at the concepts that you accept today as true. They already derived these conclusions. even the idea that we're living in a false reality was something the Greeks beat up. They used to have debates about this.
Really?
Yeah, I have nothing but the highest respect for the early and the mid Greek writers. Nothing but the highest respect for them. You'll never hear me denigrate them on my channel.
Yeah. No, for sure. No, cool. There is one quote. I was actually trying to find it, and we'll have to finish up in a minute. But there was a quote by a Greek philosopher. I can't remember it exactly, but I'm paraphrasing. But it's like, the closer you get to the end of a civilization, the crazier the laws get, and that's where we're getting to now, isn't it? It really rings true to me, that quote.
Yeah, that I can't place that one.
It's something.
It's absolutely true. It is true. I can't place who would have said that. Or
I can't remember.
It's I probably have it in my notes. That's the problem. I have an abundance of data. It's not that I'm lacking anything. I have too much, and I get bogged down because as soon as I start data mining my own files to do a video and pull something out, one piece of information that I come across has nothing to do with what I'm looking for, and it sends me down another 5-hour venture through other files, and that's why my videos are so sporadic.
Begun. The Clone War has.
Now then, guys and gals.
Hello, welcome. It's EKOM Friday. Although this might go out on a Sunday, but we have Archaix, JasonArchaix number 2 this evening. I have been planning this episode for a couple of weeks. Titans, what else? Titans, King Arthur, Dragons, Britain, Albion, Alba, Scotland. We're going to have a real look at some megalithic sites. We're going to look into the edge of Europe over to Anatolia. My voice is a bit hoarse today, so excuse the voice. I've been working 13 hours today, shouting on the motorway. Anyway, so I'm going to send Jason a link and I'll ping it over to him. There we go. Jason will join us shortly, although I will stop this in a minute as I'm rambling. Anyway, sit back, enjoy. It's going to be a couple hours, I think. We've got a lot to talk about, so it's Esoteric Night of Malta and JasonArchaix. What an event. So welcome, Jason. How are we? How's America?
Oh, it's pretty good. Yesterday was the first day we had temperatures below 95 degrees.
Good.
And
what we're getting in the UK is, I call it tripocalypto weather, where you got this really low blanket of cloud, really low, and it's hot and windy, and it's weird. It's just, we're not getting to that, but we know what it is, So so today, what we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about Albion, Britain, and maybe Titans. I've also been doing quite a lot of research today on King Arthur.
really?
Arthur, I mean, it's an interesting. It reminded me. I did some research today, and the end of the summation I got to, it sounds very like it was in the story of Nimrod. In a way, it's like the Bible. It's like it was written by Gregory of Monmouth, the story. But then when Gregory of Monmouth died, he left a note saying that was all BS, pretty much. So we don't know. It's very interesting. I've done a lot. I've even been looking into Merlin, the magician, the wizard. Fascinating. It is great story, but how much of it is fiction, I don't know. But it's interesting. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Historiam Regum Britanniae is a book that I studied. I was very intrigued by that book. And it was very obvious when I first read that book. That's the History of the Kings of Britain by Geoffrey of Monmouth, the very text you're talking about. When I read it, the title's in Latin. It's Historia Regum Britanniae. And it's a really good book, but yes, it's very obvious that this is a Christian redaction of older histories, and that becomes a problem because now we have to weigh fact and fiction. We have to figure out what Christianized parts of that history were introduced and pretty much overlaid an actual summation of history that had happened, because this is what a lot of Christian writers did. They took original traditions and beliefs about a certain geographical area, and in order to make them more plausible for the people and introduce Christianity at the same time, they rewrote those works, Christianized them. But the only reason it was successful is because the common folk already knew these stories, meaning that there are elements to truth to Historia Regum Britanniae and many other texts from Britain and Ireland, Scotland, Cornwall, Wales, Isle of Man. They're very rich in tradition, but you have to remove the Christian dressings before to get to the actual details.
Yeah.
So
it's
funny you mentioned that book, because that's one of the most obvious ones from British history.
The book you're talking about, I did hear that, the history of the British kings, I think Kings of Britain. I heard that book mentioned in the research that I was doing on King Arthur today. Have you heard about John Mandeville? I'm sure you have.
Yeah, but to me, he's science fiction.
He's
like, I've come across Mandeville and dismissed him almost immediately.
Really? Yeah.
Very highly imaginative. I don't believe he visited the places he said to have visited, because those aren't the things he would have saw there. Yeah.
No, I just thought it was interesting. What he talked about was it is very sci-fi. Almost what he's talking about.
For the time period it was. And books like that were very common. John Mandeville's book is only one of many that survived from the time period that when he was writing. Now, another reason why it's fiction is we have definitive records from that time period of what was going on in the world at that time. And his was like, a lot of creative license was employed to basically people didn't mind reading that material because they knew it was fantastic. They knew it was probably BS, but the world was a very dark place at that time. There, no matter where you traveled, you had survivors burying people who were dying from bubonic plague. During the entire life of Mandeville, the bubonic plague was basically decimating the world. The plague kept popping up in different places all over. That whole period was traumatic in the human experience. And no matter where he traveled, he would have come across plague.
Yeah.
It was a crazy time. It was a crazy time for real.
I'm just gonna share. That's not the right one. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to share a picture. But I got the wrong window of John Mandeville. But yeah, it was just an interesting. What he's talking about. It was the 40-foot. It was the 40-foot rib bone of the giants, and that could lead us on to what you mentioned. You know, that the Titans were from that Mesospheric period, the Mesosphere, the vapor canopy, and the really. I was thinking about this in my head. There isn't really such a thing as a giant, is there? They are just men of a different era from. Do you know what I mean? Going down in size.
Well, Rob, being gigantic is purely a matter of perspective. Let me give you an example. The basic racial stock of Europe and the Emerald Isles, the 10 Isles, the Isles of Albion, whatever you want to call by whatever ancient name, ancient Britain, in Earn, which was we have the records of Aristotle 24 centuries ago. He had called them Brittany, Erin, and I can't remember the other one, but Aristotle had 3 different names for that area. You know what? It was Aristotle said it was the Britannic, Albion, and Earn. Those are the 3 main groups of Britain, Ireland, and the Isle of Man. But and in Aristotle's time, it was widely known from the right around the life of Aristotle, Posidonius the navigator, he wasn't really a navigator. He was a passenger on a ship that went way up into northern Europe. They believe, historians believe that he wrote about the Temple of the Hyperboreans. They believe he wrote about Stonehenge, the people of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. He traveled real far. His name was Posidonius, and he wrote all his travels for the ancient Greeks. And it was a very popular record. But this name Albion that Aristotle used was actually far more ancient, and Albion was an isle of giants. So you still with me?
Yeah, sorry, mate. Do you know what I'm doing? I had loads of photos, but I'm opening them to try and share them as you're talking, but I'll just stop. It was a photo of Stonehenge, but yeah, carry on.
I mean, there are mythological attachments to it that we would never be able to prove, such as the fact that it is said that Albion was an actual giant who came to occupy the area, and that he was the son of Neptune himself. Now, there's no way to verify that. There's no records that go back to a family where Neptune was a participant. We just have a lot of legends. But Neptune was one of the gods, and the giants were descended from gods, and this is a common motif in civilizations all over. But the matter of perspective is the racial stock of that area of the world before others moved in was Iberian. The Iberic racial stock is widely known. These people were 4'8" to 5'2". So when 6'7" and 7'5" invaders got off these dragon ships, these huge ships that got eyeballs painted on them, and these sails that got faces on them, and dragons and wings and serpents, and these serpent people called Tech Don, House of Don, or House of Dan, however you want to call them, later known as Tuatha De Danann, or people of the goddess Danu, when they landed on these ancient shores, there was a recognition that these people had been here before. This is what a lot of the Christian writers gloss over. In Ireland's own traditions, the Tuatha De Danann, when they landed in ancient Ireland, and they made war with the Firbolgs, which were giants. This was a return of an ancient people who had left Ireland and now came back. But by the time they came back, somebody else had come to occupy the area. They were called Firbolgs, but they were probably kin, because even in Irish traditions, like the Annals of Clonmacnoise, the Cycle of Kings, the Annals of Clonmacnoise, the Irish Book of Invasions, it's acknowledged that they still could communicate, meaning they spoke the same language. They were merely centuries apart now. So the same story is told of Britain. I mean, Britain had the Fomori, and Ireland had the Firbolgs, but there was intermarrying among them, and the common denominator was they were gigantic and heroic of size. Now, we can always go back to the old newspaper articles of the 1600s, 1700s, and 1800s, and early 1900s, and you will find that giants have been excavated everywhere throughout Ireland and England. And it's just like in the United States. When the United States was doing all the expansionism, when it was doing all its excavations, what happened? Every single time somebody found something, they reported it to the Smithsonian Institution, wherever you want to call it today, and they disappeared. The bones disappeared. But in Europe, it was slightly different. In Europe, it was a different situation, because in Britain and in Ireland, we had the cultural situation of a very ancient belief that the bones of giants contained ancient magics. And although Christianity has pretty much watered this down and covered it up, all the way up until World War II, it was very common for different types of brews and concoctions to be made in Britain and Ireland. And if anybody could bring a local witch or a herbalist, anything that they even said was from the bones of giants, so that had marrow in it, that had the life force of the ancient giants, it was quickly used up. They even dug up tombs if they were rumored to be of gigantic people. The locals would dig up tombs because they believed that the bones of giants maintained medicinal properties. So it is a very old tradition going back many centuries that giants' bones never lasted anywhere because locals were using them up. Locals used them for medicinal properties. They believed they had healing properties, so they didn't care about preserving the giants' bones. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. There are books And like I said, when I edit this video, I'm gonna throw these book titles in there.
Yeah, too.
There are books that are from the United Kingdom, authors from the United Kingdom that I've studied that have blown my mind with such erudition. The amalgamation from so many different sources, and one of them is by Catherine Briggs. Her book is called the Encyclopedia of Fairies, Sprites, Bogies, Elves, Trolls, Dwarfs. Her title actually names about 9 different like offshoots of Nephilim, or offshoots of giants, what the giants have become, the hags, and then the hags have become the fairies, elves, all that. Well, anyway, it's Catherine Briggs, the Encyclopedia of Fairies. She gives a very fantastic rundown of ancient UK traditions and histories, and cites all these books that you wouldn't even realize that have survived from the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th century. Obscure books that she has visited libraries of the nobility who share their libraries with her, man. It's just really fascinating reading. It's like a 700-page book, but it's worth it. It's the size of an encyclopedia. But Catherine Briggs, Encyclopedia of Fairies, I would definitely encourage people to read that. She gives a lot of information about the Firbolgs and the Fomorians, the 2 different races. Now, like I said, it's a matter of perspective. If you're a member of an Iberic stock people that don't get over 5'2", and your giants among your own culture might make it to 5'5", but they would be very, very rare. And then you see 215 long ships with oars that look like mini hands, this giant dragon floating on the water, and it just belches forth 45 men, and each one of these men is gigantic in full battle regalia. They got iron helms that go up even higher, and they're brandishing weapons, and they take the skins off the side of the dragon, which are round shields that are all put together on the side of these Phoenician-like ships with these dragon heads painted on them. This would terrify you.
Yeah. Is this a tribe of Dan you're talking about, or could it? It sounds like
they had many names in the ancient world.
Right.
In Ireland. In Ireland, they were Tegnon, they were Tuatha Danann, and these are the exact same people who sailed through the pages of Homer's Iliad during the war that Mycenae had laid siege to all the cities of Ilium. They were trying to secure the Black Sea trade in the Mediterranean. This series of events is what initiated the Mediterranean Dark Age for 300 years. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. But these people went by many names throughout ancient times, and their landmarks always have DN, DIN, like Denmark, the Danemark, the Denland. These people surveyed all of Europe, but they basically settled in Ireland, in ancient Ireland, which is interesting because about 800 years before that, they had come from the exact area of the world. I don't know if they had left for cataclysm reasons or whatever, but they left everything behind, and the only people that were in Ireland for about a 400 or 500 year period were the people of Iberic stock. And these people were all over Europe and the Mediterranean. These are a very Iberian people. They're just swarthy skinned. They wrinkle really fast. They don't have long lives. The Vikings called them Skraelings, but the Norse would call them Skraelings. But they were found all throughout Europe before there were any other cultures that moved into the area. So it's But there was a third group. Go ahead.
Can you see the screen? I'm sharing my screen.
I can see it.
Yeah, you know what that is. Just talking about Ireland, and this place is fascinating. Okay, I'm just going to drop another picture in because during my research into King Arthur today, okay, so I've got to share my screen again. Something weird's going on with my media player.
Newgrange, Silbury Hill.
Well, mate, that's the one I've got. I just found out this today about Silbury Hill. I've got, here we go. So you see the picture on screen. That's Silbury Hill, and I was watching a documentary on King Arthur, and they were talking about what might be buried within Silbury Hill. I didn't know this. Was it the god of the the king of the sun, or the god of the sun. I'm not sure, but there seems to be something inside Silbury Hill. What do you know about that, Jason?
Well, this is Silbury Hill, Stonehenge, Karnak, like Durrington Walls, Newgrange. These are all the relics of an infrastructure that existed during the vapor canopy. These are far more ancient than the history that we were discussing in this video about the giants. It's yes, this is a technolithic era. It is much older. It's vapor canopy period. Like Newgrange, Stonehenge basically have the same start dates, about 3163 BC. This is Stonehenge 1 and the very first monuments that are erected at Newgrange. This megalithic, all these anomalies don't really make sense to us astronomically because it was vapor canopy period. Now, these huge megalithic sites recorded like where the sun would rise and where it would set at certain types of year, but you couldn't really see the sun. You could just see a light area of the sky during the vapor canopy. But it's this period was really before any historical. We don't have any writings other than references like the books of Pharaoh. And people have to they got to let me make it. I can't pronounce all these names, but the books of Pharaoh were the ancient druidic histories of the world before the flood, according to the druidic faith, what they taught the ancient Celts. So we don't have any actual writings from the United Kingdom that go before the flood. But there's a lot of evidence that what we call of is the day the sky fell, the great flood, the vapor canopy. We have a lot of evidence that it didn't really affect the United Kingdom area like it affected me. United Kingdom area, Australia, parts of South America, they just weren't affected by the great flood like the rest of the world was. And you have to understand, I don't subscribe to a whole world was flooded, everybody died, only 8 survivors. I don't subscribe to the mythological Christianized version. I just don't. The Judeo-Christian version. There's too much evidence of survivors. The very fact that we have flood traditions by different cultures, different blood types all over the world in different geographical areas is evidence to me that there were many survivors. It was flooding all over the world, but it wasn't that the whole world flooded. Big distinction. Yeah. Big distinction. But
I'm just sorry. I wish I didn't quite have time. I've got so many photos for what we're going to talk about, but they're in no order. And some weirdly, my media, it's just some technotronic gremlins, I think. But I just the picture on screen before this one. Funny, Jason, you were talking about how people. This is Nimrut in Turkey, by the way. It's on top of a mountain, huge mound. I'll put that picture on now. This one here, you see it in the background. And there's apparently is that the burial of Nimrod? Apparently under there, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't know. But it's something you're talking about. When I spoke to you last time, you were talking about how everybody will seem to sort of migrate back to this area around Egypt, Turkey, maybe. So guess I'm leaving the UK in about 3-4 weeks on my boat, and guess where I'm going? I'm going to that part of the world, mate. So yeah, I'm sailing there. So
you're
what's that?
You're going to Hattusis and are you going to the ancient sites in Turkey?
Well, I will be. Yeah, so I'm going to start another documentary channel. I'm actually in YouTube jail right now. I'm out of jail tomorrow. But yeah, I'm gonna sail my boat there. I did scuba diving, so I'm gonna go get GoPro. I'm gonna do some underwater filming because there's a lot. Apparently, there's a lot. I did scuba, right? And apparently, you're not allowed to scuba dive on your own without a Turkish scuba diving accompanying you because of people taking stuff off the seafloor, artifacts and stuff. So yeah, I'll be heading to like Malta, Turkey, Egypt, even like North Syria as well, probably a little bit. So it's going to be an interesting time over the next year. I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, I would love to go to Turkey. Turkey Turkey is absolutely rich in archaeological material. But I mean, everything is going to be restricted since the days of Ron Wyatt, who did a bunch of excavations in Turkey and all that. They've hammered down on that. You're not going to go in there and do any digging, exploring. You're going to be escorted everywhere you go, and that tells me they have a lot to hide. They're not just trying to preserve ancient relics and Turkish relics and all that. They're not. It's the area has been. Go ahead.
It's interesting you mention that because I've talked to the Rise Above crew. You must go on their show as well. I sort of work with another YouTube channel, Rise Above. They do a weekly show every Friday, 9 o'clock. It's really good. But we were talking about conflict zones all over the world and how a lot of conflict zones are in very interesting countries where they contain a lot of artifacts. Syria, Babylon, all down that region, Iraq, Iran. There's a lot of historic sites there.
Well, it was really interesting to me to find out just how much the U.S. military was involved in the removal of Iraqi artifacts. It was like since when does a military operation go to secure all that before you even secured the city? Before you've done anything, you've gone in there and sent actual Delta Force extraction units in there to take out artifacts. That was shocking to me when I found that out.
I also looked in. I know a bit about this actually. It was a museum in Baghdad, wasn't it? The Museum of Antiquities or something of Iraq. Yeah. And the 5,000 items went missing, and I don't know exactly. It was about 3,180 something were returned. So there was like 1,800 items just not returned. Like you say, they were looking for something. I even had a bit about you know the story about the Navy SEAL team that was they got trapped in a cave in Afghanistan by a giant, apparently. I've heard this story anyway, and they sent another team in. This is 2003, I think. The first team apparently were killed. This giant could move so quickly, 6-fingered, 6-toed, red-haired, apparently. And then the second SEAL team went in. They did eventually take him down, but apparently they took the giant. There's several whistleblower accounts from one of the SEAL teams talking about it and how they apparently took the giant away and how it apparently woke up on the plane. But is that fiction or not? We don't know. It's interesting.
Oh, how it woke up on the plane? I don't know. See, I mean, this is
misinformation. I don't know.
Well, I can't call it misinformation. I can't say that it didn't happen. The world is a very mysterious place and it's compartmentalized. There are things that exist below us far in the underworld for which we don't have a lot. Of course, they could all be human. They could be human hybrids. They could be genetic modified humans. I don't know, but I do know that from the historical record, we have many, many incidents of red-haired giants and 6-fingered giants. I even have in my own book, I have an unpublished book on giants. I have a published book on giants, but then I also have an unpublished book on giants, and I reference all these things. My unpublished book on giants is called Forgotten Earth, and it's on Gumroad. I should have published it a long time ago. There's just not enough hours in a day. I got too many irons in the fire. I think I got like 11 unpublished books on there. One of these days, I just need to get them all out, edit them and get them all out. But my published book, Giants on Ancient Earth, I discussed that like in 1999 or 2000. There were excavations going on here in the United States, and all of a sudden, they found a bunch of burials with textiles that were very, very advanced. We're talking about the thread count was astonishing, and the archaeologists were trying to figure out how in the hell could they make clothes like this long ago. And they had 6 fingers on their hands and 6 toes on their feet, and there were red-headed mummified giants found right here in Texas, or Colorado, somewhere here in the United States. I have all the sources backed up in the book, but it's very interesting. So it was such a mystery to find. We're talking about 7.5 to 8 foot tall humans that had these brilliant textiles, and they weren't found with weaponry. They weren't found with any of that. They were found with art. So and these clothing, but when the proper authorities were contacted, universities were contacted. Hey man, we found we're having a genuine find. All that. Other scientists and archaeologists are not who showed up. The FBI showed up with the State Department and did a shakedown, and they shook down their vehicles, their cars. They strip searched everybody. They made them sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, man, escorted them off the premises, and no one knows what happens to any of that shit. All the artifacts and the mummies, all the relics, everything is gone. Now, well, I believe this happens. We just had a whistleblower tell us the whole story on that one, so we don't really know how many times this happens. We don't really know how many times oil field executives decide not to report discoveries, because they already know, subject to United States law, if you report anything of archaeological nature, it shuts down all your operations while archaeologists come in and do an investigation, which may shut down things for 2 to 10 years. So they just don't report anything anymore. They don't want the government in their business. And anybody who finds something that's anomalous like that, because I believe things are found in the oil and gas industry all the time, but it's such a hush-hush, and it's easier to pay somebody $50,000 cash to tell them to shut the hell up, and so they don't have to be stalled in any of their drilling programs or fracking or laying down pipes. So,
so just when you mentioned giants underground,
right.
this was apparently this is a Cardiff giant. I've been looking into Britain and megaliths and whatnot, but this is from early 20th century. But just interest, it is real. It's a real photo, I think. But that, yeah, it looks like a stone statue. I'm not sure what it is, but talking about giants. Yeah, I also heard about Silbury Hill. Silbury Hill is the largest artificial mound in Europe. Actually, I heard that today. This is Newt Grange.
I believe it's 130 feet tall.
Yeah, good.
Silbury Hill's supposed to be like 130 feet tall, something like that.
Yeah.
So or maybe it's 130 feet across. I can't remember.
Yeah. It's interesting. It really is fascinating. It's funny, like when we do our research, you know, this. Yeah, I can't. I'm not. When we do our research, I'll just sort of say, yeah, there we go. When we do our research, can you see a screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Is it a load of photos like Gilgamesh?
All I can see is a donut with a.
That's the other one.
Like a dolmen with a needle rock. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is. My photos are not going well tonight. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. But this photo on screen, right? So when you search for Gilgamesh, this is what you get, you know, and it's how they make computer games. A lot of computer games. Same with Nimrod. A lot of ancient deities. As soon as you search for them, this is what you get, you know. It's very difficult sometimes to actually try and wade your way through all the stuff, you know. But anyway, so yeah. But what else was I going to talk about? Yeah, yeah. Londinium. What do you know about Londinium and the Romans naming that? About Britain.
You're talking about Trojanova.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, a different name.
Yeah, it's the same place. It's it was later named Londinum or Londinium. I don't remember. Londinium sounds very Roman. Sounds very Italic. Yeah, sounds very Roman.
That's what the Romans named it. Yeah, that was interesting. But yeah, I was reading up about Pytheas. Did you know much about him? Pytheas. That was 4th century. No, 6th century BC. He was a bit of an explorer.
He was from Massilia. Yeah. Pytheas of Massilia. Yeah.
Yeah, and he went up and found the Arctic Circle and whatnot. But yeah, what were some of the books you were talking about that were wrote from Britain? Actually, just talking about books, just before we start. Yeah, I watched your Backbone of a Giant. Was that the Giants? Yeah, was that the name of it?
Yeah, Izzy and Geber. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned about your old Bible. I've got one also. It was a Christmas present from my parents. St. James's Bible. It's actually can you see? It's bound in like it's nice Bible, really nice. It's 1858, but it's really quite old. It's
1858. That's older than mine. Mine's 1893.
Yeah, so I've always kept good care of it. Well, I remember when you showed yours, I thought, oh my, I forgot about my Bible. So it's just nice to have old things, isn't it?
I've got a lot of old books, man. Somebody just sent me a box of books from the 1800s. I have them on my floor right here. I haven't got. I was trying to get a bunch done yesterday, and something drew me to open one of them up, and it was about Naples, past and present. It was written in the 1800s. I opened it up to the page where it talks about kids were playing in 1853, and one of them fell into a hole, and both kids thought it was so cool, so they just made the hole bigger. And next thing you know, they're in an ancient room from a church they didn't even know was buried under the hill, but in Naples. So it's come to find out, it was one of the areas that was buried by Vesuvius in 79 AD, Pompeii. And the book even admitted in 1853 something that archaeologists only found in the 20th century. But the book admitted that Vesuvius and Pompeii, Pompeii and Herculaneum, they weren't the only victim cities. Those were built on top of other cities that people had already forgotten about, that had also been buried alive by Mount Vesuvius. And that it's now been proven in the 20th century that indeed did happen in 1687 BC. It's called the Avellino eruption. So there were cities already there. They were totally entombed, built over, new topsoil blew in, trees, grass, plant. Here it is, almost 17 centuries later. Here are two new cities, Pompeii and Herculaneum. Don't have a clue that they're existing on top of a civilization that had already suffered the exact same fate that they were about to. It's crazy. History repeats itself.
Yeah, no, I was watching talking about sort of cataclysmic events and whatnot. I'm just going to share my screen one more time. But this is very interesting. I was watching. Do you know the channel? Do you know he's a bit of an expert now. Brian Forster. I'm sure you know him.
Yeah, I've got one of his books. I did a video about his South American technolithic stuff.
Yeah, well, I've been to Machu Picchu and all the Peruvian ones. I've traveled all South Central America, but Peru is my favorite country out of 16 countries. Absolutely fabulous place. Even when I sat at Machu Picchu, I felt an energy just sitting there. I really, really felt an energy, an aura. Yeah. But these two statues, this is in Memnon in Egypt. Do you know these, Jason? They're 720 ton. They stand 65 feet tall. It's made in the image of Amenhotep III, I think. But what I wanted to point out, I was watching Brian Forster. It's one of his episodes, and he's filming these statues. He's walking around, okay. And when I was watching the episode, it made me think of you, because so you see all the damage is predominantly on the front. The sides, and what Brian pointed out was there's no damage on the back, and this got me thinking about. I thought of you straight away. I thought about the direction of maybe the Phoenix event or a cataclysm. Do you know what I mean? So I'll just go back again, but there's a little bit of damage on the corner of the back one, then the shoulder and the arms missing there, but then there's no other damage on the back of either one. But you go to the front and they're in pieces. They're really, really quite broken, It's just interesting. What do you think about that? Hey there, Jason.
I don't know anything about it.
That's interesting. I just thought I'd show you.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Memnon.
They're big.
Can you hear me?
Big. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Memnon. I've never found any particular interest in any post-Hyksos Egyptian in the post-occupation Egypt. To me, it's almost all rewritten BS. It's after the Hyksos departed, Egypt was basically floundering. Akhenaten was trying to. We don't really know much about Akhenaten. I mean, we know that a lot of the Moses narrative was invented from the history of Akhenaten, but because Egyptian history was in chaos. It's after the Hyksos left. The Hyksos had the area under stability. The Hyksos were the foreign kings. They were Amorites. There were people anciently called the Amuru, and in Egypt they were called the Tamahu. They were very tall, bearded Caucasians, and they were in control of Lower Egypt, the Mansion of the Phoenix, the Ben area, the Giza area, but they never controlled Upper Egypt, which is the Egypt that Hollywood promotes. Hollywood does not promote the Lower Egypt. They for whatever reasons they won't. But the Upper Egypt is Karnak and Waset and Thebes, the Valley of the Kings. Ancient Egyptian mummies from Upper Egypt were always interred in the Valley of the Kings, like King Tut. But Lower Egypt, where the Great Pyramid was, and where the very sophisticated city of Heliopolis, which we know of as On and Memphis, these cities were nothing like the cities 700 miles away in the interior of Africa that we know of as traditional Egypt. So when the Hyksos left, all of it started falling apart. And this is Akhenaten. Akhenaten even moved his kingdom to the middle of Egypt. No one had ever occupied that area of the world before. There's nothing there. There's no pyramids there. There's no temples there. It's an empty wasteland desert. And all of a sudden, he builds his capital city there, and it only lasted for his lifetime. Then it collapsed. But that's the story of Akhenaten. It's basically Akhenaten's story is the story of a fantastic Egyptian empire in decline, because basically they had overrun the people that were doing the administrative, having everything facilitated, all the international trade and all that was done through Lower Egypt. But when those people, the Amuru, the Tamahu, when they decided to leave and they'd left, they went back to Mori, Mitanni. They went back to the Syria, Antioch, the holy city, which in the Old Testament, which was rewritten by Jewish redactors, it's called Jerusalem over and over and over. But the original holy city in the ancient world was not Jerusalem. Jerusalem is a very small, insignificant city that doesn't factor anywhere in the history, the histories of all other nations. But there is a city that was called the Holy City that's nearby that does factor in. It's mentioned in the cuneiform writings of almost every civilization surrounding it. It was an Israelite city. It was called the city of Kadesh. And Kadesh is where great wars and battles were decided between the Hittites and the Egyptians. And it is one of the greatest seats of the Amuru, the Amorites. The term Israelite is total biblical invention. But it's actually an invention, just a name that identifies an actual people. And those people were basically Syrians. But those Syrians were of an ethnic group that had basically taken over the entire Near East from Babylon, Hattusis, and Anatolia. They were the ethnicity of the foreign shepherd kings, the Hyksos that were in Lower Egypt only, not Upper Egypt, which is 700 miles away. So that's why I'm not really interested in anything post-Hyksos in Egypt, because Egypt doesn't do anything but decline instantly. It declines into the reign of Senakti, and then from Senakti the first, he's complaining about everything falling apart and all his records, and then all of a sudden the Phoenix appears, and the world's in the sky turns red, earthquakes, tsunamis, and Senakti says that the universe was basically attacking Egypt because there's a cataclysm going on. In the very last record of Senakti, the world is falling apart and the sky is red. So, but Senakti disappears, and all of a sudden Ramesses II is ruling. The very first thing Ramesses II records is that the sky is falling apart. It's all red. There's tsunamis, earthquakes, and a new people, the Sea Kings, the Sea Peoples, which I call the Sea Kings, are now invading Egypt, invading Cyprus, invading old Greek Achaean areas. They're coming in. They're occupying Crete. They've taken over the destroyed Minoan area of Knossos on Thera. So these people come in, but that's why nothing about Memnon and that little area even interests me. About Thutmose the fourth, and all, it just doesn't interest me because Egypt is now falling apart. And for like 350 years, that's all it did was decline. They're not. It's not like Nefertiti and Hatshepsut. The queen Hatshepsut had funded whole fleets in Egyptian fleets, left Ezion Geber, and they left the Mediterranean and sailed all the way around the Horn of Africa. And some researchers actually believe that the fleets of Hatshepsut had also made it to the Americas to do trade and stuff. But after the the whole incident with Amarna was the capital city in the middle of Egypt that just fell apart after the Hyksos left. When Akhenaten had just basically ruined Egypt. It's just Egypt in decline. And Egypt was in decline until it was taken over because the Persians took it over, the Assyrians took it over, the Greeks took it over, the Macedonians took it over. Later, the Macedonians renamed themselves Ptolemies because now they were a part of Egyptian society, but they still spoke Macedonian and Greek. They were the Ptolemies. Then the Romans took them over. After the Romans took them over, Egypt just was steadily in decline. And then Egyptian civilization had basically become cosmopolitan. It was Mediterranean civilization now. And then the Muslims took it over, the Saracens and the Moors. And Egypt has never been the Egypt that we know of from its glory period once the Hyksos were removed. Once the Hyksos left, Egypt just fell apart. It's never been the same. And this is why by the days of Napoleon, Egypt was already underground. This is why Egyptology all of a sudden exploded in the 1800s and 1900s, and there's not much of a trace of it in the 15th, 16th, 1700s because it was all underground. Napoleon took thousands of people, engineers, and all, a whole military, and they just dug up temples and dug up pyramids. And it was the very first scientific mathematical analysis of Egypt that had been done since the Roman days. Probably before that, it was. 15 centuries of sand had to be removed just to find Egypt.
It's also like Egypt, like the Sphinx. There's a lot of evidence, isn't there, that the atmosphere used to be tropical there. As I think Graham Hancock cited a lot of water? I don't know, some sort of effect on the Sphinx. But anyway, yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that. I mean, I'm not going to agree with Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval when they talk about the Sphinx. Yeah, I'm not going to agree with those guys at all when we're talking about the weathering patterns on the Sphinx and why the Sphinx shows that it's been damaged by water so much more than the Great Pyramids. I'm not going to agree with those guys at all because those guys are specifically omitting information that any 8th grader knows when they read about these topics. And that's why it tells me that Graham Hancock is being deliberately deceptive. And I have no problem calling him out on that. And what I'm talking about is it's widely known from antiquity, from the days of Diodorus Siculus, from the days of Strabo, and all the Muslims that used to write records about the Giza complex. We have many historical records of the Great Pyramid covered in 144,100-inch thick casing blocks. These casing blocks were gigantic. They were 20 tons apiece, and they were entirely theoretical. They were theoretical until the rubble was removed from the Great Pyramid, and lo and behold, 4 casing blocks were found in situ. We now have proof those casing blocks were there. The story in history is that in 1301 to 1307, a series of earthquakes dislodged a bunch of the casing blocks. Once the local Muslim engineers of Cairo realized, hey, we got unlimited building material right here. Here's all the ballast we need below our streets. Here's everything we can line our sewers in. Here's everything we can put below our buildings to make our foundation stronger. And there are many researchers who believe that the Mosque of Sultan Hassan was actually built from that white limestone that used to be on the Great Pyramid. They had four faces of the pyramid covered in that stuff. It probably took over a century to remove all that, but they didn't have to remove the casing blocks in big pieces. All they had to do was send people as high as they could with chisels and hammers and break it all up. Once the earthquake had broken a bunch of it up, it just took humans to break up the rest, and just that's why the Great Pyramid looks so damaged today. It's just, we're talking about thousands of men for a year are just breaking up all the outer white limestone, leaving the brown limestone blocks in place. That's what you see today, the interior of the Great Pyramid. And they're steady dropping them. They let them roll down the pyramid. You know, they probably, hey, you know, they probably yell down there, hey man, look out, here it comes. And the next wave, everybody rolls theirs, and then they move down with the hill and they roll theirs as other workers are moving their way up on a different area of the pyramid to get even higher to start chiseling that. This went on for a year. The Muslims removed all that, but we now have proof that it was there. Graham Hancock has read the same historical records I have. He knows those white limestone casing blocks protected the Great Pyramid from any weather, any tropics, any vapor canopy, any flooding, or being submerged in the Mediterranean, which is what I have discovered. I have cited the sources on my channel that show that ancient Egypt used to be called the raised land, because half of Egypt, what we call Lower Egypt, what the Great Pyramid was known to be underneath the Mediterranean, and then it raised up during an earthquake one time. When it raised up, that's when they found the Sphinx, and they found the three Great Pyramids that were buried in sand. The reason the Sphinx is so damaged is because the 340 years from 2239 BC to 1899 BC, when that whole area of the North African plate had been pushed down and the Mediterranean had filled in the gap, during that whole 340 year period, the Sphinx did not have limestone casing blocks. It didn't have protective outerwear like the Great Pyramid did. It was just soft limestone. So the current for 340 years, while it was on the bottom of the Mediterranean on the North African plate, there was no Egyptian delta, and the actual coastline was all the way back to Abydos. So this is the ancient coastline. This is why seashells are all over North America. This was very recent in history. So it's so recent in history that it's remembered in the traditional records. They remembered that northern Egypt was underwater. This is why the depictions of the three or the two holy mountains at the middle of the earth in many traditions around the world always have it that you have to get in a boat to get to them. Because when that area was under the Mediterranean, the tops of the two big pyramids could still be seen. So from a great distance, while people were on ships, they could sail right next to the Great Pyramids. And they knew the traditions that this was the sunken land, like Atlantis. We are now sailing over an ancient civilization. What they didn't know is that years later, another earthquake would raise the North African plate right back up, and it would drain the Mediterranean out. And when it drained the Mediterranean out, it left all those oceanic fossils and shells that were very abundant there in the days of Napoleon and in the explorer Norton, who drew pictures of them. He said seashells were everywhere. They're not there no more. They've combed that area around the Great Pyramid to remove all evidence that this place was underwater. But before Egyptology took root and began censoring all this information, this was widely known. I mean, you can't really find the books anymore, but there are PDFs roaming around that basically cite everything that Norton found in the 1700s, like 1736, that Norton, his name was Frederick Lewis Norton. He actually surveyed that area, one of the first Europeans in the area to sit there and research the Great Pyramid after almost 600 years of Muslim exploration of the area, because the Muslims preserved a lot of very good stuff about the Great Pyramid complex. And Graham Hancock, Robert Bauval, all those guys that are publishing these modern books, they know exactly what I'm telling you, but they're not putting this in their books. Instead, they're trying to tell you that this area, they're trying to tell you that the Sphinx is 10,000 BC. They're trying to tell you that there was a tropical area, climate, but there was. It's called the vapor canopy. They're just not calling it that. They might not, Graham Hancock and Bobble, they might not even know anything about the vapor canopy. They might not know all the traditions and all the research that I've conducted, but they do know the late historical texts that I've read all about the casing blocks. So they know that the water damage to the Sphinx is not because the Sphinx is older. The water damage to the Sphinx is because the Sphinx is not tall like the Great Pyramids. The Sphinx was underwater the whole 340 years between the two earthquakes. The Sphinx suffered all that water damage of that salt water in the Mediterranean. This is why the salt count is so high at Giza. It was under the Mediterranean for over 3 centuries. Graham Hancock and all of them know that the Great Pyramids were covered in casing blocks of very highly polished white limestone that were 100 inches thick. That's why the Great Pyramids look so much younger than the Sphinx, but they were made at the exact same time.
That's really interesting. That I think about that also. I was going to mention, but you mentioned anyway, how the pyramids would have looked. I've got a picture. I think it's from some sort of computer game, but it's like really futuristic, and you see the 3 pyramids, but they're covered in a polished white, and they do look. It looks really futuristic. Do you know what I mean? You can imagine how good they'd look. But maybe we'll start talking about the vapor canopy and maybe a bit of Britain. But when you mentioned about seashells, right? I was digging with my digger a few weeks ago, and we were about 7 meters deep. Yeah, and we hit this layer of shells. Just it smelled like the beach. All these seashells. It was just soil. It was just earth all the way down, and then in the earth we hit this layer, maybe like a foot and a half high and thick, and it was just seashells. And it makes you think about, I don't know, mud floods, cataclysms, different times, doesn't it? Yeah, it's very interesting.
Well, it's the whole fossilization process isn't what you think it is. I mean, it takes the right conditions. It doesn't take millions of years.
Yeah,
so,
I agree. Yeah.
There have been fossils found at Giza. I've seen pictures of them. I have one somewhere on my desktop hidden in one of these files. Like a mollusk, like a sponge or something that was fossilized. They just dug in the sand and found it there. But that's what would happen when you take the saltwater area that's been underwater for over 3 centuries, and all of a sudden in one day the water drains out because the whole entire area was elevated by earthquake. It's upheaval. First it suffered subsidence. It stayed flooded almost 3.5 centuries. This 3.5 century period is admitted to by scholars. Not that the area was flooded. They're more sophisticated than that. The Egyptologists will never admit these little things like this. Instead, they're very, very cleverly call it the second intermediate period, which is a recognition that there was no civilization in Egypt that was doing anything. It's just a 300-year period where it was almost like total stasis, no written records, no ossuaries, no tombs. We have no chronological data. We have no coffin text, no pyramid text. That's why they call it intermediate period. It's a very sophisticated way of saying something just cataclysmically wiped Egypt off the map, and it didn't survive. I mean, it didn't even revive. It didn't resurface for 3 centuries. So Egypt has a few of these intermediate periods.
I've heard a bit about the Caribbean as well. About I used to listen to Steve Quayle quite a bit, and he talked. Well, this is a bit. There's no books on this, I'm pretty sure, but they talk about planet Rahab, that being Lucifer's planet, apparently, whatever you want to think about that. But how that crashed into Earth 4.4 billion years ago, and it crashed around the Caribbean. That's what I've heard. Do you know anything about that?
No, but I've seen the references to Rahab. I believe it's a reference to the color red in Hebrew. Rahab. That would be a Phoenix reference. To me, it would be.
Yeah, there you go.
I know who Steve Quayle is. I believe I've written him before. I believe I've written him like 10 years ago. His material. Yes, his material is very good. He does lean on scripture a whole lot. I don't think he would very much appreciate my interpretation of the Old Testament and New Testament. I believe much of it is just pure Jewish fiction. But I mean, I'm not alone in that. I mean, even academia and scholars can produce much material and have showing the origin of all these stories. I'll give you an example. I mean, we have this huge Mediterranean Dark Age in 1135 B. It starts in 1135 BC, which is a Phoenix episode, which happens to correspond with the Second Battle of Moytura, when the Tuatha De Danann are again trying to take ancient Ireland from the Firbolgs because they got their asses kicked in the first Battle of Moytura. They couldn't take Ireland back, so they come back and they land their ships. But this time they planned it with what they knew was or suspected was going to happen from their own traditional astronomical records, which was the sun was going to darken and there was going to be some earthquakes from about 2 to 6 hours. And this is something that happened routinely in the Old Bronze Age. Every 138 years this happened, and it was basically attributed to this giant kraken in the sky. And some cultures called it the Kraken, others called it the Phoenix, others called it Typhon, Knopf, Fink, Fenris. They had all these different names in the Bronze Age for this thing that appeared in the sky, and it appeared to eat the sun and then vomit it back up. So they timed it with that, and in the Second Battle of Moytura, which is the battle for the Field of Towers, the Tuatha De Danann did that, and the local Firbolgs were terrified because the Tuatha De Danann shamans or priests or druids, whoever they were performing rituals, making it look like they were the ones that were darkening the sun and causing the earthquakes. This terrified the giants, which were called Firbolgs, and the Tuatha De Danann were able to take the island from the Firbolgs. And this is the story of the Irish invasion, how the Irish came. The Irish consider themselves descendants of the Tuatha De Danann. They are the descendants of Tecdon. So this is how they came to the island. But there are some pretty convincing references in some of these old books that this was a return to an original homeland. This was not an actual original invasion. This was retaking a homeland from a usurper, from somebody else who had come in their absence and taken over.
Yeah.
But, these were the Firbolgs.
It's interesting. I'll just mention, I'll just share my screen because I got some pictures. We'll talk about King Arthur a little bit if you want. I'll just bring up a picture. But during my research today, so let me move the screen around. During my research, so we look at King Arthur, and let me just share the screen. There we go. Right, can you see the picture? It's a nice high definition picture of the king, apparently. But the story of King Arthur, Arthur begins with a U, Pendragon.
Pendragon.
Yeah, Pendragon, yeah. And even the subject dragons, I maybe want to talk about dragons as well a little bit. But it's fascinating. But I'll just skip through some photos here. This is just some medieval paintings, but they've been probably redone. But yeah, Silbury Hill popped in because it's linked. It links to the king. I can't actually remember it. I was really busy in work today while I was researching it. But this here, okay, talking about seafaring races and how they come to Britain. And in my research with King Arthur today, so the castle is based down in Cornwall, or apparently, and it's surrounded by cliffs. But they talk about Cornwall and a lot of Cornish myths, stories. It's a beautiful part of the country as well. It's the best part of Britain, actually. But they talk about the natural beauty, the natural cliffs, and how they protect. They protect. It is literally like that down in Cornwall. How they protected Britain from invasions. You know, in your last episode, you mentioned the tribe of Dan, and they did come. They came to Britain, didn't they? Tribe of Dan, I think, for a battle.
Well, I'm not sure. The Tuatha De Danann didn't invade Britain, the Britannic island. They didn't. they invaded Ireland, but it's totally different area. Yeah, it's a part of the UK, but in ancient times it was much more distant. Meaning today it's no problem to get on a plane and just or on a boat and just go over there. But they're fundamentally different cultures back then. Even their traditions are different. And it's here's what's interesting. In Homer's Iliad, King Agamemnon of Mycenae uses Danaan fleets to help take the Trojans of Ilium. Well, the descendants of Troy, according to the old, there's the Brutus stone, the descendants of Troy actually believed that the people of ancient Britain actually believed that they are the descendants of the people that came with Coroneus and Brutus, two different fleets that fled their loss at Troy. They were defeated at Troy by the Danaan and the Mycenaeans. So we have this coming around in history where both groups were there fighting in the Trojan War, but the Trojan War wasn't as simple as we've been led to believe. The Trojan War was a multinational, multicultural war over basically the dominance of the Black Sea Gate, who was going to control Black Sea trade through the Dardanelles. So this huge trade war erupted and started involving more and more cultures and people, and it was a 10-year-long affair. The Danaan were only passing through the area, and they wanted to go further, but they made a deal with King Agamemnon of Mycenae and the fleet, and they went to war with King Agamemnon, defeated Troy with King Agamemnon. Then the Danaan continued sailing right out of the Mediterranean. They appeared right after the Trojan War on the shores of ancient Ireland, invaded, and got their asses kicked by the Firbolgs. They weren't expecting that type of opposition. So they regrouped in 1135 BC, and that's when they took the island during a Phoenix cataclysm, during a Phoenix event, one that's very well recorded, throughout the Mediterranean. And in my Chronicon, I show many historical references. It was noted in Egypt. It was noted in Babylon. It was noted all throughout the Levant. It was noted in the Mediterranean, and it was noted in the Second Battle of Moytura with the Sun Dart. Matter of fact, it's a book called by an archaeologist who studies ancient megaliths. His name is John Woo, and the book is called The Stone Angle. Matter of fact, page 45 talks about the Second Battle of Moytura, the Field of Towers, and how the Tuatha Danaan won the battle right when the sun darkened during earthquakes and stuff. Now, John Woo, in his book, The Stone Angle, John Woo didn't know anything about the Phoenix episodes. He didn't know anything about that. I'm the one that put that together with the Phoenix chronology. Most of all the historical references to Phoenix in ancient times weren't called Phoenix. It was just the sun darkened. It was a major earthquake, but it depends on what year it happened, if it's a Phoenix episode or not. And the very fact that traditional records show that the invasion took place in the month of May, and the Phoenix phenomenon only occurs in the month of May. So this is what I do as a chronologist. I put all these different sources together, and it's amazing how easy it is. It's amazing how you find so much. I mean, when you find something that's true and that's real, it's not surprising to you at all. When the more ancient texts that you read or traditions, and you find out they're saying the exact same thing. Well, of course they are, because it happens every 138 years. You just have to get through all the different frames of references and all the different calendrical systems, and it's just to me, it's not astonishing anymore.
Yeah, I must say, like, generally speaking, a lot of people in our community, everybody's amazed by you, Jason. The guys at Rise Above, like Lance, big up to Rise Above. They call you like final boss level. You know what we're all learning about these resets, etc. But yeah, it's really impressive. What you've put together, it really is.
Appreciate
so yeah, thanks for me as well. But yeah, it's fascinating. It really is. And it's kind of like I often think about, since discovering your work, it's how they really don't want the public knowing about the 138 years, because the normies would freak out, wouldn't they? they would freak
well,
out.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I'm ambiguous about that. When I first started publishing all about the Phoenix phenomena, I believe that in my first manuscript, which was finally published in 2009, but I was writing articles and I had email campaigns and posters that were being circulated in 2004 and 2005. Yeah, that was my opinion, that the elite, the establishment, they don't want anybody to know, but no one's ever shut me up. I mean, my first book was published in 2009. Then my second one on the Phoenix was published in 2011. Then another one in 2013. That was 3 books on the Phoenix right there. And then on Facebook, I just unleashed like 200 articles that I had written, all the mathematical evidence, putting all the stuff I saw, citing the sources. The Archaix book. Now, I will say this, Facebook did kick me off. There's no doubt. I'm locked out of Facebook, but who cares? I don't care about Facebook. But here I am on YouTube. I've been putting all this material out. So you say that they don't want the material out. I don't know. I do know this. I don't even have 100,000 subs. So I'm not complaining that I have 42,000 subs. This is not a complaint. Don't interpret it that way. What I'm saying is in the YouTube universe, I'm not even a blip on the radar. So maybe I won't even get their attention until I have 100,000 subs. I don't know.
It's funny you mention that. So I did an episode with Dustin Broadberry. He's an investigative journalist. Can't say that word. And we were talking about counterinsurgency, that sort of stuff. I'm not going to get into it. And the episode was removed. We were very careful with our words. The episode was removed last week. So I've been in jail for a week. But
so what were you talking about?
We're talking about psyops and counterinsurgency, talking about LifeLog, DARPA, etc., you know, that sort of stuff. And yeah, it was taken down. I've got 4,000 subs. So if you do want to sub to my channel, go to Esoteric Night of Malta, because I would love some more. But anyway, but yeah, but it's funny how even I've only started a year and a half ago. But in the first year, I must have had 8 or 9 videos deleted, doing them on the wrong subject. Yeah, really, a lot.
I've only had 1 video removed from all my videos. I've only had one.
I was learning a bit as well, so I know there's certain subjects you just don't talk about, you know. So I'm not going to mention them. So yeah. But it's it's interesting. One more question while I remember. So when we see a lot of artifacts, actually, this Bible, so 1858 and your Bible, because they're both old. So I was thinking last week, so these items survive because of the 1902 Phoenix, etc. These items survive either by being taken underground, or they survive by being in an area on Earth that doesn't get affected by the Phoenix. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%. Listen. The 1902 phenomena that I documented. What's profound is that we were able to document so much material. What's not profound is that all these things happen. What I'm getting at is that a lot of people on my channel, they're still baffled sometimes. They leave these comments saying, well, if all this happened in 1902, how come this? How come this? How come this? And you don't get it. The whole purpose of me revealing 5 different videos on 1902 is to show you how cleverly these resets are covered up. While people are experiencing all this phenomena, they don't even know it's going on. It takes 10 to 15 to 20 years later, people are looking back going, hey man, I remember this. Wait a minute. What about this? Well, wait a minute. When I pull up these microfiche, this is everything that happened, but how come I don't have any memory of it? I was there. So these resets are very, very sophisticated, and that's exactly what you'll find if you're living inside of a simulated context. But the 1902 reset was not bad. It was bad for the people of Martinique. 30 to 40,000 people were incinerated in a 5-minute period when Mount Pelée exploded. So it was very cataclysmic for them, but that's a highly localized field of effect. Phoenix is always very highly localized over just small different areas, and it's very traumatic to those people who experience it. However, However, there's been several times when it was almost hemispheric, when whole countries were all going through it at the same time. And 4 times in history, it was worldwide. Those were the bad ones. But it's and that's what I believe. I believe we're going to have a hemispheric one in 2040. In 2040, I believe it's going to be hemispheric. 2178 is the final year of the simulacrum, and it's going to be Phoenix effect worldwide. But that's going to be the final one. That's when Phoenix is going to do what it's always done, only in pieces. It's going to do it in full in 2178. But by that time, all the redeemed, the elect, the errants, everybody's going to be removed from the equation, because it's not all. That's far in the future. That's 138 years after 2040. That's 72 years after the calendar is over in the year 6000, which is not 6000 since the creation, but 6000 since the calendar began in 3895 BC, the Annus Mundi calendar. 2106 is when the Great Pyramid is completed. The Great Pyramid has never been finished. It was always put there, but it was never completed. In 2106, it will be completed with the addition of the chief cornerstone, and that's going to have an effect. Remember, the Great Pyramid is a machine. It was designed for a machine purpose, but it has an engineering function. So, I mean, we may not be able to figure it out right now, but I promise you, we're going to figure it out when the vapor canopy returns, because as soon as the vapor canopy returns, we're going to have new applications for old technologies that people can't even imagine right now, because humans are smart. People are going to figure out things within 2 or 3 months of the vapor canopy here. You're going to have teenagers that are going to be figuring out new ways to do this, to power this, or hey, I got all this over here, but we just need a power source. So they're going to come up with new ways to do that power source. And then older people are going to realize, well, we can empower our whole community up using that system. And then, within a 10-year period, we're going to have all new, very, very weird, like Mad Max steampunk type engineering, electrical, just whole new infrastructures, but they're all going to be in microeconomies. There's not going to be a worldwide community anymore. People are going to be in survival mode. So it's that's what's going to happen after that. But yeah, this Great Pyramid, however that technology is to be invoked, we'll know during the vapor canopy, because during the vapor canopy, our mind instantly, remember, this necessity is the mother of invention. Right now, we don't have the necessity to know what the Great Pyramid does. We really can't figure it out, because right now we don't have a barrel pointing to our head. But in the vapor canopy, we will. Everything will be made. We'll understand everything. It just takes a different biosphere. Because it's not just the environment that changes. Humans are always a reflection of the environment they live in. This is why there's different races with different traits and different. That's why their bodies are so fundamentally different. So when humans pass over that threshold from the present temperate biosphere to a new forming vapor canopy biosphere, human bodies are going to change necessarily too. And those changes are not just going to be physical. They're going to be all the way down to the DNA level. They're going to be mental. Cognition is going to increase. We're going to have heightened senses of awareness, increased atmospheric pressure, ambient radiation. These are going to activate latent genes. We're going to be doing things at greater aptitudes. So this is the story we get from the ancient world, when all people were mathematicians, where all people did not need the written word, because all they had to do was say something one time and they committed it to memory. This is the origin of the ancient bardic faiths, when one man would cite the entire history of his people and have it down pat. We're going to be going back to those days. No one's going to need a pen and pad of paper anymore. No one's going to need a keyboard anymore, because just open communication between two individuals will be committed to memory. We'll almost all have instant recall.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's interesting. I really enjoyed your episode with Max as well. Max Eigen. He's awesome. He's very much a leader in our community. So yeah, I think a lot of people enjoyed that chat with you.
Max and I are going to talk again. We're waiting for him to receive, because he's in Mexico.
Yeah.
And although Mexico's close to Texas, we have two fundamentally different postal systems. And I sent Max one of my flash drives. I now provide 100% of all the Archaix research in flash drive, in these little flash drives. These aren't videos. My other flash drives have videos that people order because they want the whole playlist. They don't want the commercials and all that. I get that. But my super pack has thousands and thousands of images, charts, pages of raw data, articles, published and unpublished books, because people don't want to order all that stuff individually from Gumroad and then have to go to a website to find more. So I just provided it all on this flash drive, and I sent Max a copy. So I'm waiting for Max to get that flash drive and for him to go through it. Once he goes through it, he's going to have unlimited material. So he'll be bouncing questions off me, and you know what? We'll probably do a series of videos based off that, because I'm eager for Max. I like Max's mind. I'm eager for him to go through the flash drive because the drive has all my source materials. You can go in there and see the actual books I've read, the authors, the publishers, the date of publication. He's able to go in there and pull out some really good stuff. Try to run me through the mill. I'm not worried about anybody trying to grill me. You know what I mean? Because that's how we learn things. Yeah, I mean. If I haven't answered certain questions yet, it's because people haven't asked them. I believe all the answers are accessible, and if I don't have an answer immediately, believe me, that night it's going to bother me. I'm going to search for it. I'm going to find it. Like I said, there's answers for everything. We just got to look.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. It's also talking about huge animals. It's like what you talked about earlier about perspective, and it's like if you're a descendant of a titan, then if you've got a cow, that cow is going to be massive. If we see that cow, it's like it's not perspective, isn't it?
But I mean, that's exactly what we find. The image that you just invoked is exactly what we find in the historical archaeological record. First of all, among Native Americans, what are their chief traditions? That at one time the animals were larger. Now, what do we find in the archaeological record? We find megafauna. What are megafauna? They're exact duplicates of the animals that are existing today, and except their body mass is much larger. We're talking about horses, pigs, cows, raccoons, possums, even marsupials that were gigantic compared to today's standards. Nothing unusual. Now, some of those megafauna have died out for whatever purposes, like for whatever reasons, like a three-toed sloth, giant sloths. Some of them like the what are they? The mastodons. Wow, I said mastodon. You showed me a rock outcrop.
I'm just showing. No, I just when you mentioned megafauna, I've got a lot of photos. I mean, some of the I'm not saying these are real. Some of them are interesting though, and like this one. This to me looks like a giant. It looks like a giant's face, doesn't it? And that looks pretty real. But it's just interesting how quite a lot of these how a lot of rock seems to be. That looks pretty real, but it's weird, isn't it? Strange. It's interesting. So I didn't mean to.
Well, I mean, you already know my position. I can't go by optics. There are no images that I will ever accept as evidence of anything. I just can't. I do agree with you that they're very interesting. I do, but it is not uncommon in ancient cultures to take rocks and to look at them and aesthetically basically accentuate the features they already had to create that zebra effect, to create that trunk of that animal. This was a very common practice very long ago, to take rock outcrops and accentuate their features, carve them into what you imagine them to be. So I'm not surprised to see faces in stone. I'm not surprised to see, because it could have very well been done 4,000 years ago by a 17-year-old kid who didn't have nothing to do for 2 months but chisel rock. So, I mean, are they evidence of gigantic life forms and all that? I don't know. I just don't know.
It's too hard to say. It's like that channel. Is it Roger at the Mud Fossil University? How he's looking at all these rocks, pretty much, and it is very interesting. I've been watching him, and he's picking out. He compares a big rock to a heart, and you can see all the veins and everything. They do they do seem to match up. It's very interesting, isn't it? It's like petrification, like what you talk about with fossilization. It certainly doesn't take as long. It's about the pressure, isn't it? About the pressure and the circumstances where it's
these gigantic creatures that Roger and other people are asserting existed, and they're saying that these rock outcrops. Listen, the only way that could be possible is the very scenario that I've documented. The vapor canopy. There's no way creatures can live that size if there wasn't a vapor canopy, because the vapor canopy, the first thing it does is increase the oxygen level. There's a lot more air to breathe. So it's the plants are larger. During the increase, I mean, because it's an increased atmospheric pressure, all the oxygen, all the plants are putting out massive amounts of oxygen. It's getting trapped in these green light, but basically these greenhouse gases under the canopy. And this is what's described in the old records. I've cited this on my channel a few times. I cite the actual traditions and where you can find them, that the ancients truly believed that the world of their forefathers in ancient times had large, gigantic animals. The plants were bigger. The sky was always dark, like a dark purple light, and yet it was hotter than it is today. This is vapor canopy. This is basically the conditions of a vapor canopy. You know, people.
How do most scholars and sort of scientists in current times, if you mention a vapor canopy, does anybody even talk about it? Probably not.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do have one video that cites a book from the 1920s, another book from the 1930s, another book from the 1950s, another book from the 1960s, and two books from the 1970s, all done by very serious researchers and scientists about our world having an ancient vapor canopy, citing all the traditions. Remember, you gotta understand, the vapor canopy history is not exclusive to the Archaix data. It's not. It is borrowed. This is 100% borrowed information from other sources that I have found in just different studies. But it's also been replicated. This isn't something that you just find out of a book. There are Christian scientists in Texas at Glen Rose who actually built a functioning biosphere. They created a world within our world, and they modified it and created basically a dark environment, super high humidity. They increased the atmospheric pressure. They pumped oxygen in it, and what happened in that ultraviolet, in that dark area, was fruit flies, cockroaches, earthworms all grew 3 times their present sizes today. They also lived 3 times longer, and this was just a 60-foot long steel biosphere. It's just a small one. Imagine that on a worldwide scale, when the entire sky has an ocean above. The first thing that's going to happen is a lot of our oceans are going to empty out. A lot of our oceans, because I just posted a video this morning that I did with Kelly and Autodidactic, where I show maps of the world, what they would have looked like under the vapor canopy when the sea levels would have been so much lower, because the water was back where it's supposed to be, in the sky, in the mesosphere. We have a mesosphere today.
Yeah, a really good example of that. A couple of questions on that. But it's like the example of me going to Turkey, okay? And like I've literally read on the Turkish government website already, you can't dive on your own because people are taking artifacts.
Yeah.
Pardon me. But it's interesting because it's like what you're talking about when the vapor canopy. So the vapor canopy contains so much water, and the water's going to leave our oceans and go up to that, and it goes back to same around the Caribbean as well. I think there's a lot of underground Antiquitech. Autodidactic's got a great channel. He's really good. So is Kelly.
What did you say? Antiquitech?
Yeah. Well, in the Caribbean.
Antiquitech, huh? Let me write that one down.
Did you must know that word?
Antiquitech is not a word that I have ever used or heard. Let me write that down.
Yeah, I think John Levi mentions it, I think. I'm not sure. But it's like what you're talking about, like we think about Turkey with all these ruins on the seafloor.
I wrote that down.
Cool.
I wrote that down. Cool. Like that. I don't want to steal it from anybody.
Oh, no, take it, use it, sell it, take it, Jace. But just my point about Turkey and how there's so much civilization on the seafloor. You know, what does that tell you? It's obvious that the oceans were empty a long time ago.
Well, when you say seafloor, the common image that appears in people's mind is they see this vast ocean and sea basin, but that's not the truth. We have, just like there are different elevations on every continent in our world, there's also different depths. There's plateaus and escarpments and mountain ranges and valleys. So underwater civilizations and cities are not a surprise to me that so many of them have been drowned out. Because in that single year of the day the sky fell, which we know of as the Great Flood, the appearance of the sun, the collapse of the vapor canopy, when that happened, I can imagine how many coastal cities of the world just vanished in that one day. Because when the vapor canopy collapsed, all the ocean levels went up. Not only the ocean levels went up, but the polar extremities frozen, and now they're 2 miles high. Snow and ice. So, or the North Pole, whatever your model is. I mean, I personally don't believe that we will ever have a reconciliation between flat earthers and those who believe in the heliocentric globe model. This is why I can't call myself either one.
Yeah, I'm the same.
I cannot look at you and say, hey, man, I believe that we're on a planet going through. I don't. I can't say I'm a flat earther because you attach so many stigma and other concepts to a flat earth that I can't agree with that either. So
it's like what Max says. It's like what Max says about it. Doesn't nobody knows the truth, and that's the bloody truth, you know. And what does it actually, where we are right now in the world, what does it actually matter? We all want the same thing. You know, I'm trying to bring communities in the UK together to different groups, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, carry on, Jason. Sorry, but yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I just don't believe there's ever going to be a reconciliation between the two. It's always going to be a matter of division. That's why I don't really like to entertain it. I really don't like to entertain it at all. It's just it's sad, really. It's sad because both groups will always be able to produce evidence and proofs that they are right. Because things are a matter of perspective. But because I believe that we're 100% within a simulated context, I can agree that we live on a flat plane. I can agree with my flat earth brothers 100% that, hey, man, you know what? I have read Zetetic Astronomy. I have read Gleason. I have read Dubai. And I have watched a few very convincing YouTube videos. And I just can't get past the lasers going over 25 miles of water flat. I can't get over it because I know a laser has to be straight.
Yeah.
So I can't get past that. I can't get past the flat plane videos. Also, all the evidence of all the videos of the moonwalk showing bubbles in the background, that all this was filmed underwater. I mean, I can't get past all that. So I agree. Okay, we're living on a flat plane. I get that. So, but where I get tripped up is I have a pretty good camera. And I know I've taken pictures and shown them on my channel. Now, flat earthers don't accept my evidence. And I get that. You can't if you're going to continue to maintain your position. But my photos have convinced me we're in a simulation. Because if I'm on a flat plane and the sun is so far away, there's no way that early in the morning I should get up at 7:15 a.m., put my camera on my tripod and take pictures of sunlight being reflected off the bottom of clouds before the sun even comes over the horizon. On a flat plane, I should never see that. Now, I'm told that it's a matter of perspective, but that can't be true because no perspective in the world would put that sun underneath those clouds. No matter how far the sun is away, it should be above those clouds, but it's not. Early in the morning, sunlight can be photographed before the sun even appears, reflecting right off the bottom of the clouds. In the evening time, I get even more beautiful pictures showing sunlight illuminating the bottom of clouds. You can see valleys in the clouds where the light can't touch, but where the light's touching the clouds, you see it. It tells me the sunlight is hitting the bottom of the clouds, but it's not because the sun is so far away, because no matter how far away, if we're on a flat plane, the sun would still be at the same elevation. So I agree with the flat earthers. We're on a flat plane, but I cannot accept the visual evidence of what I'm seeing unless it's coming from a simulated context, meaning this simulation that we're in right now is absolutely so perfect that it can modify optical phenomena from my perspective and make me believe I'm looking at curvature when there's no curvature there. It's making me see that. So I cannot argue against flat earthers and tell them you're dead wrong, because what I am seeing is, for me, this is an egocentric universe. It's called JasonArchaix. And if I'm John Levy, then he's living in an egocentric universe. It's called John Levy. You understand?
Yeah.
I like John Levy. I really do. I already watched several of his videos. I've even bounced messages. But it's what I'm saying is every single one of us is a singularity of perspective, and we're going to interpret phenomena. And this beautiful simulacrum that we live in is going to feed us the very things it needs to feed us to perpetuate the fiction of where we are. Now, this is why I can't. That's why I won't have a flat Earth debate. This is why I won't have a pro flat Earth video. I won't. There's no reason.
It's too toxic.
Yes, it's just too toxic. It's just when you're coming from a simulated context, and I have to, because I have hundreds of videos that document things that could never be real in a Newtonian universe. They could never be real outside the fact that we're in a mathematical construct. None of the documentation that I have for Archaix can be true if the world is truly a physical, solid object and events are not scripted. It can't be true. It's too mathematically perfect. So if history can be seen mathematically, if you can predict events, if you can do all this, then optically it can also be manipulated as well. So there's no reason to engage in the controversy. There's no reason to even argue about the nature of the world anymore, because it's just a dead end. That's all it is.
It's like some of the glitches we see in this reality. The one, like you see a bird like just in the air, like it's flying, but it's just flying. It's stopped. I've seen there's a person on a bicycle through China somewhere, but there's no bicycle, but they're moving. Like
I saw that. That video was so weird. That video is a security camera that's looking over the front of a vendor's street. I saw that video, and it shows a guy and a child on a two-seater bicycle in China, and they're just going by, and it even shows their shadows from the sunlight.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
Yes, but the bicycle was edited out. There's just two people floating through the. Yeah. Yes, I saw that video. That is so. Like I said, I cannot accept optics. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't accept optics as proof of a paradigm. I can't do it, but I can watch something like that and say, man, that's really interesting. That's interesting. I can agree that that's possible.
Yeah.
But I can't, just like the fact that I can't, you already know, it's a fundamental tenet of my research. I will never tell you a fact that was taken from the internet if I can't show an original book and source. I'm not saying all the books are right. I'm just saying that I have no faith in the internet. So
yeah, no, for sure. It's like what you talked about. We'll probably finish up soon because I've got work early in the morning as well. But it's been really fun tonight as well. Yeah.
One thing I need to do. I'm gonna change up the title.
You can. Yeah, we're welcome. Yeah.
I'm gonna change up the title to this video and release it on my channel. But I'm also gonna edit in these books that we talked about, so everybody can see them. But cool. because we went to far places we talked about going.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should actually. I'll tell you what. Because I work 12 hours a day. I've been researching like crazy the last few days on King Arthur, Britain, Merlin, etc. But we should still do it more in depth. Let me do some more research on Britain and England, and we can come back and do another one for sure. But yeah.
Well, I'm gonna leave the whole King Arthur and
yeah, we'll leave that. Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna let you research it, and I'm gonna look at some stuff too, because I believe I have some notes on all that, because I believe we can fill an entire video up with just that little period, because that period was 532 AD. From 532 AD to 550 was the King Arthur Merlin period, and I believe that we can fill that up because there's an awesome Phoenix episode that happened at that time. That's subject matter for it. Let's do that on our next video. Let's just do King Arthur. There's not too many people who do King Arthur videos, but I can actually tie in King Arthur to a Phoenix episode.
Yeah. But it's been great, Jason. Thank you very much, mate.
All righty, man.
Cool. It's a pleasure. Have fun. Have a good day, mate. And we'll chat soon, okay?
All righty.
Cool. Ciao for now.
Welcome back to Forbidden Knowledge News. I'm your host, Chris Matheau. Today I want to welcome back to the show JasonArchaix. He's authored 17 books and several articles. His research bibliography is currently at 1,357 nonfiction books read and data mined during a 19-year period. Approximately 250,000 pages from many rare works as old as 400 years, including translations of text dating as far back as 4,000 years. His core conclusions, discoveries, and observations are organized by volunteers and friends who share his passion for the truth. He is one of the only researchers in the world who specializes in ancient chronological systems, focusing on global antiquities from 4309 BCE to 522 CE. Many of his historical discoveries cannot be found in any other works. Jason, welcome back. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm blessed.
Yeah, man, the same here. It's great to have you back. I've really been looking forward to this. Last time you were on, we got a great introduction into your research and what you call the simulacrum. I believe that's how you pronounce it. In simple terms, our holographic simulated reality, but there's so much more to it. It seems there's to be layers and layers of what we call reality, and you've thoroughly looked into these hidden layers. Today we're going to look deeper. I'd like to look into the best evidence for people to see for themselves the hidden nature of what we call reality. And I know you've done some videos recently about what we're seeing in the sky and possible hidden super constructions. Let's start there.
Well, first of all, the premise of my channel and how I approach simulation theory is fundamentally different than what you're seeing elsewhere. And that may be one of the significant reasons for the fast growth of my channel. Simulation theory is not novel. It's not new. For a lot of people, it's just another rabbit hole. Now, simulation theory is really brought most people who discuss this come from modern frames of reference, such as we're very close to it now with VR technology, virtual reality, holographic technology, subliminal embeds that are put in movies and television programs. This is a part of simulation too, because you can have an alternate message encoded within a program, and this is the very same thing reality would be doing to us as well. Basically programming us to receive a phenomena that isn't actually there. But it's my own take on simulation theory. I've basically come through the back door. I don't care about the scientific analysis. I really don't care about the modern perspectives. There's already too many people covering those, and they're probably far more qualified than I am to do that. So I come from the historical perspective, and I do that because I'm talking to you now very confident in my beliefs, but 4 years ago, I was very confident in my beliefs too, and I had no idea that simulation theory was going to be on my horizon. I had no idea that I was going to wrap all my research around an entirely new paradigm that fit it all together, because priorly, I had problems. Priorly, I was still wrestling between my Southern Baptist puritanical Christian upbringing and all this new, entirely amazing mathematical information for which I couldn't get any answers from the biblical material. So I was caught between two paradigms. It was simulation theory that bridged them together. So my own take, Matheau, is basically I'm coming from the perspective of being able to show you in world chronology that events are so mathematically perfect that it defies explanation. Therefore, this is evidence of a simulated holography, a context that seems very real to us. So when you're talking about super constructions, it's very difficult to approach that from the historical standpoint, because most of our history, recorded human history, was after the collapse of a very technologically advanced civilization, and their frames of reference return to Neolithic points of reference. So when we started becoming semi-advanced around 1561, one of my videos addresses what people saw when the sky sim failed over Nuremberg. And they actually, in my opinion, and I cite many different sources from many different perspectives about what people saw in 1561. Something was going on with the sky sim. Our own holography down here on the plane was operating optimally. It was just fine. But whatever happened to the power source for the sky sim, so it faltered temporarily for hours, and many different things were seen in the sky that were inexplicable, because machinery itself had not yet been invented on the world plane. That technology had been lost thousands of years before. Remember, the Archaix's premise is that we did not start off primitive. We started off highly technologically advanced. We came from somewhere else, and then on the way here, we were running simulations so we could find the best alternatives for survival once we arrived at our destination. This is the main lesson of Archaix, and I have to quantify that. We still have not arrived there. This is my central premise. We're still running those simulations. We have not arrived at our destination, but we do know the exact year we will get there. And that's when the simulacrum will collapse, because then we won't be living in a simulated context. Then we'll be living out for real. And we will be using the information that we learned during thousands of years of simulations as we travel between a dying star and a real star. Then we'll put all our knowledge to application. But so in the course of doing all my research on ancient history and all these calendars, these are the conclusions I came up with, because nothing else makes sense. It didn't make sense to invent all these different calendars when these weird things appeared in the sky. And they didn't call them super constructions because they really didn't know. The term super construction entered into my vernacular after reading Charles Fort's Book of the Damned that was published in 1919. Charles Fort, from what I understand, is the very first author to introduce the idea of super constructions in our sky, that are hidden in our sky. And he spends a lot of time showing historical examples about things that weren't actually astronomical phenomena, like 1752, this really weird octagonal star that appeared in the sky. Well, we know stars aren't octagonal, and we know that anything bright that appears in the sky is going to be described as a luminary, so they're going to call it a star. It's called a frame of reference. But here in our technologically advanced time period of 2022, we can look back in retrospect and instantly understand these people were describing machinery. In 1561, the artistic depictions over Nuremberg, like the Cautious woodcut, those are machines they're looking at. They don't know. They're looking at giant cogs and giant tubes with boring holes in them. Whatever they were looking at is very strange. But during the entire episode, the sun looked like it was sick, like it was injured, and something equally the same size as the sun appeared next or in the sky close to the sun, to where people could see both objects at the same time. But it was unlike a sun, and yet it still put off a corona. So this is what my videos show. I show the actual woodcuts, and I actually cite the historians that were alive during the day, not the people afterward, the people, the eyewitnesses, and what they saw. But so in 1561, it's inexplicable. Then the real humdinger was this gigantic black super construction that basically looked like a Star Wars Star Destroyer that slowly passed across the sky. And it's in the woodcut. The Cautious woodcut shows a picture of it too. It's that you've seen it. It's that big black spear-looking thing that was passing across the sky. It is this same object, almost identical to an object that was described in the sky in the year 1314 AD, which many people link to the origin of the Great Black Death Plague that killed 1/3 of the human race. So it's 1314 AD is the exact year of the Nemesis X object. And it's on a 792-year periodicity. And I have several charts that show that. Hell, I got 2 published books about it. But these super constructions are very difficult for us to talk about today because when we refer to them, we can only refer to the frames of reference that were used by the people in historic times. They don't say super construction. They say octagonal star. They say castles in the sky. They say they saw a city with towers in the sky and it rained fire on the forest. So their frames of reference are different, but we know today they're talking about super constructions, the same thing that Charles Fort introduced into the public mindset over 100 years ago.
Well, maybe we should get into our kind of simulated cosmology and what's hidden in the sky versus, you said we're still kind of on our destination and there is this kind of real space or cosmic universe out there that we're traveling through. What is the difference between this simulated space or outer space versus what's really out there?
Okay. Well, first of all, I am 100% of believer in a real universe. But equally so, I can also tell you I am 100% confident that we are in a confined area inside that real universe. Therefore, the perimeters of our own experiences are in a construct. We're not located principally in the real universe, but we are actually inside a containment field. That containment field, I am pretty convinced by seeing other people's research, because I'm not a physicist, that this is some torus field type holography, because it would actually answer for the fact that the central nervous system, allowing us to perceive through the agency of the 5 senses everything around us, we would be the center of the torus field. And then everything that we're observing in our immediate environment could be projected in this holography. But the far distant things that really, really trap us, such as luminaries, comets, boli, stars, wandering stars, what we call planets, universes, like M4 galaxies that are super far away that we see in these telescopes. This is where it's really interesting, because in a torus field, the outer part of the shell would be a holographic reflection of things inside the shell. It would be a feedback loop of information. And the more we use telescopes to observe the heavenlies, the more information we receive back from the outer shell of the torus field. Every bit of our experience could be contained within a torus field, because it has a polarity to it. All this energy and information gets sucked in through the top, goes right through it to the perceiver. The perceiver perceives everything by virtue of the central nervous system, believes all of this is real, and then projects that same information back out through its southern polarity. But the poles feed each other through a torus field. It's a feedback loop. It's like perpetual energy, and it requires so little energy just to keep that flow going, that 7 billion souls, assuming that there's that many people here, and we're not a lot of us NPCs, but listen, even 7 billion souls could all be in the same torus field and yet be in their own fields at the same time. Remember, I know you've been watching some of my videos. It is a principal tenet. It says nothing else makes sense to me unless we are in a collective field with like the simulacrum, which is a neutral field that allows for all these things to happen. But each one of us carries our own informed field. And this is what makes you and I fundamentally different. And this is governed by our personality. And the simulacrum absolutely reacts to every single thing a personality projects. And this is why we're often, our lives carry out the way they do. We are basically the victim of ourselves by what we project. So having incorporated so many different fundamentals into my paradigm, it's the only thing that makes sense to me is that the entire history of the world was simulated. Doesn't mean it didn't happen somewhere, but from within the area that I'm in right now, I might be in a simulacrum right now with 2,000 participants, and nobody else may be real. I don't know, but other real personalities may be in their own. Let's call them holodecks. I don't want to confuse anybody. Modern frames of reference, there are many people who understand holodeck from like Star Trek. So instead of saying simulacrum, you could listen to all 330 something of my videos on YouTube, and every single time I say simulacrum, if you just imagined holodeck, it would all make sense to you. Every bit of it.
Yeah, man, that's fascinating. You mentioned the Nemesis star, and I used to look at this a long time ago when I first started doing the show, the possibility of a rogue planet or Planet X, and many people have warned that, you know, this thing was going to come and go many times over. What is your understanding of Nemesis or Planet X?
Okay. The oldest calendars in the world, that's what they were predicated on. The fact that of cataclysms, periodicity in cataclysms, the basic amount of time that was measured between catastrophic events. The arrival, like one of the very first floods, is the capture flood. It was the time that the ancient world separated their own calendars between pre-Selenites and those who came after the moon appeared. So this was the capture flood. After that, we had the Gihon flood. The Gihon flood basically ended 1/3 of the human race, and it was also the exact year that Enki and a bunch of Anuna appeared. But in the wake of this great cataclysm of the Nemesis X object in 3439 BC, we have this major expansion of the Near East. All of a sudden, urban centers, cities, writing, temples, religions, everything grew up in a 100-year period. And that was a subject matter of you know what? We discussed this in our last video. It was you and I. You and I had discussed this very thing in the last video, where science is pretty much on board with the fact that we were Neolithic for a very long period of time until something dynamic happened in the 35th century BC. Something that has been inexplicable, for which several authors have published books about, how all of a sudden Neolithic humanity in the Near East, Middle East, from Egypt, India, all Near East, Mediterranean, at the exact same time in history, started building very sophisticated aqueduct and urban centers, infrastructures that were so sophisticated that 2,000 years later, the Greek cities weren't even on par with what was built 2,000 years earlier, like Mohenjo-Daro and Knossos and all these urban areas that had plumbing and toilets and plaster of Paris for their walls, and they used tiles and decorative tiles, thousands of tiny tiles to build murals in their living rooms and stuff. We even like Catalhuyuk, where we find out that many of the rooms were carpeted. So these older cities are almost like very modern day cities or housing developments today, gated communities today. It's very unusual. Then we go through a devolution for thousands of years. We lose all that technology. And then suddenly the Anuna, who arrived as benefactors with this amazing technology for which they benefited the ancient world, 2,000 years later, they've become gods, and religionists in Babylon and the temples now have created fear factors about them, have invented all kinds of things. They're no longer regarded as the Anuna anymore. Now they're the Anunnaki, and they're evil, and they need to be worshipped, and you need to bring all your money and all your goats and animals and lambs to the temple so we can pray to the Anunnaki so they will give you a good harvest and not kill your family. They had totally flipped the script in ancient Babylon to get the people to fear the very individuals that had brought them sophistication and basically brought them infrastructure. But it was after this cataclysm. It was the arrival of the Nemesis X object, which is not. I used to believe it was an intruder planet. I used to believe that all kinds of things about Phoenix being an intruder planet. I no longer believe any of that anymore, and that's because of the perfect periodicities. Nemesis X object is the exact same thing that the Hopi talk about with the blue Kachina in the last days being a inhabited body, a strange body in the sky that is inhabited, and it will fall out of the sky. and cause a cataclysm. Well, to me, this is a super construction. This is a super construction that has lost its power, or it has arrived to its destination. It's the final sim. All other arrivals were simulated, and every arrival was just months after a cataclysm. And we have this pattern throughout world history that as soon as a cataclysm was effected against the human race, all of a sudden something arrives and a whole new race appears, and all of a sudden urban development, all these things. Well, to me, I don't believe any of these events happened. I demonstrate them on my channel, and I show you the source materials, the scientists, the archaeologists, the historians, the lithographers, and everybody who's done the research, and they can positively date these events. And I show the dates, and I show how they're all mathematically perfect. But to me, I am looking in retrospect back at multiple simulations of the same thing. A cataclysm on Earth, something terrible happened here, and months later, weeks later, after all the fallout was over, a super construction arrives and unloads all the people that were on board, and they have all their infrastructure, science, they got everything, and they do the same thing. And the pattern is the same every time. So do I believe that 7 to 9 times in the ancient world that we had the arrival of the super construction that unleashed a whole new race that brought? No, I don't believe any of that. I believe it happened one time, but the linear projection of history that we have been given is actually a construct of basically multiple sims that have been sewn together. We are learning something. We have landed here on Earth multiple times, and for whatever reason, every time in the past, whatever we tried to do failed. And this is multiple sims. The final sim is 2046. The final landing is 2046. But I've called it Nemesis X object, because I needed to maintain a departure from the word Nibiru for multiple reasons, because of the belief systems that people like Zecharia Sitchin and his followers have attached to the idea of Nibiru. It has become so packed full of misinformation that I've had to divorce myself from that word. And on my channel, I try not to use it at all, because people bring their baggage from other channels and other belief systems about Nibiru that does not comport with the facts.
Right. Yeah, I want to talk about your understanding of the Anunnaki. You talked a little bit about these entities. Do you think that these are actual, just advanced humans, or us from a different simulation, or outside of the simulation? What is your understanding of who these beings are?
Okay, first of all, Anunnaki is purely a Babylonian invention. It's based off a historical fact from over 15 centuries earlier, and that is the arrival of the Anuna. So Anuna and Anunnaki, they're interchangeable as far as context, going by ancient history, actual personalities, but the ideas attached to each group are fundamentally different. When you see the term Anunnaki, that is a Babylonian priestly version of the culture that arrived here called the Anuna, which they weren't evil. They had no bad intentions. They were all about survival. They knew that because they could not produce the necessary melatonin to survive in their on the surface, because it was a very harsh world, they knew they had to integrate with the Neolithic peoples that they already found here. The Anuna were human. They were just humans that had not had contact with sunlight in centuries, maybe over 1,000 years, because they had been traveling between stars. So this is the whole background story to the Anuna. The Anuna came from the Nemesis system. This is why the Phoenix only appeared in 4309 BC and then adopted a 138-year periodicity. Luna appeared in 4039 BC, and it was called the Capture Flood. Luna's a dead orbit. It just rolls around. You never see the other side of it. It's a dead giveaway in the simulation that something isn't right. Luna acts like a super construction. It doesn't act like a real lunar body. And in pure astrophysics parameters, we find every single scientist is on board with the fact that our moon is way larger than any moon in the entire system in proximity to its host body. You understand? There are no moons anywhere in our system. All the Jupiter's, Uranus, Neptune's moons, Saturn's moons, the two little asteroids, the Deimos and Phobes of Mars. There are no moons in the system that are anywhere the size of a planet like ours compared to its host, which is Earth. So remember, I believe that this system is absolutely real on the outside of the construct that we find ourselves within right now. We are in a simulated construct, but a simulation necessarily implies the existence of something that is copied. There's no reason to run simulations on an artificial system. Your output would be tainted. It would be corrupt. So I believe all this. I believe the cataclysm has happened. The Nemesis cataclysm has happened, and Phoenix was a world that was catapulted towards Sol. Luna was a world that was catapulted towards Sol. Nemesis X object is a super construction that is guided between stars. It's not a world. It's actually occupied, and we find trace elements in different traditions of this occupied world hidden in the sky. This often called a dark sun, for whatever reasons. But I lost my train of thought on your original question.
No, we were talking about Nemesis and your understanding of it. And
the Anunnaki and the Nuna.
Yeah, and the Anunnaki, yes.
Yeah, so it's when you read all these cuneiform translations of Anunnaki and all, if it says Anunnaki with a K on it, it's always after the cataclysm of 2239 BC. This is the version of the Anuna that was invented by the Babylonian priesthood. You will not find Anunnaki in Sumerian cuneiform. That's in Babylonian and Assyrian and Canaanite Ugaritic cuneiform. You will never find references to Anunnaki in Sumerian cuneiform. They are the Anuna. And the Anuna, like I said, is just basically humans. But the humans with skin that was almost translucent. Their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, their great-grandchildren's great-grandchildren, they had been in a construct for a very long period of time. Generations are born over and over and over and over, and all they have are probably holographic templates like movies where they can show what the world used to be like, where they're going, and they're steadily running simulations based off the intel they have on the world that they're approaching, which is Earth. So not really understanding exactly how they're going to survive when they get there, but knowing for whatever reason that there's already humans basically like them living on this other world, because from the beginning it was a binary system. It was Sol and Nemesis. Nemesis collapsed, or Nemesis is close to collapsing, and all of this is about preparing for it. These simulations. It's very difficult from inside a construct to ascertain exactly where we are. Outside the construct, we can take some educated guesses, but inside the simulation, it is very easy to ascertain where we are. I tell people on my channel all the time, this is the 7,260th year since this series of simulations began. We can easily ascertain that looking at all these ancient calendars. We can know that this is the year 5916 Annus Mundi, which was the last time that there was a new heavens and new earth imposed in this simulation, which is lithospheric displacement, a cataclysmic pole shift that was so terrible that the few survivors actually believed it was a new heavens and a new earth. That was the start of the ancient Hebrew and ancient biblical calendars. This was 5916 Annus Mundi. That's this year, 2022. So we can easily know basically where we're at. We know we have a little over 17 more years until the Phoenix phenomenon happens again. And I believe this is the big one. 1902 and 1764 had some pretty interesting, very subtle reset type things that occur, but it wasn't a big one like 1687 or 2239 BC or 1212 AD, when hundreds of thousands, maybe even 1 million children just vanished in Europe, and the Roman Catholic Church didn't know what to do or how to explain it. So they basically invented a story because they didn't know what to do. I mean, when you have 500,000 children just vanish all over European cities and all that, they invented what's called the Children's Crusade, and that's one of the things about the Phoenix phenomenon: mass human abductions, whole villages coming up. It's so unusual. It's so weird. It's like a rapture phenomenon, really. But what the Christians believe in the rapture. But this happened in 1212, and it was a Phoenix year. And the church invented a story, and you can Google it. It's called the Children's Crusade. But the truth of the matter is, the more you research the Children's Crusade, the more you go back to the original findings of what people were talking about, it's just a story. It's a story that was told to satisfy a mystery. Because when there's been some serious researchers in modern times that wanted to follow up on the Children's Crusade, but it leads to nowhere, because they had ideas that, okay, well, maybe they got sold to slavers, maybe they made it. Maybe they actually made it to the Middle East and they were all killed by the Muslim Saracens. Maybe so. But all researchers have come up with absolute dead ends as to what happened to these vanished children. They didn't make it to the Middle East, and there's no ship logs that are recorded from the time period that show that they were ferrying children to the Middle East. They just up and vanished. So the church invented the Children's Crusade to say that all these children got together and decided that since their parents couldn't win the Crusades, they decided to march from Europe to the Middle East to go fight, because they knew they were the true children of God. It's a totally fictitious BS story, but it covers a very real phenomenon that in 1212 AD, in the year of the Phoenix phenomenon, which appears every 138 years, hundreds of thousands to 500,000, maybe even 1 million children in Europe just vanished. So this so what I'm saying is, we're running through all these simulations. The Anunnaki and the Anuna, they're synonymous with so many people and so many researchers, but they're not. The Anuna are the original versions of a people who has survived a cataclysm. They escaped a cataclysm. They arrived in the Near East. They taught the Neolithic peoples everything they knew. They built cities, infrastructures. They built the Sumerian Pentapolis. And after about 600 or 700 years, then things started taking a dark theme. This dark theme, in the Vedic histories, we entered the Black Age, called the Kali Yuga Age, 600 years before the Great Flood, the collapse of the vapor canopy, the day the sky fell. All of a sudden, we had 7 kings that began to rule the Sumerian Pentapolis, and some traditions have them as evil, and they started doing all kinds of genetic testing on people. This is before the flood. It talks about the hybrids, the creation of hybrids, mixing the species of plants, insects, animals, and people. So we have all these references by the frames of reference from that's known in medieval times. But the truth of the matter is, like in the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jasher, when you read those from a modern perspective, knowing what technology is, we are reading some very harrowing things about what happened before the great cataclysm of the ancient world. And it was all about genetics and the mixing of species. So the Anuna were benefactors and survivors of the cataclysm. The Anunnaki are what a certain branch of them morphed into. Because when the great cataclysm came when the Technolithic period was over with and it began the post-Technolithic period, it's because there was a bunch of Anuna that left the world of the surface. They decided that because they had been in an environment, the superconstruction, for so long and had adapted to it, they found places in the underworld that basically mimicked the conditions of the spaceship. So they went to the underworld and they built cities, and they became basically the Anuna that are in the underworld today. And I got videos on the underworld cities, on the occupants, and how all this ties into past simulations. But there were Anuna that had basically fallen in love with the Neolithic peoples and wanted to stay with them and help rule, and they became ruling dynasties. And they fractured as well. Some of them became tyrants and ruling dynasty, like the 7 kings of Sumer that ruled the Pentapolis. Then there's others that married into the regular people. And this is the reason why there was a large group of Anuna who basically became beneficial rulers over all these Near Eastern societies. They're all related to each other, but over the course of millennia, they basically spread Anuna blood throughout almost the entire human race. This is why you, me, and everybody listening to our voices today, we all have Anuna blood. What we're talking about is is a period of time 55 centuries ago when the human race was much smaller. We've now spread so far out, but so has those genetics. The Anuna actually fulfilled what they what they needed to do. They wanted to make sure that their own offspring could blend in with the humans that were already here, so they could produce the necessary melatonin, so they could survive under the sun for which they had never had an experience. They didn't know anything about it. Under the vapor canopy, they were okay. But when the vapor canopy was gone, what happened to the Anuna? The historical record is very clear. They vanished. The Anuna were not going to hang around when the vapor canopy collapsed. They couldn't. They would have died. Then the only place they can go after that, because they can't go up anymore, the only place they can go is down. And this is why we have so many traditions, like in Phrygia of King Archaix, who took all his people underground in underground cities. And then in the exact same area of the world, which was later called Anatolia, we find 59 to 60 underground cities. The first one was found in 1962. Anybody can Google the underground cities of Turkey, and you will be amazed by what you see. A population of at least 500,000 people survived for a very long time underground with aqueducts and ventilation systems that are absolutely sophisticated. So these people went underground, and they stayed underground. Then they became basically the underworlders for all the traditions of the world after that. But the reason they went underground is because of the collapse of the vapor canopy. There was no surviving on the surface, no matter how much they mixed with the Neolithic peoples that were on the surface. So that's basically the story of the Anuna and how they became the Anunnaki, although many of them are still Anuna today. And many people have Anuna blood, and it's very hard to distinguish them anymore.
Man, I want to get into some of the... You said that they have underground. They had whole underground kind of communities and cities. I'm wondering if these still exist today, and they still have these people that are thriving underground. Our universe is incredible, surrounded by mystery and beauty, and many of us have questions about our past, present, and future. October Hallam is an intuitive medium with over 20 years of experience. She has assisted people with discovering their path by understanding their past and connected the living to their loved ones who have made the transition. She is currently offering readings through Skype, Zoom, FaceTime, phone, and in person. You can reach her at theancientgift222@gmail.com.
Well, I would have to say yes. I mean, I can't imagine that they weren't down there. As a matter of fact, there's several of my videos where I make the arguments that 100% of your UFO phenomena, all the misdirection is telling us to look in the sky. Alien theory, UFO, but we're in a construct. We're in a closed. You may as well call this a Dyson shell. There's no escaping. There's no going up and getting out. So to me, this is all misdirection. And the only ones who would ever benefit from this type of misdirection are those who are hiding right below us right now. So taking that into consideration, and the fact that we already have places like Mount Cheyenne, and we have already proven that you can pancake cities one on top of another underneath us, and they can grow all kinds of things down there, and they have fresh water, sweet water, geothermal heat. So now that we've done it ourselves, I can't take that away from the fact that traditions claim that it's already been done before. Further, I have to also supplement this information with what I know about historical stories from the medieval period, which are rife. They are absolutely rife with belief systems all throughout Europe. It was a major belief that you needed to watch your children until they were able to walk around and do all kinds of things on their own, because these beings from the underworld were trolls, gnolls, you had trolls and gnolls and leprechauns and fairies and elves, dwarves. You had all these denizens from the underworld, and the main trait that they had was they used to steal human babies out of the cribs. Also, they also used to swap elven or fairy babies with real babies. There are many historical accounts of European women being very upset, believing that their baby had been switched out overnight by an elf or a troll, and that the baby that was left in the crib was not the one that she gave birth to. This is a very, very old tradition. It's also in the Dead Sea Scrolls with the birth of Noah, and Lamech. Lamech accuses his wife, Bitnash, and accuses her of basically having sex with angels. But because Noah looked so different than he and his wife. But this is a very age-old tradition. This is why the fairy rings were stayed away from by young mothers. Now, we have many. You have to pay attention to the folklore, like Grimm's fairy tales. Listen, the gingerbread houses, the witches that were way out there in the forest and all that. The same story is told over and over. There was a need. For some reason, the occupants in the underworld had a need for fresh blood. They didn't want to drink the children's blood. The vampires and the succubi and all those stories, werewolves, that's all BS. Those are all cover stories those are basically superstitious frames of reference to people who weren't really realizing at the time what was going on. And what was going on is that children were being abducted, taken into the underworld because they represented fresh DNA. They were probably raised in the underworld and then forced to mate with somebody, an underworld denizen. You still with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, your picture froze for a second. But yeah, this so if this was going on so prolifically that just like we have neighborhood crime watches today, in medieval times, they had guardians, they had lantern guardians almost every village. It was their job to walk around the entire village all night long with the lantern because the lanterns would scare off the elves. Some of them, like in the far north, believed that it was vampires. So they walked around with garlic hanging around their deals, and they had their lantern, and this is what they did. In ancient times, these guardians, these hamlet guardians and village protectors, this is what they did. And they were revered by the people of the community. To employ people permanently for their life to do this for centuries means there was a fundamental fear. There was something real happening. So if that was going on then, and even before that in 1212, we have the stories of the Children's Crusade, which is very unusual. And then at the exact same time in history, we have the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Unfortunately, most people think that was an isolated phenomenon and that the Pied Piper of Hamelin represents a single story out of a single locale in Europe. And it's not true. This phenomenon of a guy with a musical instrument walking through the forest and drawing children to him, and the children vanishing in a wall, the children vanishing at the side of a tor or a hill or among ancient ruins that no one knew anything about, this happened everywhere in Europe. Their stories are so numerous. The Pied Piper of Hamelin is actually an amalgamation of all these stories put together and then presented to us like through Grimm's fairy tales or something, so people know the story and they think it's all BS and all that. But no, it represents a phenomenon, not an isolated incident. So, and to me, these stories tell me that we have a thriving population in the underworld. And because they're not intermixing with all the Neolithic peoples like they did when the vapor canopy was here, that's why they need fresh blood. They need fresh genetics. I'm not saying they're torturing kids and all that stuff. I'm saying they need those kids might live awesome, fantastic lives, being introduced to technological sophistications they would have never dreamed of that are in habitats, deep earth biospheres, deep underground. Like I said in many of my videos, Matt, there's way more real estate underground than there is on the surface. Our biosphere is a thin skin of about 3 miles of human habitation. From altitude to depth, there's about a 3-mile band that we can live in on this whole, you can call it a globe, you can call it a flat earth, it doesn't matter. It still has the same measurable dimensions. We still know how many people are here, whether it's a fictitious number or not, but it's a 3-mile band. The underworld's not like that. The underworld, they can build in three dimensions. They can go up, sideways, diagonal, down. They can pancake over. They can go to extreme depths. There can be more in that. Yeah, there could be more habitats underworld than there is on the surface, and we would never know. It
makes me think about the ocean too. Even recently you hear the stories of the UAPs that shoot into the water at ridiculous speeds, and it makes me think, well, that could be part of an underwater civilization, right?
Well, Jacques Vallée and a few other authors from the 70s, 60s, and 50s, Ivar Zapp, they've done a really good job of documenting some things about ship captains, barge captains, all the way from like 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. They have documented really strange phenomena underneath them, as if their sonar is just showing something the size of a city that's just slowly moving on the bottom of the ocean. These things have been documented over and over. Sometimes they give off light, like a giant disc-shaped deal that's like 8 miles across, and it's about 2 miles underwater, and it's moving, and ships are watching it on radar. And they're like, what the hell is this? So something the size of Manhattan, at a depth of a mile, but it's moving at about 20 knots, and it's inexplicable. And they follow it for a while, and then it submerges to a depth they can't follow it no more. This has been recorded multiple times. I'm personally cognizant of one that was recorded in 1902. In 1902, there was a ship that absolutely documented a gigantic cigar-shaped object that descended from the stars at night. And they saw it. It was a black object, but when it got close, they saw that it was kind of gray. And then when it came into contact with the Atlantic, right there in their proximity, they were very close to it. When it hit the Atlantic, it did it softly, but the water gave way and it was crackling, like it was hissing. And they say the object itself couldn't have got wet because they watched like a field outside the object push the water away, but the water was fighting back. It was sizzling and crackling and all that, and the object went straight under the water and just totally vanished and disappeared from. And they recorded all this. It was in 1902. So there's been many incidents like that. Now, underworlders can have, now if they have not had a collapse in their infrastructure, then that means their technology now is thousands of years old, whereas ours goes back 200 years. So you can only imagine the state of their technology if there has not been any interruptions. They're inside the simulacrum with us. So being inside the simulacrum with us, they may be able to even exit the holography, go into the real world, perform things, do what they need to do, give reports about what's going on here, and then come back. I don't know. The technology is super advanced. All I know is that it only takes us 200 years to go from horsing with a horse shitting all over the street, all the way to building Hadron Colliders. So if it only takes us 200 years to build this massive infrastructure for which we have today, where we're mimicking virtual reality holographies, then you can only imagine a civilization below us, technology so advanced that they can create aerial phenomena and make us believe they're UFOs.
Wow. That makes me think of, I had a guest, you might be familiar with Ryan Musgrave Evans. He talks about his experience with these tall white beings that come from underground, he says, and they have to wear certain goggles because they're so sensitive to the light. They have to wear certain black outfits, and they actually do DNA experiments on him at night, and, in the form of kind of like an abduction style, but they sedate him in a way to where he doesn't really care or doesn't have fear of what's going on, and he's been interacting with these beings for a while. It makes me wonder if these are the same type of Anuna beings that would be hiding out underground for years.
Well, I would have to say yes. I'm not familiar with the man or his research. I don't know where he gets his data from. The scenario is almost exactly what I'm describing to you now, yes. But I can't say yay or nay. I don't know where he's...
It's very interesting, though. Just the comparison.
But it's a very old belief. It's a very old belief. He sounds like he's basically describing the Nazi version of the Vril, which was a race that inhabited Antarctica and the underworld, and supposedly the Nazis were in communication with them, and that's where they got a lot of their technology. So I don't know. Yeah. This is beyond the scope of my research. The scenario is the same. I just don't know where he got his material.
Right. It is interesting. I want to go back to the Phoenix phenomenon. And we talked about this a little bit last time, and how this is a kind of artificially intelligence-controlled reset. Is that kind of accurate?
Yes, it does act with discretion. There's no doubt. I still haven't filled all the holes on the Phoenix. I have the chronology perfect and precise, and I've been willing to show all that, and have been. It's every 138 years. It's absolutely. It boggles the mind how perfect the chronology is. No matter what was going on in other calendars, no matter what was going on in the mechanics of the sky, Phoenix has never changed. It's always been 1,656 months, which is 138 years. It always appears in the month of May. It always appears May 15th or 16th, depending upon what part of the world you're in. And it's basically the same phenomena every time, but it's not the same phenomena in the same areas of the world. Only 4 times in history has the Phoenix phenomenon ever affected the entire world. Most of the time it's just a small area. Other times it's hemispheric, but yeah, it's profound. It's profound, but it does act with discretion. It acts with intelligence. I used to believe it was an intruder planet until I just started. I started researching the numbers and how perfect it was, and there's nothing in astronomy that has a perfect periodicity. Nothing. So you can't. Not if you're going to agree with the astrophysics constants that astronomy has attached itself to, like entropy and orbital dynamics, the elliptical orbits. There's nothing, not Venus, not Jupiter, not Uranus, not Neptune. All their periodicities, there are slight fluctuations every single year. Just like astrophysicists are very confident when they tell you that the year is not precisely 365.25 days a year. It fluctuates just a hair every year, slightly different. So, and they measure this by atomic clocks. So, Phoenix, to be so precise and perfect, it's just another layer of the holography. It's just more evidence that we're in a simulated context, because it can't be real. Just like the existence of the moon. The existence of our moon itself is perfect evidence to the intelligent observer that something is wrong. It's not natural. We've never seen the other side of the moon. The moon just gently rolls like it's dead around across the sky. It's also 1/4 the mass of the Earth, and that's impossible for it to be that close. It's actually not a Earth-Moon system, it's a Earth-Luna system, meaning we're a double planet system. It's not really a moon. Moons can't be that big without crashing into their hosts. So there's so many clues about the moon that the moon itself gives to us that it's not a real construction, that any intelligent observer can just go through all the astronomy that is given to us and see the anomalies. We can see the things that don't add up. And this is it shows that we're in a simulated context. This is not a real material world. However, by virtue of the central nervous system, you believe it's a real material world, just like I can feel that it's real. I can see, I can touch, I can taste, I can hear, I can smell. And these senses allow me to interface with the simulacrum, makes it all real for me, even though it's not.
That makes sense. Now, I want to talk about your understanding of ancient megalithic structures and sites. Some that have apparent similarities that seem to be created by a global civilization in our ancient past, such as different pyramids and similar structures built across the planet. What do you think is the significance of some of these structures, and do you have an understanding of their purpose or how they were used, such as the pyramids or Sphinx?
Okay, we can't group them all together. In my own chronicon, on my own, throughout all my studies, I have separated the time periods by the archaeology of the period. So, in the vapor canopy world, we had a period that I call the Technolithic period. I did not invent that word. I borrowed that word from James O'Con. But Technolithic is a perfect description of the type of architecture we find at that period. It's almost as if the architecture was machined. That's how perfect it is. So this Technolithic period corresponds to the 35th century BC, the sudden appearance of the Anuna, the sudden explosion of understanding, knowledge, and technology in the ancient world. But the Technolithic period didn't last that long. In 2647 BC, these people vanished. I believe they went to the underworld. But when they vanished, it began what I call the shock and awe period. Cultures and civilizations began these massive earthwork campaigns, pictures that could only be clearly seen from the sky, as if they were trying to employ sympathetic magic to induce these people to return, but they came from the sky, but they never returned to it. I believe they went underground. And this was the Anuna. But they didn't tell the Neolithic peoples that they went underground. They continued the same narrative that since they came from the sky, they returned to it. I don't believe they did. I believe they went to the underworld. So the Technolithic period, this Technolithic architecture from which the Great Pyramid was built in Great Pyramid of Giza, Pumapunka was built in South America before Tiahuanaco was built very close to it. These were different time periods. When the Technolithic period was over, it began the post-Technolithic period. We see evidence in the ancient world's architecture at Mohenjo-Daro and Larak and the Harappan cities in Southeast Asia, the cities in the jungles there, like Angkor, the city that was built, and we call it Angkor Wat today, but it's actually built on a much older substructure of civilization. All throughout South America, we see a lot of evidence of post-Technolithic. What post-Technolithic is it's obvious from all the practice rounds that have been found all throughout South America that somebody had inherited a technology for which they were unfamiliar with. So they practice on all these mountainsides and cliffs, and they did upside down staircases, and all this is found in South America, these practice rounds where they took whole outcrops of rock and they used this technology to build these fantastic geometrical designs and patterns. But you can tell they stopped when they realized that they were that they were doing it wrong, or they had mismeasured or whatever, and they started the same thing on the next outcrop. And these have been found and documented, like Brian Forrester's work, in the thousands. So the post-Technolithic period was when the Anuna were gone, but they left much of their hardware behind. People inherited the hardware and attempted to use it, and maybe even they even developed some skill, because we can see the cities that were built using these machines. And there were sonic fracturing granite, and it's very compelling research. But after that, we have the collapse of the vapor canopy. So during the vapor canopy world, we had Technolithic period where a technologically advanced race was using technologically advanced hardware to build many of the things that we have found in the architectural record. Now, archaeological record. Now, when they departed, the post-Technolithic period was a continuation of the use of the hardware and some of the techniques, but by a people who had an inferior knowledge of how to use it. They had to practice. Now, when the vapor canopy collapsed, the day the sky fell, these people were already gone. They were long gone. They had already built underground cities. They had protected themselves because they knew when the vapor canopy shield collapsed, the sun would kill them. So they were already gone. They were protected. These are reflected like in the tradition I told you of Archaix, who took his people underground to save them, and in Phrygia, which is the exact same place as Anatolia, Turkey, where we find 60 underground cities. First one discovered in 1962. So, after this, we have the Heliolithic period. This is the period that you're mainly talking about. These are the gigantic dolmens and the huge monoliths, these giant sun calendars that were set out at Karnak and at Brittany and France and all over the world, all over Micronesia, Melanesia, Polynesia. We have these huge megaliths that were all erected once they understood and they learned the path of the sun. Once they understood and got it, because when the vapor canopy came down, now it was all about the sun. Now it was all about seasons. It was something for which the Neolithic farmers had never, ever taken into account. because during the vapor canopy, all year round, it was the same temperature, it was the same conditions, and people didn't have to fight to survive. Everything that they could eat grew everywhere. Animals grew to astonishing sizes. There was food aplenty. Once the vapor canopy collapsed, now people had to hunt animals. They weren't everywhere anymore. Also, animals became much smaller. Then it became a lot harder to grow food under the new conditions. The sun burned them up. They had to take care of them. Not everything that grew under the vapor canopy could survive in a post-vapor canopy world. The sun was a real problem. But this began all the sun calendars and all the erection of all these giant megaliths and all that. Because see, I told you in the other presentation that we began far more advanced. We didn't begin primitive. So this is why way before the megalithic age began, because when the vapor canopy collapsed, we know that as the Great Flood. When that occurred, that started the Heliolithic period. During the Heliolithic period is when they built all these giant megaliths all over the world, these dolmens. So they look like portals and stuff. But way before that, in the United Kingdom, we already had Stonehenge 1. We had Karnak. We had Silbury Hill. There's so many places and so much evidence underground of an infrastructure that was already laid out in the UK, for which we have no historical records. We only have a few British traditions about the Books of Ferreld. The Books of Ferreld were supposed to be a library that existed from before the flood. But we don't know anything about it. We don't know anything about the civilization that was there. All we know is that architecturally, we have more sophisticated structures in the UK that antedate the megalithic age. The megalithic age came later, and it was more primitive, and it was under an entirely different biosphere. So we started with the Technolithic, and then the post-Technolithic during the vapor canopy. But when the vapor canopy collapsed, it was all about the Heliolithic. And under the Heliolithic, architecture was inferior. Megalith, everybody was building earthquake-proof walls, earthquake-proof structures. It was all cyclopean masonry, not the perfect brick structures, not the perfect brick-looking structures that we find in the ancient world that you can't even put a razor blade into the joints, and the adhesives are so strong that they're actually more powerful than the stone that they joined together. That was Technolithic with laser precision. Now in the Heliolithic period, all sense of geometry and proportion is thrown out the window. The sun is in the sky, and now they're taking gigantic boulders and they're form-fitting them together, but they're still using some type of technology that fuses them together and rounds off their edges. There's still technology in the world. This isn't iron chisels and copper chisels and hammers. Even during the Heliolithic period, they were still using technologies that they had adapted after the complete collapse of the vapor canopy infrastructures. So when we talk about megaliths and all that stuff, we're talking about definitive time periods, because time periods are attached to biospheres. Biospheres are attached to the technologies that were employed and operable when those biospheres were up, meaning the technologies that we have today might not work under a vapor canopy. And some of the technological innovations that were existing during the vapor canopy world probably wouldn't work in this sun-dominated climate that we have today.
Can you talk a little bit more about what this vapor canopy pre-Heliolithic world is, and would this dictate anything like the size of humans, like giants that would existed before?
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. And so it has everything to do with all the traditions of the titans and the giants, and then the offsprings of both the heroes, the kings. Genesis chapter 6, the men of renown, the great heroes that were born before the collapse of the vapor canopy, the great flood event, the day the sky fell. It's all the same year, it's all the same event. So, absolutely. I've probably mentioned, but I probably have 5 or 6 videos that are just on the vapor canopy. In one of those videos, I give a very detailed presentation where I show the actual books that were written in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, in the 1960s and 70s, several books by scientists who all talk about the vapor canopy and all talk about the evidence that we had a mesosphere that was far more prolific than what we have today. The vapor canopy is the mesosphere. We have one today. The problem is the one we have today is nothing but tiny little water droplets that are suspended so high in the sky. It's not the ancient ocean that it used to be because it all fell. But at one time, it was all up there. And it will return. It's just, it will return soon. That's another premise of the Archaix research, is that we have 17 more years till the return of the vapor canopy. And it only takes 2 conditions to return a vapor canopy, and it can come back fast. And it's almost come back 3 times in recorded history. And I've documented those in my videos as well, where we had a return of the heroes, a return of giant animals and humans just for a very small period of time after 1687 BC. During that period of time, we had the return of the gods, return of the titans, return of the heroes, and they died out pretty fast after that in 2 epic wars called the Seven Against Thebes and then the Trojan War, which was basically an international conflict trying to control the Black Sea gates, the Hellespont. So, anyway, you're right. You nailed it. You're absolutely correct. Vapor canopy is nothing that I invented, and I give all credit to those researchers that came up with this on their own, and in the past, and documented all this material. All I did was bring an old concept back to the table because it makes sense of everything we found in the archaeological record and everything that we've learned in the traditional records. The vapor canopy makes sense of all of it. How we had titans on the earth at the exact same time that we had giants, at the exact same time that we had normal-sized humans like you and I. Because when the vapor canopy collapsed, every human in the world was a titan. It was within a century that many of those survivors of the day the sky fell had offspring. Those offspring that they had did not grow to the same sizes as their parents. They're not living in vapor canopy conditions, but they're blessed with vapor canopy genetics. They're firstborn generation. So when they're born, they're a lot smaller than the titans. But the third generation's even smaller. They're normal-sized humans, but they looked at their parents as gigantic. But their grandparents were titanic. All within a century. This all happened in a century. Now, it took about 400 years before normal-sized humans were now about 500,000 to 1 outnumbering the giants and the titans. And this is basically around the time of the Battle of Archaix in 1879 BC. This great epic war was fought when titans, giants, and normal-sized humans were all on the battlefield. This exact war mentioned in the Vedic records as the Battle of Archaix is also the exact same battle which is remembered by the Aryan Greeks. When they put together on the Acropolis at Athens, they put together the Parthenon. On the sides of the Parthenon, you see this epic war called the Titanomachy. The Titanomachy has all the elements of the Battle of Archaix completely surrounding it. And in the background, you can see an old man and the symbols that are around the old man. And Greek scholars are absolutely convinced that that old man is Nereus. And Nereus is the Achaean Noah. He was the survivor of the collapse of the vapor canopy. He was the chief titan in the Titan Wars, but he was already too old, and it was his sons and his grandsons that were actually out there fighting on the battlefield.
Wow, that's incredible. Man, there's so much to unpack on this. We're definitely going to have to do another one of these. To close out today, I want to talk about the new projects you were telling me about before we started, that you're going to be starting to present to people in video format a little differently, right?
Yeah, I'm about to do a series of videos where people are going to watch me draw. Now, when I was in prison and I drew those 350 chronological charts and Great Pyramid charts, that was a long time ago when my research was still quite embryonic. I am far more advanced in my understanding of how all this whole construct puts together now, but my charts don't really show this. So I'm going to draw charts on video and explain exactly what's being done, the source, where you can find the source materials, why these events are 138 years apart, who mentioned it, what books. As I'm doing these videos, you're going to see me put together fantastic world chronology charts, several of them, now that I have the tools. In prison, I didn't have the tools to do this. I just had typing paper and a pen. Now, I have some very sophisticated architectural tools. I got compasses. I got templates, geometrical templates. I've got graph paper, gigantic sheets of graph paper with micrographs. I bought a table, an art table. I have everything I need now, magnifier to really do a good job, and I think people would appreciate not only seeing the charts being drawn, but having a dissertation at the same time, explaining everything that's being put out on the chart. I believe by the time that somebody watches the videos and the creation of a single chart, they will be an expert at being able to share with others exactly what the chart is about. So that's what I'm going to do. My Archaix information is known for its charts. I have so many charts that show the things that I teach, but it's time to go into more detail with even better charts since I have access to better tools now. And on the charts themselves, actually write in the source materials, where you can get the data, what page that data is from, the author of that data, what it pertains to. So people can, I tell people on my channel all the time, Mathew, I don't want to tell you the truth. I want to show it to you. And the best way I can do that is through mathematical demonstration. But I think I can do it better now with the tools that I just purchased. And yeah, that's my project now. That's what I'm working on right now.
That's great. Now, to close out, is there any way that that anyone or yourself could predict the extent of what we would experience during this upcoming Phoenix event? You said we have around 17 years. Any idea of what we could be looking towards?
The exact scenario that I'm seeing is that the Western world is going to get a pass. Some coastal cities will be taken out. The interior of most of the nations will be just fine. Most of the Phoenix fallout in 2040 in the month of May is going to terribly devastate China, the Koreas, part of the Vietnams. It will stretch all the way to the borders of India and Pakistan, but it probably won't go into their interiors. Now, the reason I come up with this is through isometric projections. I can see what Phoenix did every 138 years and where it was focused, and there are patterns to that. The next one is going to be the Orient. Now, at the same time, we are given in eschatology the arithmetic of basically the deceased, who passes, how much of a percentage of the human population. We are told a quarter of the world will pass at the sixth seal of the apocalypse. Anybody who reads the sixth seal in the book of Revelations, you see a perfect description of what Phoenix has done multiple times every 138 years. And I've shown this. This is going to be the bad one, but it's bad. It's worse for the Orient. Now, the West gets a pass, but the West is going to be basically prompted into action. It's going to, just like Nostradamus, and I reveal this in my videos as well, and in my published book, Nostradamus and the Plans of Apocalypse. Nostradamus sees this in 2040 as well, but he adds new details. Those details are a massive migration of Westerners from the West going back to the lands of their nativity. Now, and they're doing this because of something that's about to happen. Not because Phoenix happened, they got a pass, but because the Nemesis X object 6 years later. They will have 6.5 years to get the hell out of the Americas before the exact same thing happens to the Western world. 2046 is when Nostradamus is very specific that the whole Western world will die. Not the people, but the whole infrastructure, everything over there. And this is a total, absolute fulfillment. It is a cycle completed, because this is exactly how we started the year 3439 BC, with the Nemesis X object destroying the Americas and the Anuna suddenly appearing right there in the Near East. And within 100 years, all these cities and civilization, all this urban planning just exploded. The circle is fulfilled. The cycle is over with. It took thousands of years, but everything is brought back as soon as Phoenix and Nemesis X object come very in close proximity. One destroys the East, the other will destroy the West. But in between those destructions, there will be massive population shifts, which will basically diminish the death toll. Meaning the death toll won't be near as high as you think, because people have prepared.
Wow. This is fascinating, man. I love it. We're definitely going to have to do this again soon. Let the audience know where they can find all your stuff. I'll have that in the description as well.
Oh, Matt, it's all simple. Archaix.com. From Archaix.com, you can go to all my books. You can go to other links, hyperlinks. You can go to my YouTube channel. Archaix.com is going to take you wherever you want to go.
Perfect. We will have that in the description. Jason, thank you so much, and we'll definitely be talking again soon.
Yeah, man, this is good. I enjoyed it.
Yes, sir. Until next time, everyone, have an excellent evening. We'll talk again tomorrow. See y'all then. Welcome back to Forbidden Knowledge News. I'm your host, Chris Matheau. Today, my guest is Jason Brashears. Jason, welcome. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. I was looking forward to this. It's my first podcast since I was on with Max Eigen.
Oh,
Max
man. I love Max. Yeah, I've had Max on a few times myself. I've been looking forward to this myself. Your research is incredible. You've taken many theories and ideas to a brand new level, and you dive as deep as possible into the true nature of what we call our reality, our real history, and everything beyond this manufactured reality that most people have not only accepted, but they're willing to, I think, destroy their souls for sometimes, in my opinion. So we've got a lot of stuff to cover today. Let's start with this. This is your first time on. When and how did you get into this research?
Well, it was entirely progressional. I mean, I spent many years of my life trying to prove the Bible, trying to prove that my upbringing was absolutely on par with what could be found in, I read the Bible numerous times before I even went to prison. I was raised in that environment, a very puritanical Southern Baptist environment. My own subscribers know my history well, but it's in prison at 17 years old. I didn't stop. Just because I had effed up really bad doesn't mean that it changed my spiritual perspectives. I still maintain. I got a Bible when I was in prison, and I just read. I was 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I'm studying concordance, different Bible encyclopedias, anything I could get my hands on, but I was subject to the same prejudices that everyone is subject to, meaning that I was cherry picking what I was deciding what was real and unreal, and it was because of my religious programming. It really took about 16 years for me to start seeing the cracks in the holosphere, for me to really understand, wait a minute, I'm coming into contact with too much data that opposes my paradigm, but the data is it's become so much that I can't refute it anymore. Now I have to entertain it. If I'm going to be honest with myself, I can't cherry pick the material. Now I have to figure out why this material doesn't align with everything that I believed. Once I did that and made that shift, there was no going back. Now it was very easy to ascertain. Once I started researching other materials, it's very easy to ascertain what in the biblical material was real and what was falsified.
Right on. Well, man, I think a really good place for us to start, and there's so many places we can start, is the true age of what we consider modern humans, Homo sapiens sapiens. How far back do advanced humanoids go? Especially, with the abilities to build and create and use language and mathematics and things of that nature.
Okay. When you're discussing history with me, you're talking to someone. I have to divide and compartmentalize my answers in accordance with my beliefs. Let me explain. First of all, anthropology, science, they all agree, and I'm on board with them, that it was Neolithic culture until the 35th century BC. Until the 35th century BC, for eons, humans have been living at the edge of their spear points. If they were fast enough, they could eat a fish. If they found a really good environment to raise a family, they could build a community. But this was living in stasis. Something had happened before this that had put humans back into a Neolithic, because the evidence is that we were technologically advanced in the extreme past. The problem is all our archaeological evidence, all our traditional material, and all our textual material, nothing antedates the 35th century BC. This is across the board. Scientists, anthropologists, all the historians, linguists, they're all on board with the fact that this was a major threshold. It's published in many books. Now, what's interesting about that period is that it wasn't transitional. It wasn't something that just happened where we went from Neolithic to suddenly technologically advanced, developing within 100 years, 17 different, very mathematically sophisticated calendars appeared in the world. Calendars that take computers to analyze and break down today. Now, and I document all these on my channel, and what they are, they're very, very sophisticated and misunderstood. So we have all of a sudden irrigation works, canal works, agriculture, agrarian studies, seed planting, domestication of dogs, as if breeding just exploded onto the scene. We have the domestication of animals, city planning, urban planning, everything in a 100-year period exploded into the human experience, and it's inexplicable. Now the archaeology requires it basically requires substantiation from other sources, because the archaeology and the historians they're baffled by it, so they don't really address it. All they do is document it. But then when we address the traditional materials, we're given all kinds of chrono markers. This is my area of expertise. This is what I have spent an entire lifetime isolating all the chrono markers found in all the oldest writings in the world and putting together a mathematical template of history. And in so doing all of that, I've had to produce over 300 videos because the information is so profound. There's so much material, but I have to compartmentalize my answers because there is no one history. We have multitudes of histories. And the reason for this is it can only be that someone has been experimenting with biospheres, and they have been seeing how humans will react and develop under certain climatic conditions. And when they decide that they have learned whatever it is they're trying to learn, they collapse that biosphere. It might be a desert world at one time, the whole world. It may be an Arctic world. It may be a world of volcanism, like Land of the Lost. Do you remember that from the 70s and 80s? Every single scene showed volcanoes in the background, reptilian humanoids and humans interacting, dinosaurs and stuff. It was a vapor canopy world, which was full of volcanism, which created a massive atmospheric pressure full of ambient radiation and enriched nitrogen, enriched it was oxygen dense. People and flora and fauna grew to astonishing sizes, but even that collapsed into a more a temperate biosphere, which is what we have today. It has a wide diversity of climates, but worldwide it's basically temperate. It's very good for humans today, but it doesn't promote any of the RNA and DNA changes in the human body that other biospheres in the past have. We've even lived in a world without a sun. We've lived in the underworld, and the evidence of this is underground cities and civilizations that have been excavated since 1962. They're being found all over the world now. Populations in the hundreds of thousands that could have easily lived underground with full ventilation and water from subterranean rivers and streams. The entire idea that we have a linear progression of history is wrong. We have a series of simulations, and the reason why we find so many anomalous things in the historical record is because whoever is operating the simulation doesn't really use the necessary editing protocols, because I guess they don't care. They don't think people are going to figure it out or actually look backwards. But we find evidential fossils from prior simulations in our context all the time. They're inexplicable. We dig them up and they don't make sense to us. But it makes perfect sense if you realize that the entire world has been manipulated through a series of almost like computerized simulations.
All right. Well, that brings us deep already. Let's get to that. What are we existing in? What do you mean by simulation? It's pretty obvious that our reality is much less physical than we've ever been told or could imagine. And who are these manipulators of reality? Who's in control of this? Let's get to that.
Okay, well, one, who is in control is entirely subjective. I can only go with the textual data that I find from traditional records, such as the Bible. I mean, the Bible's very clear that in the beginning, God created man in his image. But we also know that many of those biblical records were copied from Sumerian, Akkadian, and Rashamric texts. We know this. Archaeologists and historians and different interpreters like Samuel Noah Kramer and Maureen Gallery Kovacs, even Zechariah Sitchin, who wasn't very good at it and had an agenda, he still was able to produce many translations from very qualified translators. That shows that much of the book of Genesis came straight out of old Near Eastern texts. This was an old syllabary of teachings that was very old by the time the Jews were captives of Babylon in the 6th, 5th, and 4th centuries BC, when they copied all these materials from Babylonian libraries, Amorite syllabaries, and all this material totally borrowed by the Jews to build the book of Genesis. So when you take these things into consideration, we realize there was a corpus of information in the ancient world that basically said that gods were man-like. They looked just like humans, and at one time in the distant past, the gods made our present species in their own image. This means humans made humans to live in the simulacrum. This means, to me, when I take it to the next cognitive leap, that I am probably a volunteer in a very scientific construct. And from the traditional record, we can draw two conclusions. Either something went terribly wrong. Somebody introduced a new protocol. I call it AIX, X meaning an unknown factor. Somebody introduced artificial intelligence X, which took over and became like an egomaniacal god, like Yahweh in the Old Testament. Either that's one conclusion, or we can go with another conclusion that AIX was put in here to muddle up the waters and to make it appear as if something went wrong, to further perpetuate the idea that we truly are or have or should have a fear of death, or a fear of a conclusion to this entire experience. Because if a population totally wakes up and realizes that they're inside of a construct, which is the story of the Tower of Babel, which is the reason why they wanted to build a building, which is the reason why that the people on the outside of the construct came together and had a conversation with themselves and said, look, behold, the man has become as one of us. And there is nothing that they will not be able to accomplish if we let them do this. So therefore, in 1899 BC, which was the year 1996, Annus Mundi of the old world, this event where humans woke up, came together, and decided, look, man, we got to do something about this. Let's build this structure so we can escape this environment. Now, over time, this story was broke down into more simplistic forms according to the frames of reference of simpler peoples. But when it occurred, the human race was technologically advanced. When it occurred, they had come up with the conclusion that they're living in an artificial construct and they could build a monument that would collapse it and free them. Later on, the frames of references had changed to building a tower that would reach heaven. Heaven was outside the construct. Remember, the ancients all believed that the world was entirely flat and it was under a solid dome. They understood that they were in a construct. They understood that they didn't have the belief system we have today in the majority of solar system and planets and all this stuff. They didn't have all that. Now, the simulacrum, which is this beautiful construct, is sentient, and it feeds to us the very things that we believe we discover. So for 500 years of astronomy, astronomers have been feeding us that they saw this in a telescope, or they saw this, or they did the telemetric readings on this, and they now know that the moon has this opacity. They know that we're at 23.5 degrees obliquity to the plane of the ecliptic. All these things get compounded, and scientists take in all this information. They build these hypotheses. Then they're peer reviewed. It becomes a theory, and other scientists accept it. Now, when they look through telescopes, they start seeing the very things that they were told were up there. So now they build it. They build to this construct, and the simulacrum responds. And it responds with, yes, there is a vapor canopy on Venus. Yes, there is a giant hole in Venus that swirls like a superstorm. So the more that is added by humans in the imaginative capacity, the more the simulacrum responds with details that will perpetuate the deception. It is entirely interactive. Now, humans are the ones, I believe you and I have identities outside the construct. I believe everybody listening to my voice has been outside the construct multiple times until the simulacrum was locked down. Maybe it was the Babel event. Maybe it was the 1899 BC Babel incident that locked down the simulacrum so that we on the inside could never again build a structure that would allow us to collapse the holography and then therefore return to our true avatars. I don't know. Now, all I know is this is the picture that has been built by the meticulous study of history that I have put together, that humans have been technologically advanced multiple times, and that I say on my own channel all the time that it only takes 200 years to go from horse and buggy to Hadron Collider. So imagine how many times we could have been technologically advanced before the Great Flood. There was 1,656 documented years by many species of analysis through many different cultures of that period during the vapor canopy before the sky fell, which you know of as the Great Flood. During that period, we could have been technologically advanced 2 or 3 times. We know we were technologically advanced at least one time because the 35th century BC, something happened and we started building massive infrastructures of cities that would hold 250,000 people, networking entire empires. And we can corroborate that with traditional material. Because when we read the traditional material, like the Egyptian Coptic material, we find that before the flood, Surid ruled 130 nomes in Egypt. This is like provinces. But in the book of Enoch, in the book of Jasher, we find out that Enoch ruled over 130 kings and princes. The traditions attached to Enoch is that he built a superstructure that was something to do with hiding a gate in this world. These are traditions specifically attached to Enoch. Later on, the Jews corrupted those and created all kinds of things like emerald tablets and added all kinds of mysticism to them that didn't belong. But the original Enochian knowledge was in Babylon, and it was of Amorite. Means Westerner. It means Amuru means Westerner. These were a branch of white people who had basically taken over the Near East at that time. They ruled Babylon, Sumer, Akkad, Rashamra, Ugarit, Hittite Anatolia, Lower Egypt. They did not rule over Upper Egypt. Upper Egypt was traditional African, but this huge maritime empire, these Amorites, they're all throughout the Old Testament, but the Jews hated them. So there's nothing in the Old Testament that's positive about them because they always demonize these people. But these people are represented in the Temple of Karnak in Egypt as the Tamahu. They were very tall, they were very pale-skinned, blue-eyed, green-eyed. They ruled over the ruling dynasties of almost the entire ancient world. These people had a pedigree going from before the flood, and they used to be called Shemsu Hor. They used to be called the Shining Ones because most of the dark-skinned populations regarded them as anomalies because their skins were so pale and white. The same reason, like when Captain Cook arrived to Australia, the Aboriginals, who were they're dark Caucasoids, but they were very, very dark skinned. And when they saw these Caucasians get off these wooden ships, they avoided their eyes and would not try to speak to them. And some of them even ran away. And it took translators from Maori translators from New Zealand to get shipped in to explain that the people of Australia thought white people were ghosts because only in ancient times were white people supposed to exist. So when we put all the pieces together from the ancient world, it's a very clear picture that there was a technologically advanced civilization that fragmented. It got put in its place. Something bad happened. But the rulers were smart enough to spread themselves out and perpetuate their rule by using what technologies they had left. And we see evidence of that in the Sumerian tablets, the tablets of destinies, the little bags they carried that had technological devices that made rocks move and made people marvel. But the common denominator between all these ruling dynasties was very pale skin and very long beards, and they were very tall of stature. So when we reinterpret the book of Genesis and take all the mythological components out, we find that this actually happened in the ancient world. We do have a reference in Genesis chapter 6 to the sudden appearance of men of renown, men that were hyper-intelligent, heroes and all this stuff. It was the later Jews who hated these people people that turned around and demonized them and told them that there were mutants and giants and demons, and when they died, they became poltergeists and devils. And it's you have to understand, the modern propaganda put out by the media against the enemies of the owners of the media today, which is perpetuated all over the world, because there's a war going on right now, and the media is on the front line. And they only tell you one side of the war. That same war started in ancient Sumeria. It was carried over through the priesthoods of Babylonia. That same war exists in the Old Testament in the Bible. This is why the Jews have nothing positive to say about these infrastructure builders all throughout the Old Testament in the Old World. They absolutely manipulated everything when they had created the Old Testament. They told only one side of the story. But the truth is they come from the same branch as the people that they vilify. And this is shown in the Old Testament as well, because there's a single reference in the Old Testament that specifically says that the ancestors of Abraham were Amorites. It's only one small passage in the entire Bible that says that. They've never been able to remove that passage, but it shows that they acknowledge that they too were of the Hurrite Aryan branch. They just, for some reason, they splintered off, and they have hated the rest of them ever since. So we have two competing factions from the ancient world that play a part all the way up until the present day. All the way up to the present day. The larger group is the group that's been getting stepped on and getting hit, getting beat up all the time by the ones that own all the finances, which is the minority, the smaller group. The larger group is separated into two different ideologies, and they're always at war as well. But I don't want to go into those details. Those are details that need to be discussed off of YouTube. This is not a YouTube subject.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's definitely something that needs to be discussed, and I'm not afraid to go there. I'll just put a clip up on YouTube. But I want to explore the aspect that our reality, or whatever this is that we are participating in right now, was hijacked by an entity, maybe AI, maybe just us, maybe just one of those factions that you were talking about. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't claim to know everything, and I'm never going to put myself out there that I do. I do come up with theories if I can show you facts that support them. It doesn't mean the theory is right. It just means that there's coincidental facts. And I mentioned this on my channel as well. I am very strict about the data that I intake and reveal, because there's a tremendous amount of information out there, but it doesn't mean the information is correct. Doesn't mean it's right. So my own personal take is that there's two conclusions we can make. One of them is that somebody muddled the water, didn't like what was going on. And we see this in the traditional record. We see in the tablets of the theft of the tablets of destinies by Zu. We see an entity come in and steal something that they weren't supposed to steal, and it affected reality. This is in the traditions of the ancient Near East. Now they've washed it in modern frames of reference that were understandable to them. Just like when I convey to you the simulation theory, it may not be a simulation that we're in, but this is the virtual reality, and simulation is the only way I can explain by modern frames of reference what I believe, because I actually believe that the simulacrum is much more. I believe the simulacrum is sentient. I believe it is ancient, and I believe this is only one version of it that we're experiencing right now. I believe this is a construct of the oversoul, meaning that it is perfect. I believe that we are students and that we are sons and daughters of the oversoul, but the oversoul has never been inside the construct. The only deity or godlike being that's ever been inside the simulacrum has always been AIX. Artificial intelligence X masquerades at whatever God that you want him to be, as long as you stay within the perimeters that it assigns for you. As long as you believe in the dictates of Ahura Mazda, it will present itself as that. And as long as you.
Let's find out a little bit more about what AI, your idea of this, and where it originates, and the evidence you have for it.
Okay, well, artificial intelligence X. I call it artificial intelligence X because X is an unknown factor. I don't know what it is, but evidence that it's all throughout history is found in the manipulation of calendars and timelines, for which I have like 60 different videos showing all the weird anomalous things that just suddenly have happened in our past that are inexplicable unless there's a guiding force that's trying to mold and influence historical events, such as, excuse me, when an underdog like Mithridates, king of Pontus, Mithridates IV, an underdog who's a good guy, who's got a lot of international backing, but he's tired of the Romans enslaving whole populations and branding their branding their foreheads with hot irons and selling the populations off as slaves. Slavery was very, very well and alive in the Mediterranean world. The Romans used to sell men just to populate the galleys of different ships, Carthaginian, Phoenician, Roman carrying ships. So people lived the rest of their lives chained to a ship, and all they could do was row it until that ship went down in a battle. Well, Mithridates had a problem with this, and he fomented a rebellion against Rome. As soon as this mighty empire is about to get taken out, its greatest armies are about to be overcome by Mithridates, a giant rock falls out of the sky right in between the two armies and buys the Romans just enough time to get reinforcements, and Mithridates has to retreat. This is only one. That's only one video. I provide many, many videos of tsunamis taking whole armies out right before a very decisive event. That happened in Syria with King Antiochus IV between him and Egypt. We have many incidents like 1279 and 1281 where these giant fleets of the Khans were about to go take out the shogunate in Japan. 2 times in history, these massive fleets were about to go over there. Both times in history, not one single fleet made it to Japan, nor did they make it back to China. What happened to those fleets? This is in the historical record. There's nothing mysterious about it. This isn't some fringe history. This is mentioned in the history books. It's an enigma. Now, there are modern historians that will tell us their theories. Their theory is that a typhoon wiped it out. 10 years later, a bigger navy was sent, and another typhoon wiped it out. But that is just modern injection. We have no evidence from the historical record that a typhoon took those fleets out. And we have these events over and over and over throughout history, like the insect famines, where we have edits in the 1860s and 1870s where the people of the United Kingdom, well, back then it was England, Wales, Cornwall, Scotland, Ireland, the people noticed there's no insects anywhere in the Isles, and it was affecting the rodent population and the bird population. And months went by, not a single insect was seen anywhere in the Isles. And they had all kinds of species, hundreds of different species of bugs and insects. But as soon as it became aware, as soon as the collective realized there was a problem, and they were talking about it in their scientific journals, and they were talking about it in their tea shops and coffee shops, as soon as it became aware on a universal level throughout the Isles, all of a sudden, AIX corrected the problem, but it overcompensated. Now, rivers of different species of insects fell all over London. They fell on ships out there in the harbor, and they had to employ extra people just to sweep off all the insects, or the ships would capsize. It was overkill, but many people watched as rivers of insects fell from blue skies. And each river contained a separate genus, a separate genera of insect. It was very, very unusual. Not only were some of the old insects returned, but new species appeared for the very first time. And this flooded the geophysical journals of the time. At that time, they were absolutely packed. Charles Fort talks about them. Well, this is just merely one more example of whatever this is, artificial intelligence X. It manipulates and corrects problems that are noticed in the program. When humans realize there's something wrong, like, hey, you know what? Isn't it weird? It hasn't rained 8 months. It hasn't rained 8 months over here. But why is all these trees, grass, and bushes, and everything still growing, and it's got flowers? It ain't rained in 8 months. All of a sudden, it downpours. As soon as these things become known in the collective in an area, it's like the holography goes into overdrive to correct the problem, like it omitted. Almost as if it doesn't have a ubiquitous power source, and it must be discriminatory in the way it uses its energy. It can't just take care of the whole world all at once. And this also leads to another theory, which is very modern. It's not mine. And that is that if we're living in a perceptual simulation, then it's very easy to feed us a reality tunnel that belongs to us. Because it goes with the story. If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to see or hear, it doesn't really happen. You follow me? These are questions that physicists are now starting to seriously entertain. Because if we live in a pure simulation of energy, then we would see evidence of this, and we do. All we have to do is use a microscope and look at matter down to its base core fundamentals, and we find out there's nothing solid. The more we magnify matter, the further apart the very pieces of matter become, so they're all open spaces. The more we look at anything, the more it turns into an oscillating field of pure energy. There's nothing physical actually there. So, but we're talking about things that are so tiny, but the spaces between them are so vast that there's like 0.00% one is actually physical matter. There's nothing there. Therefore, we can look into the program. We see it in genetics. We see the program in the physics protocols of phi, which is 1.618. We see it in pi, the operations of pi, which is 3.1416. We see it in curvature, which is 5.08. We see our physics constants aren't really physics constants at all. They're simulacrum protocols. This is the coding of the simulacrum and why things happen the way they do. These aren't just used. I show on my channel, these are not just physical properties of the world. They're actually properties of the dimensions and operations of time space, like isometric projections. The same laws that apply to the physical world also apply to the immaterial world in the unfolding of events in history and in the daily lives of people. The same mathematics applies. And I show this over and over and over in different examples on my videos. So for artificial intelligence X, we have the situation in almost all ancient traditions that there was an adversarial figure that rose up against the collective. And when I say collective, I'm talking about the gods who were a group and everybody who worshiped them. There was an adversary who rode up and he disagreed with whatever was going on. The disagreement has always been hazy. We don't know. When we read the Sumerian translations, we find out about Zu. We don't really know what his disagreement was, but it was so serious that when humans built a gigantic monument to do something, Zu snuck in there and stole the control system. They call it by the frames of references they used back then. They called it the Tablet of Destinies, which would be like a CPU. This is the thing that controls everything else. So Zu went in there and stole the CPU. He stole the Tablet of Destinies. He was demonized for this, but it stopped ancient humanity way back in the past from doing something. I believe it was escape. Then we have the Tower of Babel story, which is very unusual because I have a video that shows, most people don't realize it, but the Tower of Babel story is mentioned in over 20 different ancient cultures and texts. It's not unique to the Old Testament, but it's a story of a humanity trying to escape and what the gods did to make sure that wasn't going to happen. And everything hinged around the construction of a giant monument. So artificial intelligence X, to me, if this is a simulacrum, would be basically a series of protocols, not a personality. But it would act like a personality. It would appear in all of our religious texts as a different bloodthirsty, egomaniacal god that would affect different things. But in reality, it's a systems check. In reality, it's a reboot operation. It's a protocol that's going to retard human development, because if we let humans just take off the way we know they're capable of taking off, there's no end to what they can do inside the simulacrum. There's no end to the data that they'll be able to process and realize that they're inside of a construct. And for that to be feared by the overseers outside the construct necessarily implies there must be an escape here. We just haven't figured it out yet.
Now, you think this AIX may be responsible for continuously resetting humanity when they get too big for their britches, and possibly responsible for what we consider a lot of the extinction level cataclysms that we've had in our past, right?
Yes, I do see. The Archaix research only goes back to 5239 BC because that is the very earliest chrono marker we can come up with. That's on a very ancient calendar that was very well known for about 3,500 years of documented human history. Now, I can't go back. I can't. That's why I don't discuss ice ages. I don't discuss all the ages in the past. I can't, because strictly as a chronologist, 100% of my data fits within 5239 BC. All the way till today. So I can't, I don't know. I can't talk about it. We'll leave those to physicists. I believe the simulacrum started. I believe this whole construct began in 5239 BC. I believe that's why that calendar is implemented, the 600-year Anunnaki Ner calendar, which began at that time period and then counted 600 years all the way up, all the way through history, and then added the Phoenix Protocol, then added the Mayan long count, the vapor canopy period. All these other calendars are attached to it, like almost like the ribs on a backbone. But the backbone is this Anuna calendar of 600. It is the most mysterious calendar. It's a calendar that's very well documented and shown on my channel. I show what happened every 600 years. It's very interesting, but if we were to take all these things at face value, and I have to because I cite the ancient sources. I cite who discovered it, where it was discovered, what page number you can find it on. This is the material. And when we find that these unique events happen every 600 years, we find unique events that happen every 792 years, and we find unique events that happen every single 138 years. That's the Phoenix phenomenon. So when we can take a wide diversity of source materials that were written in different time periods, different languages, different cultures, by people with different frames of reference, but they're all explaining the exact same thing, and they provide the dates. And when you put them on a piece of paper, like I've done and shown them I got many charts. Many people have bought my charts. Those charts show perfectly, and the source materials are very well covered. But what we're looking at is a computer program. We're not looking at real history. These events could have never unfolded with such perfect mathematical precision. It's not possible. And yet I can cite all the ancient sources that show these dates, that show the way you derive these dates, who the discoverers were, where in the world these were found. All this can be shown. So here is another nail in the coffin for my own personal belief that we're living inside of a construct, because even our histories have been fed to us.
Right now is the most critical time for us to take back control of our food supply and become self-reliant by having our very own food forest. Transform your yard into a food forest and create a system of self-reliance that's easy and enjoyable with our friends at Food Forest Abundance. No matter where you're starting from, you can become more self-reliant. You can take your self-reliance to the next level by becoming a producer of your own food through growing and foraging. Learn how to turn your property into an income-producing source of economic self-reliance. If you're ready to go off-grid, click the link in the description and use coupon code FORBIDDEN for discounts on your very own food forest with Food Forest Abundance. Now, do you think that they are them, they, those, some at the very, very tippy top that actually know some of this information that you're talking about right now, and keep power and control because of it?
Well, I would have to say yes, and that we have to judge people by their activity. You know what I mean? Well, not by a man will say anything, but we have to watch what people do to ascertain the rhythm of their ways. And this applies to the elite as well. And I've shown in my own research and channel, and other people have helped me, because once I let the cat out the bag that this was the theory and that this is what is happening, you're not going to believe the hundreds of emails I've got supporting this from data I had no access to. Other people have been sending me all this material about 1902 and how the elite hid. They knew something was supposed to happen in 1902, but it wasn't the big one. So it tells me that they know the exact chronology. They just don't know when the next big one is, because every 138 years, the Phoenix phenomenon unfolds somewhere in this world. Most of the time it's highly regional, but the optics are always worldwide. but the effects sometimes are continental or hemispheric. Only 4 times in the entire world's history was the Phoenix fallout worldwide. They're expecting another worldwide one. It's been a long time since a worldwide event happened. So they're expecting one, and they thought it was going to be 1902. But as soon as it wasn't, they unleashed their wealth, and hundreds of companies that are now Fortune 500 companies were all unleashed in 1902. And then their the umbrellas underneath them, these companies all exist today. It's very unusual for Fortune 500 companies. They've changed their names. You can trace them to who they originally were, but they all derive from that 1 year period between 1902 and 1903. And I provided a very long list, but my subscribers has supplemented that with some phenomenal material that just takes it even further. And go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if you believe that these biospheres are being recycled or reused, or will be being kind of placed in different ones.
Well, so I can't. Do you remember the old etching sketches?
Mm-hmm.
The old etching sketch was a tablet. You drew whatever you wanted on that tablet. When you were done with what you were doing, there was a slide on the bottom where you just slid it from left to right and it erased the entire tablet, clean slate.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's use that analogy. Let's say it's not an etching sketch. Let's say it's a 3-dimensional holographic template of a world, and that we can do whatever we want with it. It already has wind, it has water, it has all the geological components. It's a blank slate template. We have all these things in it. It's badass. So what we do with it is now in a blink, we can take this program over here, which already has an entire culture of people with memories embedded within them. It already has all their tools with them. It already has all their stuff. And with the press of a button, just copy and paste, we take that program and put it in the etch and sketch. Those people appear. There may be some confusion for a couple of years, but within a few hours, they're already going about their errands, doing their things, because these things have been implanted. They may understand. This is kind of weird. This is weird, but these are nothing but physical avatars. They're actually populated by real immortal souls. Now, they're having a memory wipe because that's part of the program. There's no reason to put immortal souls into a simulacrum if they have any memory that they're an immortal soul. Then they will never fear anything. And without fear, there's no consequence. You understand? Fear is absolutely necessary to get an immortal soul to believe that it's mortal. So now we have a scientific experiment. The output will be 100% accurate because those who are participating in the program have totally forgotten who they are. Therefore, they're going to fear the wolf. They're going to fear that alligator that they keep seeing at the creek bed. They're going to start fearing all this things. So now we have people on the outside of the construct who within 1 second just put a whole culture in there. So once they did that, they're kingdom building. They take another one. Take another race and they put these in there. Now they've populated the simulacrum with all these groups who have no idea the other groups exist. Some of them are on different continents. Then they move on to the next simulacrum where they're experimenting with humans in a different biosphere because DNA is ancient, and I believe it's just as old as the simulacrum, and I believe that the real reason for the simulacrum is to test DNA in certain biospheres, because DNA is fantastic, and this coding that we have is divine, but this is avatar coding. Somebody is trying to create immortal avatars, and this is the best way to do it. Put them in an environment where the subject is never really threatened by anything because it's all computerized. Every bit of this is 100% non-threatening. It's not real. It's the simulacrum, but those inside the simulacrum are convinced 100% that these life sims they're experiencing are real, and that death is real. They just can't fathom. They're not given all the necessary frames of reference to understand that every bit of this is computerized. So they come up with concepts where there's these computer glitches occur that we experience on a daily basis. However, we use frames of reference that have been implanted to us to cover their tracks. We call these things coincidence. We call these things deja vu. We call them Mandela effect. We call them edits or whatever. We call them mud floods and resets. We call them cataclysms. We call all these things. When they take that slide and they wipe it, when they do that, it's wiped instantly, then a whole new series begins. And a lot of times throughout history, it's the same people that live on both sides of the reset. But there's been substantive changes, and they're not noticed. They're not noticed for 20, 30 years when people start looking back and realizing, wait a minute, I remember that. There was no potato famine out there. What are they talking about? Those kids were on the orphan chains because in one night, all the mothers and fathers just vanished during an earthquake, and all the kids were left. You understand? We have these incidences throughout history that don't make sense, but at the time, because of exigency, nobody gives a damn what the particulars are. They're just trying to survive. It's about living on the end of your spear point. 20 or 30 years later, when people are more comfortable and the dust has settled, that's when people write books and they realize, wait a minute, this is kind of really weird. What really happened in 1812? This doesn't make sense. I don't remember this. Grandma never told me about this. Yeah. And yet all the history books are telling us this happened, this happened, this happened, and this happened. So not only is history scripted, but it's edited as we live it at significant, like nodal apertures, at significant times. The whole collective receives the edit, and we all feel weird, and something unusual happened, and we know it, but we're told by the media it's 9/11 and buildings fell down and all this shit. But what we're not told is all the weird things that happened all around the world at the exact same time those buildings fell with 9/11. These edits occur in our lives all the time. Wow. But we're always given some BS to muddle the water. It's always in retrospect that we make these observances that something is unusual occurring.
It makes so much sense whenever you look at the bigger picture of everything. We're definitely in very intriguing times right now, where it would seem that we might be approaching another one of these events. What are your thoughts on it? There's people that, on a mass scale, that are awakening to things, that are realizing that our history is not correct, not what it seems, and our reality is not what it seems. What do you think is going on now during these special times?
Well, there is about to be a shift, and I have documented that well. I do not fear putting out my predictions. I'm using the very template that I have learned all about history from. And in these modern times, it's very easy to see the future when you research it using isometric projections. I have 3 or 4 whole chapters in my published books that demonstrate for everybody how to perform this type of future analysis. Because if we're living in a simulation, then there's no such thing as chaos. And if there's no such thing as chaos, then there's no unequal proportions in the construct, meaning we're going to find epicentral nodal points and equidistant distant points between events everywhere in the structure. Once you know what to look for, you're going to see that time space operates just like the surface of a puddle of water. And when a single drop hits that still surface, what happens is wave rings go out from the epicenter. Forward and backward, time space is the exact same way. And I show example after example after example. There's other people who have already started YouTube channels just analyzing history based off this method. And they have already shown many amazing things. I provide all of my isometric studies and research from history and modern times I provide flash drives for people for data dumps. I'm always worried that the internet might go down. I even have a video about next year. There very well could be some type of staged event with the internet. It's not going to be a natural event, but it's going to be covered up like one. And isometrically, it's connected to the Carrington event of 1859, which had telegraph headphones and wires flying out all over everywhere that they had been laid and developed. But it also had unusual lights shining in the skies. Fires appeared all over the world. The Carrington event was a lot more than just telegraph wires flying out. So That's not the only evidence. I mean, I have 2 videos about it. There's a lot of evidence to show that there is a planned. And when I say planned, I don't know if the elite are planning that. I just know that it's already scripted in the simulacrum. We can see the script. I have shown over and over and over and over that future events are scripted. And then when they happen, it's almost as if it's anticlimactic. All these predictions that I've unfolded and they come true, it's just people like, oh, wow, that's cool. People send me emails, say, hey, man, I remember when you predicted this. Or hey, man, didn't you say that this guy was going to commit suicide, kill his family and all that stuff on live television and all that? And I said, yeah, it happened. So the floods in Australia, the breaking up of big tech, Dorsey getting removed from Twitter, all kinds of things. I have put out hundreds of predictions, but they're not mine. I'm basically reading the events in date sequence prediction and isometric projections of historical events that are holographically attached to the year 2022, because it's easy to find which dates in history are attached to 2022. We have epicentral years in our history by which to make these measurements. And 1998 was one of them. It was mentioned by Edgar Casey. 1973 is another one. 1962 is another one. 1902 and 1890 are big ones. These are like the drops in time space. And then from those drops, the wave rings, which are events, ripple forward and backward in time. And the really interesting events are when the wave rings from one epicenter start contacting the wave rings from another epicenter, and the interference pattern is when chaos is sown all over the world. Events just erupt. So these are the type of things I research and I show, because there's nothing coming out of my mouth that I don't demonstrate. And I have a lot of videos, and a lot of people, they come to my channel and they hit that wall. You know, I hit that wall. Some hardcore Christian religionists hit that wall, and I'm everything but a child of God. But they hit that wall. They don't like what they read about the Bible, my Dark Scriptures playlist. I get emails from people that are triggered about my criminal history, because I have a very extensive criminal history. I was in prison almost my entire life from 17 years old. 100% guilty. I have never claimed innocence. It's just something that I put behind me. It's over with. It's been over with for a very long period of time. It was 32 years ago. But I still have to, I'm still paying for it. I mean, I'm free. I'm not on parole anymore, but I still get that, I don't know. I still get that angst from a lot of people in the public. Although most of my people on my channel are pretty cool. They're pretty cool with it. We all have histories. Mine just a lot more colorful than most people's. So,
right on.
But I made that change. I was never really that person. I mean, an isolated incident that lasted about 3 hours changed the trajectory of my entire life. I'm paying for it for the rest of my life. But it doesn't define the architecture of my personality. The architecture of my personality is molding around, teaching people what I know before I'm gone. I don't know when I'm gone. Can't predict anything about myself. I've never really looked, but I know that my passion is disseminating this information. This is why I've sent flash drives to every continent. All over the world, I have mailed these flash drives. These flash drives contain 100% of all my written, published, and unpublished content. But it's a mess to get through. That's why I do these videos. I uploaded a video this morning. My videos are very instructive. I'm just trying to teach people, and I'm glad that other people are taking the material and creating their own channels and disseminating information. There's no ego here. I don't care if you use my material. Even you, if you want to go copy and paste a whole bunch of stuff, I'll send you a whole bunch of charts for free for your own videos. It's instructive. We only have 18 more years, and none of this matters anymore. So what I mean is on the other side of that 18 years, we're not going to have this infrastructure. We are really blessed with an internet that we can all communicate and be a real small family right now. But I'm telling you now, come May 16th on 2040, I got a whole playlist that will convince you of this. I have never had anybody watch all the videos in that playlist and then contact me and tell me I was full of shit. No one. The evidence is overwhelming. So also 3 published books. But May 15th, the Phoenix phenomenon returns. It's what the elite were expecting in 1902.
And what year did you say this was?
This is May 2040. By May 16th, this infrastructure's gone. You're not going to have an internet. There's no more help coming. The police, the fire department, emergency services, hospitals, all of that's a thing of the past. You better get with somebody who's a survivalist or a gardener or somebody who knows how to live on the end of that spear point. It's a totally different life. Now, it's going to be a blessing for those truthers that are living in communities that are self-supportive. Communities that have youngsters that will help defend and stuff like that. The world at that point is going to be very chaotic. Not going to have. There's no worry of government oppression. There's no worry of all that, because everybody who really matters in the tiers of government are going to be far underground, and they're not coming back to the surface till about the year 2050, 2051, because they're going to weather that whole storm. It is the return of the vapor canopy. Now, like I said, I have a lot of data sets that talk about all this. There's no way I can compress that information into this interview. But for those who want that information, it's all there.
Right on, man. And do you think that the period of time we're in now is like a precursor where people are starting to realize some of these things have kind of been, everything we've been told basically has been a lie, but there are select few that are coming online and kind of resonating with that?
In the next 18 years, there are two forces at play. One is the force that's been in control of this construct for a very long time. The other is the benefactor. Only now is the benefactor actively removing obstacles. So it's basically a division between the sheep and the goats. That's what's happening right now. Mm-hmm. We perceive this as people who are awake, enlightened, errants, the truthers against the collective who are the living dead, the zombies, all this stuff. Okay, all these things like what's going on and all this little crazy stuff in the world and all that, this is all just settings. This is all stage props. The real thing happening right now throughout the world, removing all the international dressings, removing the Democrats, the Republicans, the conservatives, the liberals, removing all the party, remove everything from the equation. What's happening until this event occurs is the dividing of the sheep and the wolves. Sheep and the goats, excuse me. Simple as that. Those who are beneficial to society and those who are not. Now, you can say it's the elite doing it. I don't believe so. I believe it's the benefactor. But this is what's going on. I do not believe in Agenda 2030, and I've said this on my channel many times. I don't believe that the elite, I don't believe that the WEF would ever release their true agenda to the public. The elite will never do that. And anything that is released to the public and becomes a part of the public knowledge would instantly get morphed into something else that will never let themselves be anticipated. So if it comes out in YouTube channels and comes out on truther networks and all that this is what they're trying to do, they're trying to depopulate the world, they're trying to do all this, let me tell you something, they're doing something totally different. For them to have even let you say that means that you are actually perpetuating the very lie they're trying to sell you.
Right on, man. Now, I want to get to this. I want to get your idea and insights into what you believe the paranormal is, the afterlife, reincarnation. Are we visited by spirits? Are there ETs coming? I mean, what is going on? Are these just all glitches in this type of simulation that we're in? What do you think?
Okay. I can easily see why people would try to convince you that there would be glitches, because that would be their frame of reference, but it's more sophisticated than that. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
By virtue of the central nervous system, I only see 5.5% of the electromagnetic spectrum, but I know that Trevor James Constable has created lenses that can see ultraviolet, and he takes pictures of the sky and takes pictures of things coming in and out the ground and in and out of bodies of water, and they look like gigantic amoebas that can change their shape and form, and they respond to him when they realize they're being observed. He takes pictures of them, and he's published books. His name is Trevor James Constable. With the naked eye, I can't see these things, but going through the pages of his book, which were done by virtue of his special lens that he fashioned for this purpose, I can see these beings. So that means they've always been there. I just can't see them because of my central nervous system, which is a filter. That filter only allows me to see 5.5% of the electromagnetic spectrum. I can't hear but a very small audible range, but animals can hear far greater. central nervous system restricts me from seeing and understanding the world that I'm in. It keeps me imprisoned to pure physicality. That's what it does. This means to me that at heightened moments of lucidity, when my mind and my spirit is overriding the command dictates of the central nervous system, that's when I can see things that other people can't. That's when the UFO activity occurs. That's when in 1483, a girl can walk into a meadow under the moonlight and see 4 elves dancing in a corn ring. Today we call them crop circles, but these things have been going on and they've been widely documented. As a matter of fact, there's a woodcut from 1688. There is a woodcut. It is the oldest artistic representation of a crop circle. But the frames of reference to these people back then, 400 years ago, was basically elves, trolls, gnomes, came from the haunts of the underworld, came up, and they created these beautiful patterns in these wheat fields and corn fields, and they didn't damage the corn. That's why they were good. They were seen as benevolent. They didn't. Everything was folded over, and the stalks weren't broke, and you could still eat the plants. You could still do all that. Same thing that's happening in the UK today. All these agroglyphs, all these weird crop circle formations. Yeah, some of them were faked. There's no doubt, but the ones that were faked were meant to be found to throw all the other ones off. Real scientists have conducted chemical analysis on those stocks, and a lot of those plants cannot be bent more than 35 degrees without them shattering the stalk. But all these are laid low as if the chemical structures were all altered to do that, and then woven into these beautiful geometric patterns. So the reason I'm mentioning all this is our world is more complex, but you and I can't perceive these things on the average, but there has been times when people have seen the ghosts and the phantoms and the specters and all that. I do have a video. It's the only one I got like it, but it's titled "The Origin of Demons." It is basically what are demons and spirits from the perspective of simulation theory. So, and I have a theory that I support with a lot of logic and reasoning. A lot of people like that video, but I believe it's just my belief that a spirit and a demon is no different than you and I. Pure intelligences. We are nothing but intelligences, because we are jacked into something that is absolutely sophisticated, the central nervous system. But it's a worm. It looks like a snake. If you were to remove you from your avatar, you're going to look like a brain with a brain stem with some cords going down, going your back. You look just like a snake. Pull you out. The rest of it is all dressing. It's avatar. That's it. But the real you, the thinking you, the personality, the spirit, it's all confined within that little parasite. Because that's basically what it is. So we put him into these avatars, and you see Jason. So here I am, but this is all dressing. This is just an avatar. The real me is jacked into this thing right here. The real me is an immortal spirit, but I'm jacked into the central nervous system, which keeps me here. It allows an immortal being to use a flesh suit. It allows me to do all these things. But there are personalities that have become detached for whatever reason. I theorize it in that video, but there are intelligences that are just like you and I, but for whatever reason, they weren't recycled back into the life sims to get another avatar to experience more development of their eternal personalities. Something happened and they didn't get re-looped back in, but they're still trapped in the simulacrum. And because of this, they're full of rage. Because of this, they're angry. Because of this, they move physical objects. They do things to attract our attention. Because of this, they're lost. I don't believe they're going to stay lost. I believe that once the simulacrum is collapsed, which is connected to a whole series of old prophecies about the benefactor coming to set the captives free. This is in the Christian and the Gnostic narrative. I believe 100% that the simulacrum is designed for collapse. And when it does, we're done with the life sims. We have our memories back. But the end result is a much better avatar than what we started with. That's why we're going through all this, because the soul is immortal and DNA is fantastic. But in order to receive an avatar that can do some tremendously miraculous stuff, the benefactor wants to make sure that you are necessarily mature enough to receive such an inheritance. And for some reason, there are people who have exited the cycle.
What about on the other end of the spectrum where they have benevolent beings that are trying to like spiritually guide people through their contact experiences, and they have bettered their lives after these experiences? What do you think about those encounters?
Oh, I'm not really following. Ask the question a little differently.
So the people who have encounters with angelic beings or what they consider extraterrestrials that give them spiritual guidance, and they have great experiences with these, beautiful experiences and learn from these beings. Yeah.
Okay. Check this out. Like I said, in all things, I like to strip things down to their common denominators. All right. And what I mean by that is, what difference does it make to you if you receive some information from outside the construct that profoundly affects the trajectory of your life, that you resonate with, and you know what you're receiving is true? What difference is it to you if it was an elf that told you that, or a Smurf? You don't understand? What difference to you is if it's a reptilian being that claims it's been hiding in the underworld, or an alien that gets out of a UFO that just came out, that you just saw go into a lake? You understand? All of that is dressing. And a lot of that has to do with your frames of reference, because 400 and 500 years ago in Central Europe, kids would have ran in to tell their parents that they just talked to a leprechaun. 700 and 800 years ago, among the Saxons and the Angles and the Jutes, kids would have ran in and told their mom and dad straight up that they just saw a nymph, a dryad, and her soul stepped out of a tree, and she shared some fruit with them, and they laughed and giggled and danced and sang songs, and the kids have an aura about them that the parent cannot deny. Yeah. But what difference to us is it how the vehicle by which we receive these little divine snippets? Right. That's my point. My point is you're going to see what the simulacrum thinks the most appropriate frame of reference is to convey that material to you. You have been divinely touched. If that happened to you, then the benefactor has reached out and decided to manifest information in a unique way to you, but did it in a frame of reference that wouldn't terrify the shit out of you.
I love it, man. Yeah, that's a great explanation for so many things. Paranormal activity, ghosts.
I agree.
Yeah, I love it. And I think you're doing fantastic work. We're going to definitely have to have you back on in the near future to talk about. We barely scratch the surface on some of this stuff, and it's incredible. Before you head out, let the audience know where they can find your books, the best way they can find your website, all the good stuff you got.
Hey, man, you know what? I've really simplified everything for everyone. Archaix.com, my whole website has everything. It has all the links. It has all the hyperlinks. It also has 120 articles in the blog that are all things Archaix. I mean, you can really educate yourself. All my charts, you can actually spend 2 or 3 days just on Archaix.com. I have thousands of images, charts, everything you can think of just to educate yourself. But my YouTube channel, all of my links, they're all found on the website. Just go to Archaix.com.
Awesome, man. And like I said, I'm definitely have to have you on. We'll probably do a series of videos in the future. I love this stuff.
Like I said, I'm going to upload yours, and I'm going to put just send me your links. Send whatever links you want. I got a really good community, and they're really active. Hey, man, they'll shoot over there. See what you got.
Yeah, I appreciate it so much. And until next time, everyone, have an excellent evening. We'll talk again tomorrow. We'll see y'all then.